Welcome to the football world of the summer of 2002. If at the beginning of the story you find that everything the protagonist is doing has nothing to do with top-tier leagues or world-class superstars, do not be impatient. Yes, the first 30 chapters are a grand layout, a period of latent build-up. Yes, the pace will slow down in these early stages. But trust the story and trust this promise. Once the male lead Lee Rand sets foot on English soil, and the transfer list of Tranmere Rovers begins to surface, the rhythm will explode like a runaway wild horse surging with relentless intensity. The curtain of an epic has already been drawn. Fasten your seatbelt and get ready for the ride. His name is Lee Rand. If life is a game, then before his rebirth he had already cleared the muddled and aimless side quest to the very end. The trajectory of his life was so simple it could be summarized by the orders on a food delivery app: wake up, place an order, then plunge headfirst into the world of a game called Football Manager, until his eyelids fought each other, collapse asleep on the keyboard, and be roused again only by the next wave of hunger. In that virtual world, he was God. He watched the club he had built with his own hands win championship after championship, and by buying lottery tickets cheap and selling superstars dear, he earned unimaginable fortunes. He even remembers clearly his most glorious save file: 3 sleepless weeks spent leading a small Welsh side named Wrexham, buried in England's 5th tier, all the way to the stage of the Champions League final. The sense of achievement from forging a dynasty with his own hands was so intoxicating that even if you offered him 10 buckets of fried chicken or the throne of the world's richest man in exchange, he would have to think twice. Yet each time that surge of virtual glory erupted at midnight, what followed was a vast, devouring emptiness. He would often slump in his chair staring at the astronomical figures on the screen and the virtual trophy room crammed with honors, muttering to himself, If all of this were real, how wonderful that would be. As for why he was reborn, he himself cannot fathom it. His last memory is of battling on for 48 straight hours until his eyelids could no longer hold, and he drowsily collapsed onto the desk. When he opened his eyes again, the piercing sunlight and the distinct roar of a bus engine yanked him roughly back into reality, or rather into a reality both familiar and strangely foreign. Outside the window, old streets slid by, lined with slightly tacky advertising boards. Inside the bus, people's clothing reeked of another era. A young man even had one of those obsolete foam-padded headphones plugged into a portable CD player. He was riding a jolting No. 26 bus. He recognized it at once. When he was studying at the sports academy in his hometown, he had taken this very route every day to get to school. Am I dreaming? The thought flashed through Lee Rand's mind as he pinched his thigh hard. The sharp pain rushed in, making his scalp prickle. It was not a dream. He had truly been reborn. Sports academy stop. The familiar announcement sounded, and he followed the crowd off the bus in a mechanical daze. Just as he stood on the platform, his mind a complete blank, someone slapped him hard on the back. Lee Rand, what are you staring into space for? Are you betting today or not? It's the opening match of the Korea-Japan World Cup. I'm telling you, I'm going to put my money on France giving a 2-goal handicap and still winning. The odds are great. The one who slapped him was his classmate Lupin. His parents had clearly hoped their son would have a golden tongue when they bestowed so many mouth characters in his name, and he did not disappoint. He was the chattiest talker among their classmates. But at this moment his words were like a bolt of lightning, tearing apart the fog in Lee Rand's mind. Korea-Japan World Cup, 2002. Lee Rand's brain seemed to ignite at once. Countless sealed fragments of memory from the next 20 years were all awakened in that instant, weaving and colliding madly until they coalesced into a priceless map of gold. 2002. Zidane's goal from heaven, Ronaldo's kingly return. Brazil's 3Rs. The dark horse journeys of Turkey and Korea, and Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, those two future twin emperors of world football, still unknown raw teenagers. He held in his hands a script from the gods, an omniscient perspective on everything to come. Hey, I'm talking to you. Seeing no response, Lupin leaned in again, eyes full of expectation. France versus Senegal. How many goals do you think France will win by? Give your brother a sure answer. How many goals? Lee Rand looked at him and suddenly smiled. In that instant, a single thought, one that in his previous life would have seemed 100 times more absurd than leading the Huaxia national team to a game world championship, burst forth from the deepest part of his heart, clear and fierce. For the first time, since all of this is real, why not recreate everything from the game in reality with his own hands? He would become a true football manager. That thought was like a blazing flame igniting his entire soul. A daring plan that would define his entire reborn life took shape in that very moment. Ignoring Lupin, he suddenly turned and sprinted toward the school library at the speed of a 100-meter dash. So early in the morning. Has this guy been kicked in the head by a donkey? Lupin cursed behind him. He burst into the library and headed straight for the electronic reading room. Lee Rand needed information, vast amounts of it, to chart his future. What was the best way to become a football manager? Study abroad. Where to go? Naturally to the country whose Premier League would one day become the most successful football league in the world, Britain. Sitting down at a computer feeling the maddeningly slow dial-up internet of 2002, Lee Rand drew a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. His fingers danced over the keyboard typing, United Kingdom Sports Management Major University. Soon lines of university names appeared on the screen. His goal was very clear. First, the university had to be in a city steeped in football culture. Second, tuition and living costs could not be outrageously high. He first eliminated several universities in London. The cost of living there was too high, unsuitable as a starting point. In the end, among the many options, one word seized his eyes at once: Liverpool. University of Liverpool Sports Management Major. Perfect. Not only did the city have two powerhouse clubs and profound football heritage, but as a traditional industrial city, its overall costs were lower than London's. This would be the starting point of his plan. He immediately opened the University of Liverpool's official website and, relying on his CET 4-level English, finally located the tuition information: £15,000 per year. At the current exchange rate, that was nearly 200,000 yuan. 200,000. The figure was like a basin of cold water, sobering him instantly. In 2002, families capable of producing such a sum to send their children overseas were few and far between. Lee Rand, damn it, I asked you how many goals France will win by. What are you running off for? Lupin's affectionate greeting came from behind. He had actually chased him all the way here. Yet that shouted curse was like a key, unlocking all of Lee Rand's thoughts in an instant. How could he be worrying about money? He remembered clearly in the opening match of the World Cup, France suffered a shocking 0-1 defeat to Senegal. His future tuition, the first step toward his dream, would come from that very game. Lee Rand sprang to his feet, seized Lupin by the shoulders, and with genuine admiration in his eyes exclaimed, "Old Lou, you really are a little genius." Without bothering about Lupin's muttered, "This bastard really has been kicked in the head by a donkey," he snatched up his backpack and bolted out once more. To get rich, he first had to get capital. Back home, guided by his memory, Lee Rand pulled out an old dust-covered leather case from beneath his bed and fished out his Huaxiao Bank passbook. Back home, relying on his memories, Lee Rand dug out his Huaxiao Bank passbook from the dust-covered old leather suitcase beneath the bed. When he opened it, the numbers made his eyes light up. 1762. 3 yuan. For someone whose monthly living expenses were only 800 yuan, this sum was nothing short of a fortune. He could not help recalling his absurd yet genuine university life. Most of his expenses had been sacrificed to internet cafes and KTV, and the remainder spent on several ex-girlfriends. After all, for someone as supposedly dashing and humorous as himself, not having a few girlfriends in college would have been abnormal. He let out a self-mocking laugh. In his previous life, he might have been smug over this fortune that could let him live freely for several months. But now, when placed against the grand blueprint of his ticket to England worth 200,000, this amount seemed pitifully small. Yet he knew that a towering skyscraper rises from level ground. This seemingly insignificant 170-odd yuan would be the cornerstone of his future vast football empire and could not be squandered. He immediately went out, withdrew all the money, sealed it inside an envelope, and felt the not-so-thick yet weighty bundle that carried all of his hopes. Jogging all the way, he once again entered the most crowded sports lottery outlet in the city center. It was afternoon, and the air inside was thick with smoke and a cacophony of voices. A middle-aged balding man with a cigarette dangling from his lips was surrounded by a group of lottery buyers seeking enlightenment, spittle flying as he pontificated. "Listen to me, just close your eyes and bet on France." The bald man snapped impatiently, flicking ash from his cigarette as if lecturing a bunch of ignorant juniors. Even if Zidane might miss out through injury, there's still Henry and Trezeguet. They're world champions. That pedigree is right there. Beating a team like Senegal that no one's even heard of will be easy. What about Argentina? Is Argentina versus Nigeria solid? Expert. Someone in the crowd asked. Solid. Rock solid. Batistuta. The man answered. This year Argentina are charging straight for the title. Playing Nigeria is a piece of cake. Exclamations of "so that's how it is" rose from the crowd, and many had already begun pulling out cash ready to follow the expert's train of thought. Standing to one side, Lee Rand felt an inexplicable urge to laugh, and did not even bother listening to the expert's further insights. He knew that the very first match alone would be enough to see this so-called master and his followers lose everything. He even felt a trace of sympathy for these pitiable people who entrusted their hard-earned money to another man's mouth. Ignoring the clamor, he first swiftly sorted through the different formats of the 2002 football lottery in his mind. If he wanted a single decisive strike, he had to choose the right weapon. The 13-match, 14-match windrawless game had extremely low odds of winning, yet its 5 million yuan prize pool still lured countless people to flock toward it. In addition, there were formats with fewer matches, such as the goal lottery and the 6-match halftime full-time, windrawless, equally excellent stages for producing miracles. Lee Rand first took a red betting slip and found a corner seat. In that moment, he resembled a Wall Street fund manager cautiously beginning to allocate his assets. First was the deepest prize pool, the 13-match windrawless game. His mind, like a high-speed server, began rapidly retrieving the immense database of the 2002 World Cup. Though Lee Ran was reborn, his memory was not a flawless computer. Recalling all 13 match outcomes clearly was simply unrealistic. What he needed to do was sift through this vast ocean of recollections and find the lighthouses that shone because of their uniqueness, the most classic, most shocking, and least forgettable matches. Soon the results of 4 matches emerged in his mind with crystal clarity. Got it. He picked up the pen and began to mark this small sheet of paper that would decide his fate. The first match, France versus Senegal. Without hesitation, he drew a heavy circle around 0, a symbol for the home team's loss. This was the cornerstone of his entire plan, his boldest single-selection sure bet. The match was a mandatory case study in every football program in later years. There was no way he could have remembered it wrong. The second match, Germany versus Saudi Arabia. He circled 3. The 80 massacre was the most lopsided score of that tournament, and equally unforgettable. It was the safest anchor. The third match, Huaxiao versus Costa Rica. He marked 0. He remembered that afternoon vividly when school suspended classes and organized everyone to watch and cheer for the national team. The nationwide anticipation and the eventual 0-2 defeat were an eternal ache in his heart, etched into his memory with special clarity. The fourth match, Italy versus Croatia. He chose 0 once more. The powerful Azzurri were overturned by tenacious Croatia. This classic upset was another brilliant highlight in his recollections. His 4 single-selection sure bets, each with absolute certainty in his mind, were now set. For the remaining 9 matches, my memory is hazy. I only recall the general trends Lee Ran thought. But that's fine. Multiple selection betting exists precisely for this situation. He quickly adopted a doubles election approach for the remaining 9 games, covering all possibilities of giants like Portugal and Argentina failing to win. Each stroke of his pen was like weaving a wide yet seamless net. After finishing, he handed this betting slip infused with all his memories to the shop owner. "Boss, please print this ticket for me." The owner took the slip, and with just one glance his brows knotted tightly. "Kid, are you burning money for fun? I won't even mention the Huaxiao match. That's human emotion. But you've got France losing as a single selection, Italy losing too, and you're guarding against Argentina and Portugal not winning as well. You've offended all the big teams. The risk is huge. The total amount isn't small either." Lee Ran knew that to anyone else this ticket would look like nothing but waste paper. He forced an easygoing smile. "It's fine, boss, I'm just buying for fun. I've got a feeling there'll be upsets, so I'm betting on luck. Please print the ticket for me." Seeing his firm attitude, the owner could only shake his head helplessly and began tapping away on the machine. "That comes to 1024 yuan. Lee Ran drew 10 100 yuan notes from the envelope and handed them over, then fished out 24 yuan in change from his pocket. Taking the thick lottery ticket still warm from the printer, he returned to his seat to double-check it carefully. The betting information on the ticket matched his divine prophecy perfectly, not off by a single mark. He stored this million yuan ticket with extreme care. His pocket still held 738.3 yuan. The corners of Lee Ran's mouth lifted slightly. "Good. The remaining money is enough for my second and third plans." He stood up and picked up the green 4-match goal game slip and the blue 6-match halftime full-time slip. His gaze first fell upon the 4-match goal game. If the windrawless game tested one's grasp of the bigger picture, then the goal lottery tested one's precise insight into the flow of the match. Drawing on his vivid memories of several high-scoring matches, he began to mark swiftly. He targeted the goal fests of Germany 80 Saudi Arabia 7 Senegal 33 Uruguay 6 Spain 32 South Africa 5 and Brazil 52 Costa Rica 7, placing 138 bets and spending 276 yuan. Finally, he picked up the blue 6-match halftime full-time windrawless slip. This format best embodied the so-called divine move. Confident in several matches he remembered clearly, he selected results such as seemingly contradictory yet real draw-win and win-win combinations, placing 200 bets and consuming the last 400 yuan. When the 3 tickets worth nearly 1700 yuan in total lay quietly in his pocket, Lee Ran exhaled a long breath. He knew he had done everything within his power. The ticket to his new world had already been purchased. All that remained was to wait for the favorable wind of the draw. As Lee Ran neatly tucked the 3 lottery tickets worth a total of 1,700 yuan into his pocket, an unprecedented sense of solidity enveloped him. He knew he had done everything he could. Success or failure hinged on this one bet, and he left the lottery station with satisfaction. Lee Ran took the 26 bus back to school. It was mealtime, and the intense mental competition he had just engaged in left his stomach growling, necessitating a hearty meal. Thus he made a beeline for the school cafeteria. While waiting in line to get food, he ran into his roommate Chinhui. Like Lu Pin, Chen Hui was one of Li Ran's few friends at school. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Their shared passion for football forged an unbreakable. Chen Hui was not very tall and specialized in long-distance running. Li Ran remembered him as a disciplined youth who used to wake up early for morning runs when he first arrived at school. However, ever since he became enamored with the internet, especially after getting involved with sports betting through friends back home, he had not woken up early again. The most peculiar thing was that this guy never played games online. He only watched various films and studied the odds of football matches. The catalyst was his first foray into betting on the NBA, which netted him over 1,000 yuan. Since then, he had become increasingly addicted, even going so far as to analyze odds himself and take bets from classmates in the dormitory, becoming a little bookmaker. This morning, Lu Pin was so eager to find Li Ran because he wanted to gauge the situation from him in order to place a bet with Chen Hui. Li Ran, where have you been? I didn't see you in class this morning. Where did you run off to? Chen Hui approached with a tray, saying, "You are the only one missing, Lu Pin, and the others have already come to me to buy in for today's opening match. Normally, I wouldn't say anything if you don't participate, but today is the World Cup opening match after all." Li Ran pretended to decline, saying, "I'd rather just enjoy watching the match. With that money, I might as well buy a small gift for the goddess. What if you win? You might be able to prepare a big surprise for your goddess." Chen Hui continued to urge him relentlessly. "Hui, are you just trying to give me money? Then I won't be polite." Li Ran chuckled to himself, then asked, "France versus Senegal, right? What's the odds?" With France giving 2 goals, the odds for a France win are 1-2 draw 6-0 and loss 13-0. Chen Hui quickly reported the odds. "If you don't buy the handicap and just bet on Senegal to win, it'll give you 1-10. All right, let's go with that 1-10. Li Ran nodded. "After I finish eating, I'll come find you in the dorm." Chen Hui gave him an okay sign. Secretly, "Please, little guy, today, I'll make sure you lose your steak." The cafeteria lady, as usual, had a shaky hand, and as a delicious piece of braised pork slipped back into the pot, she finally contentedly served the dish to Li Ran. Finding a seat to sit down and feast, Lu Pin also came over with his meal. "Did a donkey kick your head this morning? I didn't say 2 words to you before you ran off. You are the one who usually watches and studies the games the most in our dorm, yet at a crucial moment you disappeared." Lu Pin complained unhappily. "I had an urgent matter this morning, sorry brother." Li Ran laughed and asked, "I heard from Hui that you've already placed a bet." "Yeah," Lu Pin said proudly, raising an eyebrow. "He asked me early this morning. I was originally going to wait for you to get back to ask for your opinion, but then I thought since France is so strong you'd surely say the same, so I just placed the bet without waiting." "How much did you bet?" "Not much, just 500 yuan. The odds are low. If I win, I'll earn 60 yuan. It's just enough to cover my internet expenses." "What if you lose? Won't you have to eat steamed buns for the rest of the month?" Li Ran teased. Lu Pin's expression stiffened, and he immediately tapped his chopsticks against the bowl's edge, saying unhappily, "Go away. You just want me to lose, right? France, the defending champions with Zidane and Henry, how could they possibly lose? This 500 yuan is a sure thing." Li Ran laughed heartily, no longer saying much as he focused on his meal. He knew that Lu Pin's sure thing was about to turn into painful loss. "Hurry up and eat. After we're done, come back to the dorm with me to place the bet," Li Ran said. Upon returning to the familiar room 301, a mix of smells, sweat, instant noodles, and the unique scent of summer hormones hit him. The dormitory was a shared room for 8 with 4 sets of bunk beds and 2 large tables in the middle. That was the extent of the furniture. Chen Hui was comfortably lying on the bed reading The Triple Door, while the other 3 roommates were gathered around the table playing landlord. As soon as Li Ran and Lu Pin entered, Chen Hui immediately sat up. "So Li Ran, have you made up your mind? How much do you want to bet?" He took out a cigarette from a tin can at the head of his bed, lit it, and assumed the demeanor of a bookmaker. Li Ran did not answer immediately. He pulled over a stool to sit down, crossed his legs, looked at Chen Hui, and leisurely said, "Hui, let me ask you first, what's the maximum you can take?" Chen Hui was taken aback, then burst out laughing. "What's this, Li Ran? Have you struck it rich today? Want to place a big bet? Don't worry whether it's 100 or 200, even 1 or 2,000, your brother Hui can take it." Li Ran smiled, extending a finger. 100 yuan. Uffed. Chen Hui almost choked on the smoke he had just inhaled. "I thought it would be a lot more, but it's just 100. Li Ran looked at him half jokingly, half seriously, mimicking a classic line from a movie. "Since you asked so sincerely, I will generously tell you. Li Ran bet 100 buying Senegal." Senegal echoed through the once lively dormitory like a small pebble thrown into water. The 3 players at the table immediately froze. One of the boys named Xiao. She looked at Li Ran, frowning. Li Ran, think again. 100 yuan isn't a small amount. There's no need to waste it like this. Chen Hui, fearing Li Ran might change his mind, immediately yelled at Xiao, "She don't meddle. Today is the first time Li Gu is betting with me. This is called the newbie aura, understand? What if there really is an upset?" The grin on his face was stretching from ear to ear, and in his heart, the little calculations were ringing loudly. Li Ran waved his hand at Xiao Ji, appearing indifferent. "Don't worry, Xiao Ji. My parents just gave me my living expenses this month, so this 100 yuan is just for fun. It doesn't matter. What if I win, it'll cover the internet fees for our dorm this week. Alright, since you've made up your mind, go ahead. Xiaoji, seeing he couldn't dissuade him, no longer said much. If your living expenses run out this month, come find me anytime. Li Ran smiled and slapped a 100 yuan bill down on the table in front of Chen Hui. Cash and goods clear, no regrets, banker. Absolutely. Chen Hui quickly pocketed the money, as if afraid Li Ran would snatch it back. Lu Pin stood by watching this farce, utterly speechless. He was now 100% certain that his roommate had definitely been kicked in the head by a donkey that morning. Xiao Ji is the gambling god in the dormitory. He seldom loses in any card games, making him the dorm. He is generous as well. Whenever he wins money, he shares supplies like cigarettes and instant noodles with the others in the dorm, and sometimes even covers their internet fees. Loyal and sincere, he has the best relationships among us in the dorm. Let's go to the bar at the back gate of the school to watch the match tonight. Another roommate, Wang Yu, suddenly suggested. Looking around, Li Ran often goes home at night, and it's been a while. Tonight is the opening match. We must watch the game together, have some drinks, and check out the girls. What do you say? As soon as Wang Yu finished, Lu Pin jumped up first to respond. Great idea. Watching the game and drinking, that's what college life is all about. We have to go. But I haven't finished my thesis proposal yet. I'll just write the report tomorrow, said Zhou Yang, the most honest and strongest among them, hesitantly adjusting his glasses that looked a bit awkward due to his fitness routine. Today is the holiday for Chinese soccer fans. We must celebrate. Wang Yu wrapped his arm around Zhou Yang's neck, and under the crowd's excitement, Zhou Yang also showed an expression of anticipation. The dormitory was immediately filled with a lively atmosphere. As night fell, the commercial street behind the school, humorously referred to as Degenerate Street by students, was brightly lit and bustling with people. On both sides of the street, the neon lights of internet cafes flickered, while Jay Cho's nunchaku played from the sound systems of bootleg DVD shops, surrounded by various barbecue stalls and small eateries, mixing with the aromas of cumin and cooking oil, filled with a rough and wild vitality unique to the early millennium. Li Ran and his roommates walked arm in arm into a small bar named Backstreet. This bar was very popular, and the owner cleverly capitalized on the fame of the globally popular Backstreet Boys. Had it not been for Wang Yu booking a table in advance with the owner, they might not have been able to squeeze in tonight. The bar was already buzzing with voices, the air thick with the complex scent of tobacco, sweat, and cheap beer. Several old big but color TVs hung in the corners, showing pre-match analyses with commentator Huang Jiangxiang's passionate voice somewhat distorted in the speakers. Posters of Ronaldo, Beckham, Zidane, and Kahn adorned the walls. Looking around, almost everyone was wearing counterfeit blue jerseys of the French national team. You might wonder how we know they're counterfeit. In that era, there were very few stores selling authentic jerseys, and even fewer willing to spend a fortune on one. Wang Yu led everyone to their seats, and as soon as they sat down, he raised his glass and loudly asked, "Brothers, have you all placed your bets for tonight?" He then glanced meaningfully at Chen Hui. "I bet 50 on France, just to join the fun." "I usually don't watch soccer," Xiaoji said casually, seemingly uninterested in this game of pure luck. "I bet 300 on France," the most honest Zhou Yang said in a small but firm voice. "That's half my living expenses for the month." Chen Hui and Lu Pin said, "It's a sure win, so I might as well make some money to buy a new pair of basketball shoes." He looked at everyone, his eyes showing the stubbornness typical of honest people, clearly persuaded by his roommate's enthusiasm and fervent assurances. "I bet 500 today," Lu Pin announced proudly, as if that huge sum of 60 yuan was already in his hands. "It's the first match, just testing my luck. Let's see if I can earn some internet fees first." It seems that Li Ran is the only one who bet on Senegal to win. Lu Pin's loud voice successfully shifted the topic to Li Ran. This statement was like a stone thrown into a pot of hot oil, instantly causing the neighboring table to burst into laughter. A sturdy man with a buzz cut and bulging veins on his arms glared at Li Ran and shouted, "Brother, you might as well buy us a drink." "Oh, at least that would make a sound. Betting on Senegal. You might as well bet on the national team making it through." Chen Hui immediately stood up, acting like a protective big brother of his own, patting his chest in defense of Li Ran. "My brother studies soccer every day and has unique insights into the matches. Maybe tonight he'll actually pull an upset." He spoke with grandiosity, drawing cheers, while secretly feeling overjoyed that earning this 100 yuan was too easy. Amidst the ruckus and mockery of everyone, Li Ran appeared out of place. He did not argue, merely calmly poured himself a glass of beer and smiled at the sturdy man. "That's not necessarily true. The ball is round in soccer." Only Xiao Ji did not participate in any discussions, silently watching Li Ran. A strange feeling arose in his heart. Li Ran was too calm. That calmness was not pretentious, but a serene acceptance of the outcome. As someone who had long frequented the gambling table, he was too familiar with the expressions of a gambler after placing a bet: nervousness, anticipation, feigned calm. But he could not see a trace of any of these micro-expressions on Li Ran. The match began. In the first half, the situation was indeed one-sided. The French team, boasting Thierry Henry, David Trezeguet, and Vikas Dorisou, launched an offensive against Senegal's goal. In the 22nd minute of the match, Trezeguet received a pass from his teammate at the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a thunderous shot that smashed against the crossbar with a resounding bang. Oh no! A chorus of lament erupted in the bar. Lupin, excited and flushed, patted Lee Ran's shoulder vigorously, laughingly. Ran, "Did you see that? It was just a little off. The French team is just unlucky. Otherwise they would have scored already." Lee Ran merely smiled without saying a word. Just when everyone thought it was only a matter of time before the French team scored, the game took a turn in the 30th. Senegal capitalized on a quick counterattack. Diouf broke through on the left and crossed, causing French goalkeeper Barthez to fumble the ball. A tall figure named Diop seized the chance in the chaotic goal area. He nearly fell to the ground, awkwardly using a posture that no one could understand to push the ball towards the goal. The ball stumbled and rolled as if nudged by fate, slowly passing through Barthez's desperate fingertips and crashing into the net. 1-0. The noise of the entire bar seemed to be cut off by an invisible hand in an instant. Everyone's movements froze. The Senegalese players celebrated wildly on the television, contrasting absurdly with the bar's hushed silence. After the silence, a louder uproar erupted, filled this time with shock and disbelief. "What the hell? Did I really make it in? This is interesting. They've really angered the Gallic Rooster now. Just wait in the second half, we'll score at least 5 against them." The burly man at the neighboring table stood up and shouted across to Lee Ran, "Brother, your luck is incredible. But it's about to end. Oh, just wait and see how the French team crushes them." Chun Hu's smile stiffened for a moment before quickly returning to normal. He pretended to be relaxed, took a sip of his drink, and said to Lee Ran, "All right, Lee Ran, you've got some skills. But don't rush, the best part is yet to come. If the French team starts scoring, they won't be able to stop." During halftime, the score remained 1-0. Chun Hu's commentary became increasingly verbose. He sounded like a clumsy commentator, loudly analyzing how the French team would adjust in the second half, the impact of Zidane's absence, and how Senegal's stamina would surely collapse. The more he spoke, the more it revealed his own unease. At that moment, Lee Ran softly said, "The French team's mentality is getting anxious. Their midfielders and forwards are starting to disconnect. The more they want to score, the less they can." Every minute of the second half became a long torment for everyone in the bar except for Lee Ran. The French team launched wave after wave of attacks, but each time they returned empty-handed. Henry's shot hit the crossbar again, and the sounds of disappointment in the bar were tinged with impatience. Time ticked by second by second. 60 minutes passed. The French team continued their siege. 70 minutes passed. The French team's passes started to falter. 80 minutes had gone by, and no one in the bar was speaking anymore, only the heavy sounds of breathing and the increasingly frantic shouts of the commentator on the television. Chun Hu's forehead was glistening with fine beads of sweat. His smile had long since vanished, and his hand holding the drink was even slightly trembling. He no longer looked at Lee Ran. Instead, he stared intently at the screen, the light in his eyes dimming bit by bit. When the referee blew the final whistle, it felt as if the whole world fell silent. The bar erupted in howls and curses. Chun Hui slumped onto his chair, his gaze vacant, mumbling, "How could this happen? How could this be?" Lu Ping and Zhou Yang also sat in silence, originally hoping to make a little money for the internet. But now they had lost their living expenses. This month, they could only eat dirt. Lee Ran also remained silent, his eyes fixed on the television screen, where Senegal was celebrating wildly, a hint of relief showing on his lips. Since his rebirth, Lee Ran had always harbored an unease. What if his rebirth, like a butterfly flapping its wings, triggered an unpredictable storm that changed this outcome, which should have been certain? If this match did not end in an upset, did that mean all his memories of the future could shatter like fragile? Until the end of the match, everything remained unchanged. Senegal's counterattack goal, Trezeguet and Henry hitting the post twice. Both the process and the outcome did not alter. A glimmer of confidence flickered in Lee Ran's eyes. He silently thought, "Looks like I need to hurry up and prepare my plans to go abroad." He slowly exhaled, suppressing his excitement, turned to the ashen-faced Chun Hui and said with a smile, "Chun Hui, my rookie buff is pretty good, right? If it weren't for your strong advice, I might have missed this chance to make a windfall. According to the odds you gave, a 100 yuan bet should yield me 1,300. You really had good luck today. You hit this upset. I admire your luck. I'll settle the payment with you now," he said, preparing to pull money out of his pocket. Li Ran did not respond, but instead took some of the money Chun Hui pulled out and threw it to Lu Ping and Zhou Yang. "Here's your capital. Take it back." Then he pushed the remaining money back to Chun Hui, saying blandly, "Settle our table's drinking bill. Keep the rest for yourself." Lu Ping and Zhou Yang held the returned money, exchanging incredulous glances. Lu Ping leaned into Zhou Yang's ear, whispering in a voice only they could hear, "Are you crazy? Is this really the Li Ran from our dorm who would bargain for a 50-cent coupon for half an hour? Has he gone? No more talking, brother. From today on, Zhou Yang and I recognize you as our godfather. Dear godfather, please allow us to bow to you, your two sons. As Lu Ping spoke, he pulled Zhou Yang, preparing to kneel. Li Ran was amused by their exaggerated performance, laughing as he pulled them up. All right, stop performing here, it's embarrassing. We're about to graduate, isn't it better to leave some good memories between us? Yeah, we're about to graduate, and the time we can all gather together is limited. How about we drink a little more? He'll pay for the drinks. Wang Yu said, then let's drink a bit more, and we won't go home until we're drunk. The crowd responded in unison. Saying this, Wang Yu called the waiter for another case of beer, and the dorm mates began chatting and laughing, creating a ruckus. They lost track of time, and in the end, everyone helped each other back to the dorm. In the dormitory, the roommates had all fallen deeply asleep due to the alcohol and emotional turmoil, snoring echoing throughout. Li Ran lay on his bed, yet sleep eluded him. The moonlight outside streamed through the iron bars, casting mottled silver rays on the concrete floor. He carefully took out the 3 lottery tickets he had purchased that morning, which now seemed invaluable, and quietly gazed at them in the dim light. They were still just thin slips of paper, but in a few days they would transform into a fortune exceeding one. At this moment, Li Ran's heart truly began to race uncontrollably. It wasn't out of greed for money, but rather an overwhelming excitement at the prospect of a dream coming true. After I receive the prize, he murmured to himself, his thoughts racing like a supercomputer, beginning to plot out every step of the future. This impending prize was not just money to him, it represented freedom. The freedom to pursue his ambitions freely. It was qualification. It would allow him to step onto English soil with dignity and confidence. Li Ran's thoughts had already crossed Academy Road. The sweltering summer air is shattered into pieces by the cold wind spewed from countless study abroad agencies. Li Ran stood at the intersection, his gaze sweeping across the flashy billboards. Let the world's prestigious universities see your brilliance. Focusing on studying abroad for 20 years, we understand you better. All nonsense. He had long understood a principle before his rebirth: truly valuable things never rely on shouting. His gaze finally fixed on the largest agency, Qihong Study Abroad. It occupied the most prominent corner, its all-glass facade appearing cold and expensive under the sunlight. This is the one. Li Ran pushed open the heavy glass door, and a mixture of cold air, fragrance, and the scent of paper and ink rushed towards him. This was not some professional atmosphere. It was the scent of money. Hello, student, do you need advice on study abroad services? The receptionist's smile was as standardized as if measured with a ruler. Find a consultant who can make decisions. Li Ran's tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable sense of command. The receptionist's smile faltered for a moment, clearly not expecting such an opening. But her professional demeanor was excellent as she immediately nodded. All right, please follow me. Li Ran was led to a semi-open glass cubicle rather than one of the small round tables for ordinary students in the lobby. Soon a woman walked in. In her late 20s, dressed in a well-tailored black suit, with her long hair tied back in a neat ponytail. She wore delicate light makeup, but her gaze was like a scalpel, sharp, calm, and scrutinizing. Her name was Zhao Qian, and her title on the business card was Chief Study Abroad Planner. Hello, student. Zhao Qian sat down opposite him, placing her laptop on the table, her fingers lightly tapping the mouse. Which country do you want to go to? What is your budget? Do you have any thoughts on schools and majors? A series of questions flowed out like an assembly line process aimed at quickly categorizing and labeling the client. Li Ran was well aware that in front of such a person, any hesitation or uncertainty would be precisely captured and then turned into the other party's negotiating advantage. He could not follow her rhythm. None of this is important, Li Ran interrupted her. I only have one question. Can you do a single designated application here? Zhao Qian's fingers paused. She raised her head, truly facing this young man in a simple t-shirt for the first time. Single designated. She repeated it with a hint of playful intrigue, an interesting way of phrasing it. Tell me more. University of Liverpool, majoring in sports management. Li Ran spoke each word clearly and firmly. I don't need any alternatives, nor do I need a safety school. My only goal is this one. What you need to do is ensure that I can get the admission letter with 100% certainty. He leaned back in his chair, looking directly into Zhao Qian's eyes, adding, now you can quote your price. Zhao Qian's scrutiny instantly transformed into keen interest. She had seen too many overgrown children pushed by their parents in this industry, too many lambs confused about their future. But the person in front of her did not seem like a client. He resembled someone giving instructions from the other side. Student, you are quite special. Zhao Qian leaned slightly forward, her professional smile disappearing, replaced by an excitement of encountering an equal opponent. But you might not understand, applying to only one school carries a high risk akin to gambling. Our standard package. I am not here to buy a package, Li Ran interrupted her again. I am here to buy. If you cannot do it, or if you are afraid to take it on, I will leave now. There are plenty of you on Academy Road. This provocative remark completely ignited Zhao Qian's fighting spirit. She smiled like a hunter finally waiting for its prey. All right. Since it's a customized service, the price will naturally be customized as well. The service fee for applying to just one school is $20,000. And this is just the application service fee, no refund, if unsuccessful. She was testing Li Ran's bottom line with price and risk. Li Ran's heart was unfazed. $20,000. As long as it was a problem that could be solved with money, it was not a problem. Okay, he nodded decisively. Let's sign a contract. Zhao Qian's smile finally froze for real. She had thought this price would scare him off, or at least allow him to enter the bargaining stage, giving her back the initiative. But he didn't even blink. This guy is either a madman or truly someone with deep pockets. Zhao Qian took a deep breath, knowing that conventional methods would not work on him. She had to bring out the real trump card. The contract can be signed at any time. Her tone became unprecedentedly serious, as if delivering a final ultimatum. But before that, I must ask one critical and fatal question. She leaned forward, asking each word deliberately. What is your IELTS score right now? IELTS. This word struck Li Ran's brain like a bullet. All his confidence, all his certainty, and all the control built upon the advantage of rebirth crumbled in an instant. Right? Studying abroad. He had to take an English test. His previous English level was just barely passing the 4th level. Later he had accumulated quite a bit of football vocabulary from gaming, but that was limited to reading, listening, speaking, writing academic English. What on earth was that? Seeing Li Ran's expression freeze instantly, Zhao Qian understood. She had won. It seems you do not have any scores. Zhao Qian's lips curled back into that all-controlling smile, but this time it carried a hint of barely concealed disdain. To give you some insight, for applying to master's programs in the UK, most popular majors require an overall IELTS score of no less than 6.5, with no individual score lower than 6.0. And sports management at the University of Liverpool happens to be one of those. Each of her words struck Li Ran's heart like a hammer. Given your likely level of just passing the 4th level of university, I give you the most optimistic estimate. If you take the IELTS with no preparation, your overall score won't exceed 5.0. It is now June. Even if you start full-time preparation from today, aiming to reach 6.5 before the fall semester this year, the probability is virtually zero. Li Ran's forehead broke out in fine beads of sweat. For the first time since his rebirth, he felt real panic. The information advantage he had prided himself on seemed so ridiculous and powerless in the face of this unassailable cornerstone of IELTS. Seeing Li Ran completely defeated, Zhao Qian knew it was time to reel him in. She no longer pressed him to purchase any overpriced courses, as that would seem too low-level. She simply elegantly pushed her business card gently in front of Li Ran. Student Li, please calm down. Her voice returned to the gentle tone of a professional consultant. Let's leave it here for today. She looked at Li Ran, her face revealing the most charming smile, but her words were like a devil filled with temptation. Think it over carefully. Whenever you need any help regarding IELTS or want to know about some other options, since there are study abroad institutions on Shuyuan Road, there must be various English training classes as well. Now that he is here, why not consult about a training class? Thus Li Ran entered another training institution, and after about 30 minutes he came out with a stack of courses. These courses cost thousands or even tens of thousands, and with the agency fees, it seems everything must wait until the World Cup prize money is received before proceeding. Li Ran thought to himself. He glanced at the calendar. There were less than 2 weeks left until the group stage ended, which meant he had to wait at least half a month. I can't just wait around. He quickly adjusted his thoughts, deciding to focus all his efforts on preparing his graduation thesis in the meantime. As Zhao Laosher said, in addition to language scores, academic performance during university is also an important assessment criterion. Although Li Ran's grades were not top-notch, he remained comfortably in the upper middle range of his class. In his past life, his graduation thesis was on a football-related topic which, though unremarkable, still had a solid foundation. Now, combined with his accumulated knowledge from over 20 years in the future, his understanding of football had already surpassed all the experts of this era. I need to write a thesis that will impress my advisor. This way I can add the heaviest weight to my academic transcript. With these thoughts in mind, Li Ran boarded the bus home. Along the way, he gazed at the rapidly retreating streets outside the window, already beginning to conceive a topic about the significant meaning of the modern football goalkeeper position, and before he knew it, he had arrived at his stop. Li Ran's home was located in the southern part of the city in an older residential complex near a shimmering lake. He took out his keys and opened the door. A wave of warmth mixed with the aroma of food and the scent of old furniture rushed over him, instantly dissipating all his grand ambitions, leaving only a solid sense of homecoming. Back already? His mother's voice came from the kitchen, and soon after she peeked out wearing an apron, a hint of reproach on her face. Why are you not at school today? Is your thesis done? Hurry up and wash your hands, dinner is ready. In the living room, his father Li Jiangwo was reading the newspaper with his reading glasses on. Hearing the commotion, he looked up, adjusted his glasses, and calmly asked, "You went out to watch the game with friends last night, right?" "Yes, I really didn't expect such a big upset in the first match," Lee Ran replied with a smile, a part of his heart instantly softening. At the dinner table, there were 3 dishes and a soup, all of his favorite home-cooked meals. His mother kept adding braised pork to his bowl, saying, "Eat more. Mom, you should eat more too." Lee Ran smiled and put a piece of braised pork into his mother's bowl. "You seem to be in good spirits today." His mother seemed to remember something. "Did you not go to the internet cafe to play games?" This question made Lee Ran's heart tremble. He knew that in his past life, especially during that period of confusion before graduation, he had almost relied on the game Football Manager to get by, causing his parents much worry. The reason he became so obsessed with football, even using the virtual game world as a mental refuge, stemmed from this silent, reticent father beside him. Lee Jiang-guo was a die-hard fan who had been watching football since the A-League era. Lee Ran's childhood memories were filled with images of his father setting an alarm and quietly getting up late at night to watch a Serie A match. In his hazy dreams, the passionate commentary from the television always echoed. The yellowed football club and Sports Weekly on his bookshelf were all bought by his father one after another. The first World Cup match he ever watched was in the summer of '94, sitting with his father in front of the television, watching the dejected figure of the melancholic Prince Baggio after missing a penalty. From that moment on, the seed of football took root in his heart. His father had once hoped he could become a football player, but Lee Ran's physical talent was mediocre. This passion eventually shifted to watching games, analyzing matches, and later becoming engrossed in the game Football Manager. Although his father felt regret about this, he never reprimanded him. He would only come over silently when Lee Ran played games too late, patting his shoulder and saying, "Go to bed early, don't wear yourself out." Thinking of this, Lee Ran put down his chopsticks and looked at his parents. "Seriously, no, I went out to take care of some important matters and thought about my thesis at the same time." Lee Jiang-guo cleared his throat and asked with that peculiar, somewhat clumsy parental concern, "So after graduation, what are your plans? What have you thought about work?" Lee Jiang-guo cleared his throat again, his voice taking on that familiar, scrutinizing tone. "After graduation, what are your plans? Work cannot be delayed any longer." This was a moment he had to face. Lee Ran took a deep breath, looking at the white hairs at the temples of his parents, and spoke in a tone they had never heard before, calm to the point of being almost cold. "I don't plan to find a job." The air at the dinner table instantly froze. "I plan to go abroad to study for a graduate degree in sports management in the UK." His mother's chopsticks fell onto the table with a clatter, her eyes immediately turning red, her voice trembling. Go abroad? To the UK? How much will that cost? Sharon, are you talking nonsense?" Lee Jiang-guo took off his reading glasses and rubbed his temples vigorously, and when he looked up again, his eyes were filled with fatigue and disappointment. "Having ideas is a good thing, but you know the situation at home better than anyone." He did not continue, but Lee Ran understood. In his past life, it was this clarity that led him to give up on it. "I know." Lee Ran nodded, looking directly into his father's eyes. "So, I don't plan to use the family's money." His gaze was chillingly calm, devoid of any adolescent impulsiveness, only the absolute confidence of an adult weighing the pros and cons. "Dad, Mom, you don't need to worry about money." He spoke each word as if announcing a foregone conclusion. "Tuition and living expenses will roughly require 200,000. I will solve this money myself." "You will solve it? How will you solve it?" His mother's voice became sharp, filled with disbelief and concern. "Will you go work part-time?" "You." "Mom," Lee Ran interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for doubt. He turned to his father, the one in the family who truly understood football and could genuinely grasp his ambitions. "Dad, do you trust me?" Lee Jiang-guo looked at his son, gazing into those unfamiliar eyes filled with powerful control, swallowed hard, and said nothing. Lee Ran smiled. He knew the moment had come. 1 month. He extended a finger. "Give me 1 month. A month later, I will place all the costs required for school applications, 200,000 right here on this table, without a penny less. If I fail to do so," he paused, each word striking like a hammer on his parents' hearts, "I will immediately go look for work and never mention the words game and going abroad again." This statement, like a thunderous wager, left both Lee Jiang-guo and his wife completely stunned. They looked into their son's eyes, where the previous confusion and impulsiveness had vanished, replaced by a steadiness and determination they had never seen before. It was this incomprehensible steadiness that suppressed their doubts, making them willing to believe that the solution their son spoke of might truly exist. After spending a warm weekend at home, Lee Ran returned to school with the heavy love and support of his parents. His heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of calmness and determination. He no longer paid attention to the chaotic results of the World Cup. For him, those rewards were already within reach. At this moment, he had 2 crucial tasks: to complete a graduation thesis that would astonish his advisor, and a battle he must conquer in the IELTS exam. He decided to start with the thesis. Back in the dormitory, he took out paper and pen from his backpack, ignoring the noisy background of his roommates playing cards and watching movies, and began to construct the framework of his thesis. He did not choose the outdated topics, but instead settled on a title that seemed unique and even somewhat obscure in 2002. The significant meaning of the goalkeeper position in modern football, the evolution from passive defenders to proactive initiators of offense. At that moment, bang! The dormitory door was kicked open with great force from the outside, and LV Pin charged in like a bull, snatching the notebook from Lee Ran's hands. Lee Ran, what are you doing writing that crappy thesis at this hour? He glanced at the title, scoffed, and tossed it back onto the desk. What is this nonsense? A goalkeeper attacking. Just guarding the goal is good enough. LV Pin's face was flushed not out of anger, but excitement, a kind of festive exuberance. Hurry up. A historic moment. The Huaxiao team's World Cup debut is about to begin. Wang Yu and Chun Hui also tossed aside their mice and came over. Yeah. If we don't head to the public lounge now, there won't even be a place to stand. Lee Ran then lifted his head and glanced at his watch. June 4th, 2002, 2:25 p.m. He smiled. Yes, how could he miss this match? It was not just a game, but a grand ceremony of disillusionment for the nation. The entire dormitory building had already been engulfed by the opening music of CCTV 5. The public lounge was packed, the air mixed with sweat, smoke, and cheap excitement. Lee Ran and his roommates had a hard time squeezing into the crowd, staring at the 25-inch sharp color TV. On the screen, the Huaxiao team in white jerseys stood tall, singing the national anthem. Fan Zi Sun Jihai Yang, Chun Li Tai. The faces that would later exist only in yellowed sports newspapers were vividly alive on the world stage at this moment. Did you see that? Our physical fitness is no worse than Costa Rica's. LV Pin swung his fist vigorously. This is definitely the strongest national team in history. Today we have a chance, but I think we can at least score 1 point. Chun Hui, who had been severely disappointed by the French team's upset last time, had learned his lesson, but the hope in his tone was undeniable. Little Ji beside him patted Lee Ran's shoulder excitedly, asking Ran, good, do you think we can win today? Instantly the surroundings fell silent, dozens of eyes fixed on Lee Ran. Since the World Cup started, Lee Ran's reputation as the prophet had spread like wildfire in their small circle. He looked at the spirited players on the screen, then at the faces around him filled with pure hope. Win? A subtle, unnoticed smile curved at the corner of Lee Ran's mouth as he decided to respond with it. It's hard to say if when his voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. I bet Huaxiao won't score a single goal today. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere around him turned somewhat awkward. LV Pin's smile froze on his face. Then he said in a joking, teasing tone, Lee Ran, are you addicted to being a prophet? Pouring cold water on your own national team before the game. That's not fair. Just wait, if they score you have to drink 3 cups. Lee Ran did not explain further, simply watching the screen calmly. The match began. The Huaxiao team indeed played well with vigorous attacks and counterattacks. Just a few minutes into the game, at the edge of the penalty area, Zhao Juanjia received a pass from a teammate, welcomed the ball, and shot fiercely. The ball drew a beautiful arc in the air, brushing past the goalkeeper's desperate fingertips. Everyone in the lounge held their breath. In the next second, everyone was ready to jump up from their seats, cheering for this historic first goal. In that moment, a surge of passionate blood, unexpected, even to Lee Ran himself, rushed to his heart. He realized that his heart, long smoothed out by the vicissitudes of 2 lives, was uncontrollably pounding at this moment. His body instinctively leaned forward, fists clenched like all the ordinary fans around him, yearning for a miracle. Clang! A crisp, resounding sound like a death knell shattered everyone's fantasies and awakened Lee Ran. The ball struck the right goalpost hard and bounced off the baseline. Damn it! The huge sounds of regret and curses exploded instantly. Lee Ran slowly leaned back against the chair. The unreal flame that had ignited just a moment ago quickly extinguished, leaving only a cold ash of rebirth memories. The ensuing plot unfolded in his mind like a precisely executed program code. The Costa Ricans seized the opportunity and easily scored 2 goals. 0-2. The final whistle blew and the lounge fell into a deathly silence. After a while, LV Pin slammed his fist against the wall, his face filled with confusion and unwillingness, cursing, damn it. Our luck was too bad. If Zhao Junxia's shot had gone in, the result would have been different. Never mind, let's treat the next match against Brazil as a learning experience. For the last match against Turkey, we will definitely have a chance to score, right? Turkey is about our level, let's fight for it. Chun Hui also ignited the last glimmer of hope. Watching them weave their own hopeful lies, the long-repressed emotions of sorrow and anger within Lee Ran finally found an outlet. Stop dreaming. Lee Ran's voice was like an ice pick piercing through the false hope. He scanned the room, looking at the astonished faces, and spoke each word clearly. Against Turkey, we won't win either. The entire lounge fell silent. LV Pin was the first to react, his face flushed with immense disappointment and anger at being betrayed by a friendly Ran. Are you crazy? Wishing for your national team to lose? I'm just stating a fact. Li Ran's gaze was chillingly cold rather than clinging to unrealistic fantasies. Here, it's better to think about what we can do. He ignored his roommate's anger, turned around, and pushed through the crowd to leave. The insane thought in his heart had now transformed from a ripple into a volcano on the verge of eruption. I want to personally train a goalkeeper. His voice was not loud, yet everyone behind him could hear it clearly. A goalkeeper who can kick the ball and organize attacks. A guardian who can change the tactical landscape of the Huaxia team. 20 years from now, I want the whole world to remember his name. He did not look back, walking straight out of the lounge. Behind him was a still life painting. LV Pin's eyes were bloodshot, his face a mask of anger and confusion, his trembling finger pointed at the empty doorway. Chun Hui and Wang Yu lowered their heads, their faces filled with the complete bewilderment after the last thread of hope was punctured. Little Ji, however, leaned back in his chair devoid of anger or confusion. He simply watched the direction where Li Ran had disappeared. This guy is impressive, I give him full marks. Mid-June arrived as the haze of the World Cup group stage gradually faded, while graduation season within the ivory tower reached its final trial, the thesis defense. These days the entire nation was immersed in a complex blend of emotions, pride and sorrow over the national team's historic yet heartbreaking debut at the World Cup, astonishment at one stunning upset after another throughout the tournament. For Li Ran, this was the busiest and most fulfilling period since his rebirth. He polished his groundbreaking thesis on the modern goalkeeper to perfection, all the while observing the unfolding World Cup with the calm detachment of a man watching destiny replay itself exactly as he remembered. Who could have imagined it? The defending champions France failed to win a single match and didn't score a single goal in the group stage. Just like that, they went home. And Argentina too, Batistuta, Veron Crespo, such a star-studded squad, yet sent packing. In their dormitory, Chun Hui and Lu Pin spent each day poring over the sports section of the newspaper, sighing in disbelief. Today was Li Ran's turn for his thesis defense. Dressed in a crisp white shirt, he stepped onto the podium before 3 senior professors from the School of Physics. His thesis, titled The Evolving Significance of the Modern Football Goalkeeper from Passive Defender to Active Catalyst of Attack, had already left his advisor awestruck. Distinguished professors, my central argument is this: following FIFA's 1990 rule revision favoring attacking play, particularly the reinterpretation of offside, the tactical value of anti-offside strategies was exponentially amplified. This objectively demanded far more effective control of the space between the defensive line and the goalkeeper. Simultaneously, modern football increasingly emphasized compact formations and coordinated collective movement, a trend epitomized by Sachai's revolutionary zonal pressing system at AC Milan. When these two forces converged, a logical inevitability emerged: the entire defensive line must advance collectively, compressing midfield space. And this in turn imposed an entirely new revolutionary demand upon the goalkeeper. He could no longer remain anchored to the goal line. He must possess both the capability and the instinct to expand his defensive radius forward to the edge of the penalty area, assuming the traditional role of a sweeper. I call this new archetype the goal sweeper. His ball-playing ability with his feet will become the very first catalyst of transition from defense to attack, directly determining the quality and tempo of counterattacks. A senior professor furrowed his brow and interrupted. Mr. Li Ran, your proposition is remarkably bold. A goalkeeper's primary duty remains defense. Overemphasizing offensive attributes risks reversing priorities. Legends like Germany's Kahn or Denmark's Schmeichel rose to immortality through peerless shot-stopping prowess. Li Ran nodded, gently, composed and unhurried. Professor, you are absolutely right. Exceptional shot-stopping is foundational. But what I propose is that this merely defines an excellent goalkeeper. The elite goalkeeper of tomorrow will inevitably be those who reshape tactics with their feet, whose vision and execution transform the game itself. Imagine when your goalkeeper participates in backline build-up. Like a defender, your team gains a permanent numerical advantage in the final third. Unsurprisingly, Li Ran's thesis earned the highest distinction and the school's top score for the year. With unassailable expertise, he brought his university years to a flawless close. Now came the moment to claim his life-launch capital. The next morning, in the VIP reception room of the Provincial Sports Lottery Administration, the air-conditioned chill tightened the skin. The office director courteously poured Li Ran a glass of water, his smile polite and practiced. Mr. Li, truly young and accomplished. May we verify your lottery tickets? Beside him, a finance officer glanced down at her computer, her expression professionally detached, as if yet another improbable youth had just stumbled into luck. Let's start with a smaller one. Li Ran withdrew a 4-match goals game ticket from his backpack and slid it across the table. The officer scanned and cross-checked it with practiced ease. The next second, her fingers froze mid-kai press. First prize. She looked up, her professional smile now edged with genuine curiosity. Congratulations, Mr. Li. This draw's first prize is exceptionally high, 100,000 yuan. The director chimed in warmly, a spectacular opening win. This game is notoriously difficult to crack. You've got remarkable skill, Mr. Li. To him, this was surely the zenith of the young man's fortune. Li Ran said nothing, only reached into his backpack once more and placed a second ticket on the table. The 6-match halftime full-time ticket. Please verify this one as well. She took it again. As she read the bet slip and entered the data, her hand seized rigidly. The winning notification flashing on screen drained the color from her face. Without speaking, she jerked her head up and locked eyes with her director, unblinking. Sensing something amiss, the director hurried over and peered at the screen. His breath stopped dead. Per ticket prize, 8,000 yuan. The officer's voice cracked dry and hoarse, as though issuing not from her own throat. The director's smile froze, then shattered. He coughed awkwardly, trying to regain composure, but his facial muscles refused to obey. MMR. Leave this. Could a 20-year-old casually produce 2 tickets and instantly win 900,000 yuan? This defied explanation, not by luck nor by skill alone. Yet Li Ran's performance had only meeting their stunned, almost fearful gazes. He reached deep into his backpack and withdrew the thick 104 yuan match result game full system ticket. Thump. The ticket landed softly on the table, yet its impact struck them like a sledgehammer. Apologies, this is today's main course. Her hands trembled. With near reverent awe, she accepted the ticket, her fingers shaking as she typed the final confirmation digit. Boom. The director catapulted upright from the sofa, his chair shrieking backward across the floor. He pointed first at the 3 slender slips of paper, then at Li Ran's unruffled face, feeling his entire worldview shatter blow by blow beneath this young man's quiet gaze. On screen, the words burned with searing intensity. First prize. Only 2 winners nationwide. Per ticket prize. 25,000 yuan. The finance officer slumped into her chair, spine collapsing as if every bone had vanished, murmuring mindlessly, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Silence swallowed the VIP room whole. Li Ran finally lifted his gaze, breaking the suffocating stillness. He regarded the 2 utterly dazed staff members and calmly calculated aloud. 100,000 plus 800,000 plus 2.5 million, totaling 3.4 million. At a 20 windfall tax rate, my net payout should be 2.72 million. Does that sound correct? When Li Ran completed all formalities and the life-altering sum settled into his bank account, he departed through the special access corridor, under the director's and officers' near-reverential escort. He knew from this day forward his name would become an unsolved enigma within the annals of that lottery. The clamor of the World Cup continued, and there were only a few days left until the graduation ceremony. When the substantial prize money that could change his fate turned from a string of numbers into a source of confidence in his bank account, Li Ran dialed the phone number of the woman he had only met once. Teacher Zhao, this is Li Ran. His tone was steady and direct. I would like to finalize the plan with you in person. When are you available? On the other end of the line, Zhao Qian clearly remembered the name and promptly replied, It's you, Li. Of course. Are you free at 2 this afternoon? We can meet and discuss in detail. All right, see you at 2. At 2 in the afternoon, Li Ran pushed open the glass door of Qihong Study Abroad on time. There was no reception desk and no unnecessary pleasantries. Zhao Qian was seated in the same semi-open glass cubicle as last time, dressed in a gray professional suit, her ponytail high and taut like a sword poised to strike. This was not some professional atmosphere. It was the scent of money. Hello, student. Do you need advice on study abroad services? The receptionist's smile was as standardized. Li, before you speak, let me state the conclusion first. Zhao Qian's fingertip lightly tapped the document, her tone calm to the point of coldness. It is the end of June now. The application channels for all universities in the UK for the September intake have been closed to you for months. By normal procedures, you have already wasted a year. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, sufficient to extinguish any ordinary graduate's hopes. Yet Li Ran's heart remained unperturbed. He was not here to follow the normal procedures. He calmly looked at Zhao Qian and said, Teacher Zhao, I understand the conventional process. But I have only one requirement from the beginning to the end. I must set foot on British soil this year. Zhao Qian's brows furrowed slightly. That does not comply with the regulations. It is almost impossible. Nothing is impossible, Li Ran interrupted her, leaning slightly forward, emanating a powerful aura, especially when the money is in place. He looked at Zhao Qian and laid it all out. Teacher Zhao, let's speak candidly. Last time you mentioned that you could tell me about some alternative routes. Let's not discuss your regular plans. Let's talk about a result-oriented custom service. I am willing to pay 5,000 yuan as a service fee for this special plan. This money buys your expertise, your connections, and your ability to solve this impossible problem. My goal remains unchanged. You design the process. 50,000. Zhao Qian could hardly believe her ears, her hand holding the glass stopping in midair. This figure far exceeded any expedited or special case fee in the industry. She suddenly raised her head, re-evaluating the young man before her. The calmness and determination in his gaze coupled with the number he had just quoted created a striking impact that made her heart race. He did not appear to be a desperate student. He was clearly a client, holding a hefty check seeking results without questioning the process. This challenge to defy the impossible case along with the generous reward behind it instantly ignited her ambition as a top consultant. She was silent for nearly a minute, rapidly calculating all possibilities in her mind. Finally, she raised her head, her eyes shimmering with professional brilliance. The conventional master's application is indeed impossible now. However, she leaned slightly forward, her tone becoming focused and powerful. There is still one way, a unique narrow door. However, this requires you to be outstanding enough. Lee, how were your academic results during your time at school? Above average, Lee Ran replied. But I just graduated with a thesis that was the highest score of the year, successfully obtaining my graduation certificate and degree. That's simply wonderful. Zhao Qian seemed to have found the last puzzle piece. The University of Liverpool has its own language center. We can leverage the fact that your IELTS score is temporarily below standard to apply for the master's pre-sessional language course that starts from September to December this year. Under this name, the school has independent enrollment quotas and flexible timelines. I will prepare a highly persuasive personal statement for you emphasizing your passion for and unique insights into the sports management major, and include your excellent thesis as proof of your academic capability to secure you a language course master's course package offer for next September. This way you can legitimately obtain a visa this year and report to the University of Liverpool. You will have nearly a year to study and live in the university's environment, adapting to everything in advance. As long as you pass the internal language exam at the end of the course, you can seamlessly transition to the master's program next September. This is the only legitimate plan that can get you on British soil this year under the current circumstances. Upon hearing this, a knowing smile finally appeared on Lee Ran's face. He knew he had made the right bet. Money was indeed the fastest key to unlocking all possibilities. Professional, he praised sincerely. Very good. Zhao Qian pushed a contract and a POS machine toward him. Swipe your card sign, and we will be in the same boat. Lee Ran did not hesitate, entered the password, and signed. The entire process flowed smoothly. When the receipt of the transaction was printed out, Zhao Qian's smile blossomed completely. Pleasant cooperation, Lee. Now it's your turn. Suddenly she shifted her tone, her expression becoming serious. The application for this language course, although it does not require a high overall score, still needs a basic IELTS score of at least 5. Our application process plus the time waiting for the school to issue the admission notice usually takes about 2 months. She pointed to a date circled in red on the calendar on the wall. In other words, you must provide me with an IELTS score of no less than 5 by the end of August. Otherwise, you will miss the final admission date for the September language course, and all our previous efforts will be in vain. Her gaze became sharp, as if scrutinizing, yet also warning. Lee Ran, I will speak plainly. The 5,000 you paid today buys you access to this narrow door that I found for you, as well as my team's professional services. It does not buy miracles. I have paved this road for you, but the mountain of IELTS 5 requires you to climb it with your bare hands in less than 2 months. I have seen too many smart students like you ultimately stumble over the most basic and toughest hurdle, English. She looked at Lee Ran, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Don't let me down, and don't let your money go to waste. Stepping out of this set sail study abroad office, Lee Ran felt an overwhelming surge of power. With the collaboration with Zhao Qian injected a potent adrenaline rush into his dormant soul, finally providing a solid foundation for his grand blueprint. He glanced at his watch. There were less than 2 months left until the deadline Zhao Qian had set for the end of August. Time was the only luxury he could not afford to waste at this moment. On Academy Road, the billboards of various training institutions dazzled the eye. Without hesitation, Lee Ran walked straight into the most impressive and well-advertised global IELTS training center. He was greeted by a meticulously made-up course consultant. When Lee Ran directly stated his need to achieve an IELTS score of 5 within a month, she offered a professionally skeptical smile. Student, your goal is quite challenging. I recommend our summer intensive class, which can specifically enhance your listening, speaking, reading, and writing skills within a month. The tuition fee is 4,800 yuan. Alternatively, you can consider our guarantee class. If your exam score does not reach the target, we will refund the tuition in full, but this class is slightly more expensive at 6,000 yuan. Lee Ran shook his head, his voice calm, yet resolute. The large class is too slow, the pace does not suit me. I need the most efficient plan. He looked at the consultant, speaking in an undeniable tone. I need your center's best teacher for VIP unknown lessons. Starting tomorrow until the day before my exam, I need at least 4 hours each day focusing on listening and speaking in the morning and reading and writing in the afternoon. As for the course fees, he paused, I can pay double the highest hourly rate listed on your price list. The course consultant was completely taken aback, quickly sizing up Li Ran, whose gaze held no trace of. She quickly calculated in her mind. The VIP unknown course was already expensive, and doubling the price meant a tuition fee that would astonish an ordinary working-class family. Sir. Her address unconsciously shifted from student to sir, her tone becoming much more serious. Are you sure? I am sure. Money is not an issue. What I need is efficiency and results. Li Ran interrupted her, leaning slightly forward, a palpable sense of pressure enveloping the room. I need you to prove right now that your ace teacher is worth the price and time I am willing to invest. The pressure made her immediately retract her professional smile, standing up. All right, Mr. Li, I will promptly contact our teaching department's 2 directors for you. In the following days, Li Ran's life became extremely regimented. During the day, he absorbed knowledge like a sponge in the training class. To improve his learning efficiency, he even chose not to return home at night, instead immersing himself in a sea of questions and listening materials at the library. When he was tired, he simply returned to his dormitory to sleep. On June 18th, the World Cup's round of 16 featured a highly anticipated match, the blue-clad Italian team against the host South Korean team. In the evening, a few people in the dormitory gathered in front of the television again. Li Ran, responding to his roommate's invitation, reluctantly paused his studies for the night to watch the match with them. After all, with graduation approaching, such moments were becoming increasingly rare. This match is a foregone conclusion, right? Lupin, looking at the starting lineup on the screen, spoke first. Italy just needs to play normally to win by at least 2 goals against South Korea. Well, that's hard to say. After watching this World Cup, I feel like nothing is impossible, replied the honest Zhou Yang. Li Ran then looked at Chun Hui with interest and joked, Brother Hui, are you not banking today? Since the opening match, Chun Hui had become much more zen, his nerves frayed by the frequent upset results, and he had long ceased to place any bets. He smiled wryly and waved his hand. Li Ran, don't tease me. This World Cup is truly bizarre. I'd better stick to just watching the match. Then he couldn't help but begin his technical analysis. But to be fair, the teams in the group stage are still finding their form, especially the powerhouse teams that just finished their leagues and are now competing. They must be fatigued. However, now that we are in the knockout stage, under the condition that losing means going home, the strong teams will definitely show their true strength. Just like in today's match, don't be fooled by the home advantage South Korea has. When facing the Italian cannon, they are certainly doomed. I think Italy will win by at least 3 goals today. His analysis immediately garnered nods from Lupin and Zhou Yang, everyone expressing their support for Italy, similar to the situation in the opening match between France and Senegal. Seeing this situation, Wang Yu mischievously asked Li Ran, Oldly, you haven't stated your position yet. Who are you supporting today? It wouldn't be South Korea again, would it? All eyes once again focused on Li Ran. He picked up a can of beer, but did not drink, merely absently spinning it in his hands. He surveyed his circle of eager roommates and said slowly, the strength, form, and home advantage you mentioned are all valid. But in football matches, especially in knockout stages of this level, there are far too many factors that can affect the outcome. He paused, looking at the scene on the screen where both teams' players were entering the field, and then spoke slowly. Tonight, the direction of the match may not be determined by how many goals Italy scores or how many kilometers South Korea runs. Instead, you should pay more attention to that black-clad figure running around the field the most, yet never touching the ball, the one in black. The referee. Chun Hui asked, puzzled. Li Ran nodded, his gaze deepening as he added, sometimes the direction of a match is more influenced by the one blowing the whistle than by the players themselves. Just watch, Italy will find it extremely difficult to play today. After saying this, he fell silent, leaning back in his chair like a prophet waiting for the show to begin. The match began. In the first half, Vieri scored, putting Italy in the lead. The dormitory immediately erupted in a brief cheer. See, I told you the strength is evident. Can the referee really blow the ball into South Korea's goal? Chun Hui said with a smile, his previously tense nerves relaxing. However, as the match progressed, they gradually sensed something was wrong. Every decision made by referee Moreno seemed to intentionally or unintentionally favor the home team. In the second half, South Korea miraculously equalized. As the match entered extra time, when Totti fell in the penalty area, Moreno unhesitatingly pulled out a second yellow card for simulation and sent him off. Chun Hui suddenly remembered Li Ran's words, a chill instantly rising in his heart. Even more outrageous followed. With one less player, Italy scored a golden goal by Tomasai, but it was disallowed by the referee for an inexplicable offside reason. I'm not watching anymore. What a load of crap. Lupin angrily tried to turn off the television. Just as the Italian player's mentality was about to collapse, in the 117th minute of extra time, On Young-won scored a header to seal the golden goal. Italy was eliminated in the most humiliating and absurd manner. Black whistle. This is definitely a black whistle. Angry roars came from the adjacent dormitory, filling the entire dormitory building with curses against the referee. Only Li Ran's dormitory remained unusually quiet. After a long time, Chun Hui trembled as he walked to Li Ran's side, his voice quivering, brotherly. Did you let us watch the referee? Did you already know? This match was not clean. Li Ran slowly opened his eyes. He had been resting with his eyes closed. Facing the mixed gazes of awe and fear from his roommates, he calmly replied, now do you understand what the host's buff means? Li Ran's divine prophecy has elevated his status in the dormitory, making him a living deity. Chun Hui and Lu Pin now look at him, as if he were a monster in human skin, no longer daring to discuss any football predictions with him, feeling as if they were flaunting their skills before a true god. But for Li Ran, all of this was merely a small episode in his long-term plan. In the days to come, he would devote all his energy to preparing for the IELTS. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the graduation ceremony. Li Ran, along with his roommates, donned slightly oversized gowns and took photos around the familiar campus. As the principal delivered the usual cliches of blessings during the ceremony, Li Ran's heart was filled with for him being able to attend this graduation ceremony, which belonged to his youth and brimmed with infinite possibilities and unknown futures, was already the best gift from fate. At the moment when everyone threw their caps high into the sky, the hats filled the air like a flock of black birds, signaling the end of a chapter in life. That evening, the graduation dinner belonged to Li Ran and his roommates. At the barbecue stall near the school's back gate, where they had eaten for 4 years, the aroma of beer and grilled skewers mingled with the sadness of parting. I plan to go back to my hometown, said Wang Yu, usually the loudest among them, now a bit downcast. My dad found me a job at a government agency in the county, although it's not very meaningful, it's stable. I plan to stay in the provincial capital for another 2 years, Lu Pin said, taking a big gulp of beer. Let's see if I can find a better company. If not, I'll also go back. Honest Zhou Yang adjusted his glasses and said, I plan to take the postgraduate entrance exam just for our school. Chun Hui looked at Li Ran, his gaze complicated. Li Go, what about you? You must have a big plan, right? All eyes were focused on Li Ran. He smiled, raised his glass, and stood up. I plan to go to England to study and then work there, he stated this fact calmly. England? Everyone gasped in surprise. Awesome, Rango. I knew you were extraordinary. Just as everyone was preparing to ask more, the usually quiet Xiao Ji slowly raised his glass, signaling for silence. His expression was unusually serious. Li Ran, his voice was soft yet clear enough for everyone present to hear. Do you remember what you were like a month ago before your thesis defense? Li Ran was taken aback and remained silent. Xiao Ji continued, at that time you spent most of your days in the internet cafe, glued to the computer, barely leaving the screen except for meals and sleep. He paused, scanning each person at the table. But in just this short month, I feel like you've become a different person. His gaze refocused on Li Ran, filled with curiosity and confusion. The graduation thesis you wrote was praised by the professors. Then you went crazy, being the first to wake up and the last to sleep, desperately learning English. Others might not have noticed, but I saw it all. Xiao Ji lifted his glass and gently tapped it on the table, producing a soft sound that resonated in everyone. We are like standing by a river, unsure of what the other side looks like, lost and hesitant about how to cross it. But you give me the feeling that you have known the scenery on the other side all along. You are not just preparing, you are on your way, heading towards a clear goal. I can't see through you, but I respect you. This glass I toast to you. No matter what you do in the future, I believe you will surely succeed. Li Ran looked at the vibrant and sincere faces before him. A warm current surged in his heart. Come on, brothers, he raised his glass high, to our respective futures, and to our 4 years of youth. Cheers. Cheers. The clinking of glasses produced a crisp sound, shattering the 4 years of time. The next day, after bidding farewell to each roommate, Li Ran returned to his hellish IELTS sprint. After several more days of classes, his VIP course instructor, Teacher Wang, looked at Li Ran's report card after a mock test, her face filled with surprise and confusion. Li Ran, your progress is astonishing. Teacher Wang adjusted her glasses, especially your vocabulary. This is quite unusual. Your grammar and fluency in speaking truly need extensive practice to improve. However, she pointed at the reading and listening scores. Your understanding of many academic and even obscure terms far exceeds that of an average university student. Many core IELTS vocabulary words seem to come naturally to you, as if you've hardly missed any. Can you tell me why? Li Ran smiled, knowing this was one of the most precious inheritances left from his past life. He scratched his head and replied in a half-serious tone, Teacher, want to be honest, my only hobby is being obsessed with a computer game called Football Manager. To understand the detailed data of players' team tactics, emails from scouts, and various options for communicating with the board, I played the English version. That game has a particularly large amount of text, he continued, filled with professional vocabulary related to economics, management, contracts, tactics, psychology, and medicine. To fully understand it, I had to rely on a dictionary, memorizing every word painstakingly. Perhaps it was just coincidence, but many words overlapped with the IELTS vocabulary. Teacher Wang's eyes lit up with realization, and a look of excitement spread across her face. She finally understood. This student before her was not a blank slate, but a rough gem with a unique talent tree. His English skills were extremely unbalanced, his application ability was weak, but his foundational vocabulary had been solidly laid due to this unique experience. Teacher Wang's eyes sparkled with the discovery of a precious stone, as she adjusted her glasses, her tone filled with uncontainable excitement. I see. I understand now. Li Ran, you are not starting from zero. You have treasure waiting to be uncovered. You have already tackled the parts that require the most time for rote memorization. She looked at Li Ran, her eyes filled with unprecedented confidence. Li Ran, I assure you, with your current vocabulary level along with our targeted application skills training by the end of August, or even possibly by the end of July, I am 100% confident that you will achieve the score you desire. On this day, Li Ran arrived at the VIP classroom as usual, but there was an additional person inside. A tall white man with deep-set eyes and a head of light brown curly hair. Li Ran, this is Robert, Teacher Wang introduced. He is a foreign teacher specially invited for you by our center. For the time to come, he will be your speaking partner simulating real dialogue scenarios. Hello, Li Ran. Robert smiled and extended his hand, his Chinese pronunciation carrying a peculiar accent. Hello, Robert. Li Ran nervously replied in English, clearly lacking confidence in his language skills. After the greeting, Robert enthusiastically invited Li Ran to take a seat. To ease Li Ran's nervousness, Robert decided to start with Li Ran's interests. He asked in English, Li Ran, let's talk about your hobbies. Can you tell me what you enjoy doing? With Teacher Wang's help translating, Li Ran replied, I usually enjoy playing games online and football. As soon as the word football left Li Ran's mouth, Robert's eyes lit up as if he had found his footing. The previous professional smile of a language teacher transformed into genuine enthusiasm among fans. Oh, football. Fantastic. He excitedly rubbed his hands together. Which team do you support? The mighty Manchester United or the elegant Arsenal? Li Ran shook his head and said, I prefer the fighting spirit of Liverpool. A fan of the Reds. Robert laughed heartily. Well, at least you're not a fan of that team next door. I'm from Manchester, but I'm not a United fan. Ooh, I'm a City fan. Real Mancunians support City. In 2002, Manchester City was still just a small team fluctuating between the Premier League and the Championship, far from the oil empire it would become. Supporting Manchester City further affirmed his identity as a local. Their shared interest instantly broke the language barrier. Their conversation naturally shifted to the recently concluded World Cup. Robert was still bothered by England's loss to Brazil in the quarterfinals. Our tactics were too rigid. Robert complained, we have the best crossing master in the world, Beckham, yet we just kept him on the wing crossing over and over. It was such a waste. Li Ran took a deep breath, struggling to construct sentences in his mind. He first pointed to one side of the table and said wing, then shook his head vigorously, pointing to a deeper midfield position, awkwardly uttering a few key English words. No. His position, back here. Deeplying. Playmaker. Teacher Wang immediately understood and quickly translated for Robert. What Li Ran means is that he shouldn't be a traditional winger, but rather a deeper creative core. Imagine if Beckham's position were moved back to a deeper midfield role, what would happen? Li Ran gestured on the table. He could completely escape the tight marking of the opposing fullback and gain the broadest vision. He wouldn't need to sprint or dribble. He just needs to lift his foot to deliver his surgical long passes, finding any forward directly. He would become the team's playmaker, just like a quarterback in American football, orchestrating every attack. Quarterback. Robert murmured, repeating the term, his expression entirely transformed. He was a seasoned fan, but he had never heard anyone describe Beckham as a quarterback. This analogy was precise, bold, and filled with disruptive imagination. This was not something an ordinary fan would conceive. It resembled the tactical thinking of a top coach. Instantly, Robert wanted to dig deeper into the treasure that was Li Ran. All right, Li Ran, I admit you know your stuff. Then what do you think about my team, Manchester City? We just returned to the Premier League, and everyone thinks we are relegation candidates. What should we do? This was a typical fan question. Robert expected answers like, buy a good striker or strengthen the defense. Li Ran pondered for a moment, knowing that it was time to showcase his true heritage. Staying up is just a short-term goal. It's too narrow-minded. Li Ran shook his head and said slowly, a correct model is more important than one or two good players. Looking at Robert, who appeared puzzled, he continued, what is the current perception of the Premier League among fans? It's speed, physicality, and simple, brutal long balls. Most teams are playing a rigid 442 formation, methodically organizing attacks and defenses. But think about it, why do fans all over the world love to watch Real Madrid, Barcelona, AC Milan, and Lee Ran's tone carried a penetrating insight because their style is beautiful. Football is fluid, full of creativity rather than just a shell with strength. The future undoubtedly belongs to technique and control. If the Premier League wants to be the top league, it must abandon its outdated style. He gestured again. Midfield cannot just be two parallel lines. It must have layers forming a solid triangle with one player sitting back to defend and two others more flexible in attack. Only then can the game be truly controlled. What he described was precisely the 433 system that would be popularized by Guardiola, Klopp, and others over a decade later, completely changing the landscape of the Premier League. The relaxed expression on Robert's face had vanished, replaced by a mix of shock and focus. Every word from Lee Ran was overturning his long-held traditional beliefs as a decades-long England fan. It crushed his pride as someone from the football kingdom into the ground. "Oh my God, Lee Ran." Robert looked at him with disbelief and admiration in his eyes. "Your understanding is so profound. Are you really just a fan? This perspective is 100 times deeper than those so-called football experts in our country's newspapers." Lee Ran merely smiled humbly. "These are just some immature thoughts of mine." Robert sincerely replied, "No, your ideas are very mature and astonishingly interesting. Lee Ran, I think you could change the way you practice English." He took a piece of paper and a pen, writing down a website. "Memorizing things by rote is too dull. Since you have such a deep understanding of football, why not go to the place where fans truly exchange ideas? That is the most vibrant language environment." He handed the note to Lee Ran. "This is a BBS forum where we British fans often go, called The Scout. You can check it out more. There are all sorts of discussions about tactics, players, transfers, and it will greatly enhance your reading." He looked at Lee Ran, winked, and added with a smile, "And if you try to write a post in English about what you just told me, I guarantee you will receive many friendly greetings from British fans. Engaging with them in English is the fastest way to improve your writing skills." Lee Ran solemnly accepted the note, feeling a surge of excitement within. In the last few days before graduation, Lee Ran's life was split into two distinct halves. The VIP classroom during the day was a dull battleground dedicated to IELTS. At night, the electronic reading room of the library led to another world, one where just a keystroke could stir the winds and clouds thousands of miles away in a brand new hunting ground. Robert's words were like a stone thrown into the lake of his heart, sending ripples that have yet to settle. It was not merely a suggestion to learn English, but a declaration of war, a challenge for modern football thinking against the old and arrogant. And Lee Ran would be the sole prophet. He sat in front of the computer, the cold light of the screen reflecting off his calm face. In the browser's address bar, he typed out the URL that would change everything. The Scout. Co. UK. Enter. A rudimentary web page dominated by red and white, designed in the last century, popped up. At the top, pixel art spelled out the name of the forum, The Scout. Here was his starting point. He clicked to register, the cursor blinking quietly in the ID field. What sort of identity should he assume in this world? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, only to fall silent in the end. He did not need any flashy titles. The purest was the most lethal. He typed 2 letters L. N. Registration successful. As Robert had said, this was an online pub for English fans. At this moment, the forum's homepage was almost entirely occupied by the Xianglin Saw-style complaints of the World Cup exit, filled with bitterness, anger, and cheap fantasies about the future. Lee Ran's gaze swept over the titles like a wolf surveying its territory, quickly filtering out the meaningless emotional trash. He was searching for the perfect entry point, a battlefield where he could make a name for himself. Soon he zeroed in on the 3 hottest posts. The first battlefield was a debate about money. Manchester United was prepared to splurge $30 million to acquire Leeds United's centre-back Rio Ferdinand. At the time, this was an astronomical figure. 9 out of 10 replies in the post mocked Manchester United for going mad, epitomizing the phrase "foolish people with too much money." Lee Ran looked at these short-sighted remarks, feeling no ripple of emotion within. He was even too lazy to start a new post, and directly typed his first sentence in the reply box. L. N. replied, "You are debating the price, but Sir Ferguson is contemplating the championship's fate for the next 5 years. The essence of this transaction has never been about money but about tactics. How many times last season did Manchester United's defense crumble under the speed of Henry and Pires? What Ferguson wanted to buy was not a defender, but the antidote to Henry. This was a strategic investment, not an impulsive purchase. With 30 million buying a weapon that could lock down Arsenal's ace. Do you think that's too expensive? No unnecessary words. Buy every single one." Struck to the core. He clicked send and then refreshed the page. The previously ongoing bickering about prices seemed to have been paused. Seconds later, the wind began to change. The antidote to Henry. That saying, damn, it makes some sense. From a tactical standpoint, it does seem to be true. Who is this L. N? A newcomer. The analytical perspective is quite sharp. Lee Ran knew he had made the right first move. Next came the second battlefield. A hot post about Liverpool's prospects for the new season. The Reds fans were celebrating the signing of the World Cup dark horses Senegalese duo, Diouf and Diao, and believed the team was capable of toppling Manchester United and Arsenal. Blind optimism is the breeding ground for failure, Lee Rand thought. This time he chose to start a new post with a title that was very restrained, even somewhat humble. Title: A few calm thoughts on Liverpool's summer transfers, posted by L.N. Please allow me to pour a bucket of cold water. The national team's performance and the Premier League are two different worlds. Diouf's brilliance in the World Cup was built on the vast space of counterattacks and his absolute tactical core position in the team. But in the Premier League, he faced a penalty area packed with 10 players every week. He had neither space nor time. His technical weaknesses would be magnified infinitely. Liverpool's true shortcoming is not the wings, but the midfield. They lack a creator who can deliver deadly passes like Beckham or Pires. A true commander. No amount of spending on the wrong path can lead to the right destination. This post was no longer an analysis, but a judgment. The effect was immediate. Less than a minute after posting, a flood of greetings came pouring in. Another damn Londoner is jealous of us. Do you know about football? Have you seen Diouf play? The IDL.N. was quickly becoming known throughout. Now everything was ready. He clicked on the third post, which was his true target for the night, about the conflict between Barcelona's new coach Van Gaal and the team's star Rivaldo. Fans were passionately debating the age-old topic of which is more important, superstars or tactics. Lee Rand shook his head at the arguments. Ridiculous. You have no idea how cold-blooded the commercial calculations behind this game are. He took a deep breath and typed the most outrageous yet arrogant title of the night. Stop your arguments and let me tell you Rivaldo's fate. In the post, he no longer used any analytical or negotiable tone. He spoke in a tone that stated established facts godlike. First, in Van Gaal's tactical dictionary, there is no word for king. Anyone challenging his authority must leave, no matter who they are. Second, and most importantly, you have all overlooked Barcelona's financial reports. They simply cannot afford Rivaldo's top salary. The so-called tactical conflict is merely their excuse to elegantly shed this salary burden. So stop guessing how much Real Madrid will bid. Because the truth is, Barcelona, in order to maintain the coach's authority and to rid themselves of this salary, will make one of the craziest decisions in football history. They will not sell Rivaldo. They will choose to terminate the contract with this world footballer directly. He will leave as a free agent. His next stop will be AC Milan. The post was sent out. The entire forum seemed to have been hit by a depth charge. After a brief silence, there was a volcanic eruption. This time it was no longer anger, but pure unabashed ridicule and disdain. I swear this is the most foolish and absurd post I have ever seen on the Scout. No exceptions. Terminate a contract with the world footballer. Do you think the president of Barcelona is your neighbor's fool? This guy is just a clown seeking attention. Ban him. Lee Rand leaned back in his chair, watching the screen fill with a flurry of insults and mockery, unable to suppress the smile creeping up at the corners of his mouth. He did not close the webpage, but rather enjoyed the storm he had personally created. Keyboard. He thought, I hope your keyboard is of good quality, because it won't be long before you will have to type out L.N. is a god. In late July, just as Lee Rand was wholly engrossed in the final sprint for his IELTS exam and was almost isolated from the world, the deep-water bomb he had dropped on the Scout forum finally exploded. A breaking news story spread across the globe through Reuters and various major sports media. FC Barcelona officially announced the contract with their Brazilian star and former World Footballer of the Year Rivaldo was terminated early following mutual agreement. Effective immediately, Rivaldo became a free agent. This news left the entire football world in shock. Meanwhile, on the Scout forum, it triggered a cyber earthquake. Someone immediately unearthed Lee Rand's long-overlooked Supreme Prophecy post. My God, that guy named L.N. was right. He said a week ago that Barca would part ways with Rivaldo. FK, I apologize for my previous ignorance. What on earth is going on? Not only did he predict the outcome accurately, but he also foresaw the most unlikely scenario of a contract termination. Who is he? Is he a relative of Rivaldo? Or perhaps a close friend of Van Gaal? This is definitely insider information. 100% insider news. Shortly thereafter, AC Milan officially announced the signing of free agent Rivaldo. All of Lee Rand's predictions from his post came true within a mere 10 days. In no time, the entire forum was abuzz discussing the mysterious ID from the East L.N. His post was pinned, highlighted, and revered. Those who had previously mocked him began to apologize in the comments, while many others frantically considering him a relative party able to connect directly with the club's upper management. At this moment, the online prophet, who was being sought after by countless people, was blissfully unaware of the outside world, focusing on his final preparations for the IELTS exam in the school library. On the eve of the exam, Lee Rand burned the midnight oil in the library until closing time. The table and floor were littered with A4 sheets filled with notes and various IELTS study materials. The air was thick with a blend of coffee and ink. For the past month, this place had been his trench. Unlike other candidates who anxiously scrolled through prediction questions before the exam, he was like a surgeon about to perform a delicate operation, conducting a final check of his instruments. He quickly reviewed the speaking topics and the writing templates he had memorized in his mind, ensuring everything was. At midnight, he closed his book and returned to his dormitory, feeling neither nervous nor anxious. As soon as he lay down, he fell into a deep sleep. He knew he had prepared to the best of his ability. On the day of the exam, the written test took place in the morning. As the listening test commenced, when the standardized and clear British accents came through the headphones, Lee Rand even felt it was a bit slow. Having undergone the rapid-fire verbal onslaught of BBC News and Robert Style, this exam speed felt like beginner mode to him. The reading section was unexpectedly his home turf. The 3 lengthy academic articles spanned sociology and economics, featuring highly specialized content. Thanks to his extensive reading of various analytical reports in his previous life for a thorough understanding of Football Manager, he had accumulated a vast vocabulary of business and academic terms far exceeding that of his peers. Those specialized terms and lengthy, complex sentences that plagued other candidates were merely logical modules he could swiftly deconstruct. Most crucially for the writing exam, upon receiving the essay topic, Lee Rand pondered for only half a minute before retrieving his prepared template number 3 from his memory. Like a skilled craftsman, he used the simplest, yet most reliable grammar and sentence structures to fill in his views into the pre-established framework. In the afternoon, the speaking test was the segment he felt least confident about, yet had prepared for the most. When the examiner handed him a Part 2 topic card, he glanced at the prompt: describe a recent news event that you found very interesting. He felt a surge of joy. This was practically a tailor-made question for him. After a brief pause, he began his half-true, half-false narration. Recently, I heard about a news event concerning Brazilian football star Rivaldo. He used the speaking skills he had practiced over the past month, narrating the circumstances surrounding Rivaldo's transfer as if it were a story. He started with the tactical conflicts between the Barca coach and players, analyzed the club's considerations under financial pressure, and ultimately described the unexpected conclusion of the contract termination along with AC Milan's final involvement. Throughout the process, he naturally employed advanced vocabulary, such as tactical system, financial burden, and contract termination. The white examiner transitioned from professional listening at the start to showing increasing interest and surprise as the narrative progressed. When Lee Rand concluded his 2-minute statement, he knew he had safely made it through. Stepping out of the examination hall, the July sun was somewhat blinding. Lee Rand exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had just completed a long and arduous battle, his entire being relaxed. Returning to his dormitory, he didn't rest. Instead, he immediately opened his old laptop. He wanted to return to his throne to enjoy the delayed praises and collect his spoils. The forum page refreshed. Countless mentions and private message alerts blinked. But he immediately spotted the pinned, highlighted private message. The sender's ID was not that of a fervent fan. It was a real calm name, even radiating a sense of pressure. Paul Joyce. He recognized the name. In his previous life, he was the top football reporter for the Times, renowned for his accuracy and never chasing rumors. A true authority in the industry. Lee Rand clicked on the message. It was brief, yet felt like a cold dagger pressed against his throat in an instant. Mr. L.N. I do not care who you are or how you did it. My newspaper is willing to pay for your next prediction. After a half-month of somewhat torturous waiting, Lee Rand finally received his IELTS score report. A total score of 6.0. This result was even better than he had anticipated. Holding the thin score report, he felt no expected ecstasy. When everything seemed within grasp, the arrival of the result was merely a completion of a process. He immediately called Zhao Qian and arranged a meeting time. On College Avenue, when Lee Rand walked into Qihong's study abroad again, his mindset had completely changed. He was no longer a confused student seeking help, but a client armed with all the chips here to execute a plan. The receptionist warmly led him to the meeting area, and soon a faint scent of perfume wafted closer. Lee Rand looked up and saw Zhao Qian, momentarily taken aback. Zhao Qian today still wore a well-tailored professional outfit, but Lee Rand keenly sensed the difference. The usually meticulous white shirt had been replaced with a more flowing silk version, with one more button undone at the collar, revealing a delicate collarbone chain and a small patch of smooth skin. The scent of perfume she wore seemed richer and more assertive than he remembered, no longer the cold professionalism, but carrying a hint of ambiguity. She looked at Lee Rand, her eyes revealing unreserved surprise and admiration. Congratulations, Lee student. In my many years in this field, you are one of the few students with such strong execution ability. In just 1 month from a vague idea to a qualified score report, you always manage to create miracles. Ahem. Lee Rand felt a bit awkward, but quickly steadied himself. It's mainly thanks to you, teacher Zhao, for helping me find the method. He keenly sensed that the praise from her had begun to slide from the realm of business into curiosity about Indeed, Zhao Qian shifted the topic away from applications, leaning slightly forward, lowering her voice, and asked in a magnetic tone, "All right, now that we've finished discussing business, let's talk about something personal. Li Ran, I've actually been very curious your urgency and willingness to go to the UK at all costs. Is it really just for a master's in sports management?" Her gaze seemed capable of seeing through one's heart. Someone who can pay a service fee of 50,000 with such determination and conquer the IELTS in a month, their goal must be more than just a degree, right? This was both a test and an offensive. Li Ran did not shy away from her gaze. Instead, he met it heat. He smiled, the previous feeling of awkwardness as a student swept away, replaced by a mature composure tinged with a hint of playfulness. He turned the table, throwing the question back at her. "Whether my goals are ambitious may not matter that much." He slowly began, "What intrigues me more is why a top-notch professional consultant like you, Teacher Zhao, is putting so much personal interest into a seemingly ordinary urgent case like mine." This question was like a precise through ball, instantly penetrating all the verbal traps Zhao Qian had set. She was completely stunned. She had anticipated that Li Ran would be nervous or avoidant, but she never imagined he would so calmly shift the focus of the question from himself to her. The dynamics of offense and defense shifted instantly. For the first time, Zhao Qian felt an intellectual pressure in front of a younger man. She picked up her cup and took a sip of water to mask her unease, then smiled broadly, a smile much more genuine than the deliberate allure from before, tinged with a hint of self-deprecation and helplessness. "All right, I admit you have successfully piqued my greater curiosity. You truly are the most special client I've ever encountered." She looked at Li Ran, her gaze no longer probing, but now filled with genuine, equal admiration. "You're quite mysterious, Li Ran. Perhaps." Zhao Qian looked at him with a perfectly composed demeanor and smiled, voluntarily steering the conversation back, but with an entirely different posture. "All right, since you're so mysterious, I must help pave a steadier path for you to the UK. A good start will certainly be beneficial for your subsequent mysterious plans." Li Ran left Qihong's study abroad in high spirits. He knew he had completely conquered this shrewd and capable Gold Star consultant. Returning to his dormitory, he opened his old laptop and logged onto the Scout forum. He needed to deal with the mess he had left behind earlier. He clicked on a message from Paul Joyce, a reporter from the Times. "My newspaper is willing to pay for your next prediction. Name your price." Li Ran looked at the oppressive text and smiled. He understood that the other party was testing his depth with money and pushing him to reveal his true self. If he quoted an exorbitant price, they would think he was a fraud. If he quoted a low price, they would look down on him. This was not just a business offer, it was a psychological game. Li Ran's fingers flew across the keyboard as he did not reply with a price, but rather a statement. "Hello, Mr. Joyce. Thank you for your appreciation of my work. I am not interested in money. I am only interested in real football. So I do not require compensation. However, as a gift to show my sincerity, I can provide you with an insider scoop regarding the biggest suspense of this summer for free. Of course, whether to adopt it or report it completely depends on your judgment as an industry authority." He paused, then typed out a statement that would make the entire European football scene go crazy a month later. "Regarding the transfer of the alien Ronaldo, please disregard all public bombastic statements exchanged between Mr. Moratti, the president of Inter Milan, and Mr. Florentino, the president of Real Madrid. That is just the most mundane, dramatic performance in commercial negotiations. I can assure you this deal will definitely happen. But it will not happen this week nor next week. It will take place on the last day before the transfer window closes, or even in the final hour. Because a true galactic superstar deserves the most spectacular entrance at the very last climactic." After sending this riddle-like statement, he logged off immediately. He knew how terrifying the information contained in those words would be for a reporter like Joyce. At that time, the global media was speculating whether Ronaldo's transfer negotiations had broken down, while Li Ran not only asserted that the deal would definitely happen, but accurately predicted it would be completed in a last-minute fashion. What he wanted was not a one-time payout for a scoop. What he desired was the future qualification to make the entire Times willingly become his mouthpiece. With the efficient operation of Zhao Qian's professional team, just 3 weeks later Li Ran received the coveted package offer from the University of Liverpool. Next came the visa application. With Zhao Qian's comprehensive guidance and Li Ran's generous financial support, he utilized the most expensive VIP expedited visa service, and within just a week successfully obtained his passage to the UK. At this moment the timing was just right, as September had just begun. To express his gratitude for Zhao Qian's tremendous support over the past month, and to inquire about some tips for newcomers to the UK, Li Ran specifically invited Zhao Qian to dinner before his departure. The two arranged to meet at the most luxurious Western restaurant in the city. When Li Ran arrived early and saw Zhao Qian approaching gracefully, his heart skipped a beat. Today she wore a perfectly tailored, seductive red gown paired with matching stiletto heels, and her long hair was elegantly styled, showcasing her swan-like neck. Unlike her previous professional demeanor, she exuded a mature, an alluring aura tonight, both noble and dangerous. Congratulations, Li Shueshing. You've gotten everything sorted out so quickly. You are the most efficient client I've ever seen, Zhao Qian said, sitting across from him with a sincere smile in her eyes. It's all thanks to you, teacher Zhao. Li Ran relaxed, pouring her a glass of red wine. This toast is a heartfelt thank you to you. Without you, my plans might have been delayed by a year. Zhao Qian said. I'm also very fulfilled to be able to help such an interesting client like you. Zhao Qian lightly clinked her glass, with his leaving a faint mark from her moist red lips on the rim. Li Ran looked at her and asked, by the way, teacher Zhao, you mentioned you could give me some advice on surviving in the UK. Zhao Qian gracefully set down her wine glass and smiled. Real survival advice is not as simple as a few sheets of paper. When you first arrive in a foreign country, the most challenging part is actually integrating into the local circles and building your network. She looked at Li Ran, pondering for a moment as if she had made a decision. How about this? I'll give you a living survival guide. My younger sister Zhao Ye is currently studying for her undergraduate degree at the University of the Arts London and is about your age. That girl is resourceful. She has been there for 2 years and has become a London expert. She knows exactly where the best food is and which pubs are frequented by football fans. This was the first time Li Ran had heard that Zhao Qian had a sister. Zhao Qian took out her small Nokia phone, searching for a number as she spoke. When you get there, if you encounter any trouble or just want to unwind in London, you can contact her. Although she can be a bit quirky at times, she is very helpful. Just say that I asked you to reach out to her, and she want refuse to help you. She wrote down a number and name on a sticky note and handed it to Li Ran. Li Ran was somewhat taken aback. I'm so sorry to trouble you. It's no trouble. Zhao Qian looked at him with a hint of curiosity and genuine admiration in her eyes. In our line of work, we meet countless people. I can tell that you are different from those rich second-generation kids who just want to flaunt their wealth. You genuinely want to achieve something. Having a friend like you in London would also benefit my sister. So consider it. A small investment in your potential from me. Perhaps in the future, we might have opportunities to collaborate in business. Li Ran tucked the note away, nodding seriously at Zhao Qian, his voice filled with sincerity. Thank you, teacher Zhao. I will remember this help. The night before his departure, Li Ran returned home. At the dinner table, there were not many words exchanged. His mother simply kept serving him dishes, while his father drank quietly one glass after another. After dinner, Li Ran pulled his parents to the living room sofa and took out 2 bank cards he had prepared in advance. He handed the first card to his mother. Mom, this card has 600,000. The password is your birthday. Stop being frugal, renovate our old house, buy some things you want, or take dad out to travel and relax. Don't worry about me, I can take care of myself now. He calculated clearly that after tax the total bonus was approximately 272 million, and after deducting agency fees, training fees, exam fees, and expenses over the past few months, roughly a little over 100 remained. He took 2 million as a startup fund, leaving the rest to ease his parents' burdens. His mother's tears instantly streamed down her face. His father, Li Jiangwo, turned his head away, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Soon after, Li Ran took out the second card. Dad, Mom, this card contains the remaining 2 million. This is the capital for my studies in the UK and future development. Rest assured, the source of this money is absolutely clean. I won it from betting on football matches. Once I establish myself over there, I will bring you both to join me. Li Jiangwo suddenly downed the last sip of his drink, stood up, and heavily patted Li Ran on the shoulder. His hand trembled slightly, and his eyes turned red. After a long pause, he managed to squeeze out a few words in a hoarse voice. Well done. Once you get there, everything will be unfamiliar, so keep your wits about you, take care of yourself, and don't worry us. The next day at the airport's international departure hall, Li Ran stood alone, pulling a brand new but understated suitcase beneath the massive flight information screen. He glanced at the ticket in his hand. The destination clearly read London. He needed to first fly to London Heathrow Airport, then transfer to a train to Liverpool. This first stop might just be the perfect opportunity to meet that living survival guide he had never met before. The 2 million yuan had already been securely exchanged into nearly 200,000 pounds through reliable channels arranged by Zhao Qian. Of that, 50,000 pounds were transferred in advance to his UK bank account as tuition and living guarantee to meet visa requirements. The remaining bulk was transferred into a newly opened offshore investment account under his name through a private bank, ensuring the security of funds and flexibility in access. He carried only a small amount of cash and a credit card with a sufficient limit for emergencies. This money was his true startup capital in the UK. In his pocket, he had Zhao Ya's contact information. In his mind, he held the complete script of the world football scene for the next 20 years. He turned around, taking one last look at the land he had lived on for decades, and was now starting anew, then resolutely walked towards the security check. After a long flight of more than 10 hours, the plane landed steadily at London Heathrow Airport. As the cabin door opened and a blend of faint perfume and cool moist air rushed in, Li Ran realized that a new chapter of his life had truly begun at that moment. Following the flow of people, he arrived at the immigration hall. Faced with a crowd of people of various skin tones and unfamiliar words on the signs, a strange feeling surged within him. A mix of tension from arriving in a foreign land and an uncontrollable excitement for the future that lay ahead. After retrieving his luggage, Li Ran found a distinctive red public telephone booth in the airport hall and dialed the number Zhao Qian had given him, making the call that would determine his fate at the first stop in the UK. On the other end of the line, a clear and pleasant female voice quickly came through. "Hello, how are you?" "Hello, is this Zhao Ya?" "Yes, may I ask who you are?" Li Ran, a friend of your sister Zhao Qian. She should have mentioned me to you." "Oh, you are the amazing Li Ran." The tone on the other end instantly rose by an octave, filled with surprise. "My sister has praised you to the heavens. She said you are the most mysterious client she has ever met. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Where are you now?" "I just passed through customs and got my luggage." "Then take the subway directly from the airport. It's the deep blue line called the Piccadilly line, and ride it all the way to King's Cross Station. They'll be waiting for you at the exit of the station holding a sign. You will see me once you come out." After hanging up the phone, Li Ran took his first step onto the legendary London Underground. An hour later, as he dragged his suitcase out of the ancient and bustling King's Cross Station, he immediately spotted Zhao Ya's figure among the throngs of people. She was holding a somewhat crooked sign made of cardboard with the big characters Li Ran written in marker alongside a playful smiley face sticking out its tongue. In stark contrast to her sister Zhao Qian's capable and assertive demeanor, Zhao Ya was a standard, vibrant little beauty, full of youthful energy. She wore a light yellow floral sundress, the hem reaching her knees, gently swaying in the cool morning breeze of London. Over her dress, she casually wore a washed-out denim jacket, the sleeves slightly longer than her arms, making her appear a bit petite. On her feet were classic Dr. Martens boots, a stylish contrast to her gentle dress, creating a delightful and harmonious sweet cool contrast. Her long jet black hair was casually tied into a high ponytail, swaying playfully in the air as her face was almost makeup-free, yet her skin was fair and translucent, her large eyes sparkling with vitality and curiosity, tinged with a hint of rebellion. "Hello, Zhao Ya." Li Ran stepped forward and couldn't help but laugh at the comical sign. "Don't be so formal." Zhao Ya stepped closer, naturally reaching to help him with his suitcase. "My sister told me to take good care of you, her most valued client. Come on, you look exhausted, so there's no rush to get to Liverpool. Let's stay in London for a few more days. They'll show you the sights of the British Empire and help you get familiar with the environment here." Without waiting for Li Ran to refuse, she excitedly planned out the upcoming itinerary. Faced with her unwavering enthusiasm, Li Ran eventually nodded in agreement. He indeed needed a buffer period to adapt to this entirely new country. After dropping off his luggage at Zhao Ya's art-filled and homely apartment, she glanced at Li Ran's phone, which could only be used in China, and immediately said, "Let's go. We must first take care of the most important thing, otherwise you'll be a missing person here." They boarded one of London's iconic red double-decker buses heading towards the bustling Oxford Street. With Zhao Ya's help, Li Ran quickly selected a trendy and durable Nokia 3310 phone and set up. When Li Ran made his first peace-off-mind call home with his new phone and heard his parents' excited yet relieved voices on the other end, he felt a surge of emotion. Having completed all of that, they sat in a cafe on Oxford Street, enjoying the rare sunshine in England. Zhao Ya was like a tireless lark, chattering away about everything in London. Meanwhile, Li Ran took on the role of a quiet listener. "Li Ran, brother, you must be tired after such a long flight, so let's focus on resting today." Zhao Ya stirred her coffee and said, "In the afternoon, it'll take you to a good place." The good place she mentioned was Savile Row, the world's top destination for bespoke suits. "My sister said," Zhao Ya's reasoning was compelling, "you are going to be someone important, so a suit that commands respect. She said she would personally sponsor you a suit as a celebration of your new life." Li Ran initially wanted to refuse, but upon thinking about the upcoming meetings with club presidents and even more significant figures, he felt it was necessary. When he changed into a valuable deep gray Italian suit tailored by a master and stood in front of the giant floor-to-ceiling mirror, a figure appeared in the reflection that even he found unfamiliar. At 187 centimeters tall, his broad shoulders and narrow waist were perfectly accentuated by the man in the mirror had shed all the youthful innocence of a student, replaced by a powerful aura of calmness and sharpness belonging to someone in a position of authority. He noticed that Zhao Ya, who accompanied him, had also stopped her chattering, quietly gazing at him, her large eyes sparkling with admiration and a charming blush rising on her fair cheeks. As night fell and the lights came on, Zhao Ya did not take him for Chinese food, but mysteriously led him into a uniquely decorated Indian restaurant. "To truly experience London, you must try our national dish, curry," she said with a proud smile. After a hearty meal, Zhao Ya looked at Li Ran, who was about to pull out his money to check nearby hotels, and waved her hand. "What hotel?" It's expensive, and I want feel at ease with you alone. She wiped her mouth, her expression becoming a bit serious. My sister has issued a strict order that you are my esteemed guest. Being unfamiliar with the area's safety is the priority. If anything happens to you while you're staying out, she would fly over from China to reprimand me. My spare room has been empty. You just stay comfortably and allow me to be a gracious host. This is a political task, no refusals allowed. Li Ran was taken aback, hesitating. What's wrong with that? Can I afford not to follow my sister's orders? Zhao Ye said assertively. It's settled. Come on tomorrow, I'll take you to see all of London. In the end, Li Ran reluctantly followed Zhao Ye back to her apartment. Well, that's your room. Zhao Ye pointed to the guest room. The bedding and everything are newly changed. Feel free to use it. I'm going to take a shower. You should rest early too. Li Ran walked into the room, placed his suitcase in the corner, and then fell onto the soft bed. He stared at the ceiling, feeling as though everything that happened today was an unreal dream. From an ordinary reincarnator to stepping onto the land of London to being arranged so thoroughly. He felt as if he were being pampered by an invisible net. And behind this net was Zhao Qian, that shrewd and capable woman who he found hard to read. What is she? This thought emerged in his mind with an unprecedented clarity for the first time. Early in the morning, Li Ran was still deep in sleep, adjusting to the time difference, when he was awakened by a series of loud knocks on the door. Li Ran, Gidge. Get up. The sun is already shining on your backside. A vibrant voice from outside the door belonged to Zhao Ye. Li Ran struggled to rise from his soft bed, and after freshening up, he was greeted by a hearty English breakfast prepared by Zhao Ye. Crispy bacon, golden scrambled eggs, baked beans in tomato sauce, and 2 slices of toast lightly charred. Try my cooking. Zhao Ye proudly handed him a cup of English breakfast tea. In England, the only things that can make you abandon your lazy morning are your dreams and a perfect English breakfast. Thank you. Li Ran took a bite, and indeed found it quite delicious. This breakfast, filled with the essence of home cooking, made him feel a little closer to this unfamiliar city. After enjoying breakfast, the two set out for their oneida tour of London. Their first stop was by the river. When the majestic Big Ben and the enormous London Eye came into view, Li Ran, even as a reborn individual, felt an indescribable shock in his heart. The feeling was completely different from seeing it on a screen. Come on, let's take a boat. Zhao Ye said enthusiastically as she pulled him aboard a sightseeing boat. In September, the weather in London was unusually nice. The boat glided slowly along the River Thames, a gentle breeze brushing against their faces, and the scenery on both banks unfolded like a flowing historical painting. Zhao Ye, like a professional tour guide, excitedly pointed out every landmark along the way, from the Shakespeare's Globe Theatre to St. Paul's Cathedral. As the boat approached Tower Bridge, a sudden gust of river wind blew, tousling a strand of hair on Zhao Ye's forehead, and a few strands playfully stuck to her cheek. She was about to raise her hand to tidy up, but a hand moved faster than hers. Li Ran instinctively reached out and gently tucked those strands behind her ear with his fingertips. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against her warm ear. Zhao Ye's lively chatter instantly fell silent. She was slightly taken aback, and a cute blush spread across her fair cheeks. Feeling a bit shy, she lowered her head, pretending to look at the rippling water below. Li Ran also sensed a subtle change in the atmosphere and awkwardly withdrew his hand. The air was quiet, filled only with the sounds of the wind and water, yet the ambience between them quietly warmed up in that moment. The boat trip would conclude at the foot of the London Eye. Zhao Ye's spirits had long since recovered. She grabbed Li Ran's hand and eagerly boarded the giant Ferris wheel. As their cabin slowly ascended, the entire view of London unfolded before them. Look over there. That's Buckingham Palace. Zhao Ye pointed at a group of buildings surrounded by greenery in the distance, and over there is Hyde Park. Isn't it magnificent? Li Ran nodded, genuinely impressed. Yes, it's older and more flavorful than I imagined. He gazed down at the densely packed, architecturally diverse buildings, truly feeling the pulse of this ancient city. Although the day had been tiring, both of them were very happy. Their relationship had also transformed from initial awkwardness to a sense of familiarity akin to longtime friends. Returning to the apartment in the evening, they collapsed onto the sofa, eating takeout pizza while watching TV. How was today? Zhao Ye asked with her mouth full of pizza, her words slightly muffled. It was fantastic, thank you, my esteemed tour guide. What about tomorrow? Have you thought about where to go? Zhao Ye inquired. In a couple of days it will be the weekend. Oh, we need to plan ahead. Li Ran picked up the newspaper he had bought at the newsstand that afternoon and flipped to the sports section. His eyes were instantly drawn to a match schedule announcement. He pointed at the newspaper and said to Zhao Ye, Zhao Ye, look at this. This weekend Arsenal is playing Manchester City at home. Sun Jihai is with Manchester City. Oh my, watching our Chinese player compete against the reigning champions at Highbury is far more interesting than visiting tourist attractions. Zhao Ye's eyes lit up instantly. She leaned over for a closer look, her voice rising an octave, filled with uncontainable excitement. Oh my, I really want to see it live. Her reaction was even more enthusiastic than Li Ran had anticipated. Li Ran then realized that for students studying abroad, seeing a Chinese player on a top-tier stage was an incredibly thrilling and proud experience. Indeed, Li Ran smiled at her excitement. I've always wanted to experience the atmosphere of an English Premier League match in person. Not just great, it's simply a pilgrimage for all fans. Zhao excitedly waved her fists, starting to ramble on. Arsenal was the double champion last year, the reigning champions. During their championship parade, all of North London was swarmed by crazy fans. Their home ground, Highbury, is one of the most electrifying stadiums in all of Britain. To watch a match there feels like. She struggled to find the right words, her cheeks slightly flushed with urgency. Li Ran found her adorable demeanor particularly uplifting. He knew that his suggestion hit the nail on the head. So, shall we go watch the match this weekend? He tentatively asked. Yes, of course we should go, Zhao replied without hesitation, but then her excitement seemed to deflate like a popped balloon. However, we might not be able to get tickets. She explained a bit dejectedly, for matches of this caliber, especially at Arsenal's home ground, tickets are snatched up by season ticket holders and club members months in advance. Now there are definitely no tickets available through official channels. Upon hearing this, Li Ran couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Oh, that's such a pity. He had thought that watching a match in England would be like in his home country, where you could always buy tickets at the box office a few days in advance. Seeing the unhidden disappointment on Li Ran's face, Zhao Ye was instead stirred with determination. She suddenly turned into a London insider, patting her chest with a mysterious smile. Don't be discouraged. The official channels may be out, but there are ways. I've heard from upperclassmen at school that we can check fan forums for a stroke of luck. Sometimes you can find tickets being transferred at face value from season ticket holders. Li Ran's eyes brightened. Is that reliable? Of course. That's the first choice. If that doesn't work, Zhao Ye raised her second finger. We'll have to use a fallback plan. On the day of the match, we can hang around outside the stadium. There's bound to be fans who will sell their tickets. That sounds a bit risky, Li Ran frowned. What if we wait for a long time and nothing happens? Then we activate the ultimate plan. Zhao Ye lowered her voice, leaning in closely with a hint of mystery. There are definitely scalpers around the stadium. While they might be pricey, as long as the money is right, there will definitely be tickets. So with me as your guide, doesn't that feel much more reliable? Reliable, very reliable, Li Ran since. Great. Then it's settled. Zhao Ye clapped her hands excitedly. Our first task tomorrow is to scour the internet for tickets. If we can't find any the day after tomorrow, we will storm Highbury. Zhao Ye was truly the little genius of London. She skillfully opened several local fan forums and secondary ticket websites in the UK, but the results were rather bleak. The official channels had already displayed sold out, and on those ticketing websites the few tickets available were priced at hundreds or even thousands of pounds, with their authenticity hard to discern. See, it's not that easy to watch the defending champions match, Zhao Ye pouted, feeling a bit disheartened. Li Ran chuckled and said, if the conventional route doesn't work, he'll try my own way. He sat down in front of Zhao Ye's Apple computer, skillfully typed in the URL for the Scout forum, and logged in. Zhao Ye curiously looked at the interface of this simplistic BBS, while Li Ran directly clicked into the forum's ticket exchange zone. Without unnecessary chatter, he used his ID named L.N. to humbly and sincerely post a new ticket request. Title: looking to purchase 2 tickets for Arsenal vs. Manchester City this weekend, posted by L. Hello everyone, I am L.N. I just arrived in London and have always dreamed of experiencing the magic of Highbury Stadium in person. If any friend has an unexpected issue and cannot attend the match, I hope you can transfer 2 tickets to me. This will be my first match in the UK, and it means a lot to me. I would be extremely grateful. After the post was sent, Zhao Ye quickly took action, using her own account to publish similar ticket requests in various fan groups. The two of them had clear roles, functioning like a well-coordinated team. However, after a whole morning passed, all the replies seemed to have vanished into thin air, or were messages from scalpers with outrageous prices. Just as Zhao Ye was feeling a bit discouraged and was about to propose launching Plan B, waiting outside the stadium, Li Ran's computer suddenly popped up a private message notification in the lower right corner. The sender was a user named AFC Tom. Li Ran opened the message and saw it read, "Hi, is this the great L.N. Tom? I've seen all your analysis posts in the tactics section. I just noticed you need tickets for the match against Manchester City this weekend. What a coincidence. My friend has an urgent matter and can't make it, so I happen to have 2 extra tickets. To be honest, your prediction about Rivaldo's future was simply amazing. If you don't mind sitting with a small fan like me, I'll transfer the tickets to you at the original price." Li Ran looked at this private message and smiled. He didn't read it out loud, but turned the laptop screen towards Zhao Ye, indicating for her to read it herself. After reading it, Zhao Ye was first ecstatic, then snatched the mouse away to scroll through the page, meticulously rereading the message as if to confirm the authenticity of each letter. After finishing, she remained silent for a moment, slowly raising her head to scrutinize Li Ran with a look as if he were an alien. After a while, she suddenly jumped up from the sofa, paced around the room for a bit, and finally stopped in front of Li Ran, hands on her hips, and in a tone that was both shocked and amused began her interrogation. Li Ran, you must confess. Did you foresee this happening all along? She pointed at the computer screen, and then at herself, dramatically complaining, I spent all morning refreshing those websites, and you post a message, and like a royal decree a fan comes running to offer tickets. This is just too absurd. By the end, she couldn't help but shake her head in disbelief, reaching out to poke Li Ran's arm, as if to confirm he. Now I understand why my sister said you were interesting. She was too understated. You are not just interesting, you practically wield magic. She sat back down next to Li Ran, leaning slightly forward with her hands propping up her chin like a curious child, and asked in a new inquisitive tone, honestly, Li Ran, your passion and understanding of football go beyond just a regular hobby, right? I feel like the effort you put into coming to the UK is not solely for studying, is it? Upon seeing Li Ran's confirming smile, Zhao Ye finally seized the opportunity to ask the question she had been most curious about. So what is your true dream? Facing Zhao Ye's clear and probing eyes along with their interactions over the past few days, he could sense the girl's warmth and sincerity. He felt that being in a foreign land, there were some things he need not hide from her anymore. He paused for a moment, then slowly spoke, his voice soft yet incredibly firm. My dream is to become a true football manager. Zhao Ye stared at him in astonishment. So that's how it is. No wonder he always appeared so calm. No wonder his perspective on things was always different from others. It wasn't a pretense of profundity, but a composure born from harboring vast dreams indifferent to the ripples beneath his feet. She looked at Li Ran before her, her heart unexpectedly quickening. She suddenly realized that the most captivating aspect of this man was not his handsome face or his steady personality, but the light in his eyes when he spoke of dreams, as if it could illuminate the entire world. Football manager, she murmured, repeating the phrase, suppressing a flutter of excitement in her heart, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented glow. She looked at Li Ran and nodded vigorously. I don't know why, but hearing you say that, I just believe you can definitely achieve it. Her encouragement was sincere and fervent, causing a warm current to surge in Li Ran's heart. He looked at the quirky and kind-hearted girl before him, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. Just as Li Ran was about to say something, Zhao Ye suddenly stepped forward, opened her arms, and gently hugged him. The hug was light, carrying the faint fragrance of a girl and a barely perceptible tremble. Li Ran was slightly taken aback, clearly feeling her heart race, which was faster than what seemed reasonable. He then raised his hands, gently returning the embrace. This hug in its silence conveyed the trust and understanding between them. Before long, Zhao Ye felt a bit shy and released him, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks. She quickly stepped back as if to cover up her somewhat impulsive action, swiftly changing the subject, but her eyes were even brighter than before. Ahem. Li Ran, you should quickly confirm the meeting time and place with your little fan. This is crucial for whether we can smoothly enter Highbury. Li Ran looked at her slightly flustered demeanor, a gentle smile flashing in his eyes. He nodded and began to reply to Tom's private message. After securing the tickets, Zhao Ye appeared even more excited than Li Ran. She looked at him, her eyes filled with fresh anticipation. All right, my future manager Li, she playfully saluted again, using a joking tone to mask her earlier moment of genuine emotion. To celebrate our successful first strike of the Highbury siege plan, and for your grand dream tonight, I'm treating you. It'll take you to experience the true cuisine of the British Empire. Having secured the tickets, Zhao Ye appeared even more excited than Li Ran. She looked at Li Ran, her eyes brimming with fresh anticipation. All right, my future manager Li, she playfully saluted again, to celebrate the success of our Highbury assault plan in its first battle, and also for your grand dream tonight, I'll treat you. Let me take you to experience authentic British cuisine. The national dish she referred to was neither Wellington steak nor Yorkshire pudding, but a nondescript fish and chips shop tucked away at the corner of Camden. The shop was small, with only a few simple tables, and the air was filled with a rich aroma of hot oil mingled with malt vinegar, embodying the vibrant street life. When 2 portions of fish and chips wrapped in newspaper were placed before them, Li Ran feigned surprise as he looked at her. Is this what you call British cuisine? He picked up a fry, sniffing it. I expected at least roast beef or eel jelly. What do you know? Zhao Ye retorted immediately, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. This is the soul of the British people. It is the cuisine etched into their DNA. You must first open it with salt and vinegar to taste its essence. As she spoke, she grabbed a seasoning bottle from the table, skillfully sprinkling salt and drenching it with the somewhat pungent malt vinegar. Come try it. I guarantee it will change your perception of British cuisine. She pushed one portion toward Li Ran, her face full of expectation. Li Ran smiled and took a bite that tasted surprisingly good. He looked at Zhao Ye's proud expression that seemed to say, praise me, and deliberately maintained a straight face, saying, It's alright, a bit more flavorful than I expected, potatoey. What do you mean by it's alright? Zhao Yu pouted in dissatisfaction. This is one of the best fish and chips in all of London. Why are you so picky? On a bench by the Camden Canal, the two finished their steaming hot fish and chips as evening fell. The sunset painted the sky in a gentle orange hue. So did the national dish disappoint you? Zhao Yu stretched contentedly. It was delicious, thank you, my gold medal. Li Ran replied sincerely with a smile. But just having the national dish isn't enough. Zhao Yu stood up, brushing off the crumbs from her hands, a mischievous glint in her eyes. We also need to experience our British national essence to make it complete. Let's go, I'll take you to a good place. The good place she mentioned was a historic British pub in Soho. Unlike the rebellious and noisy vibe of Camden, this place exuded a different charm. With a dark wooden bar, dim yellow lighting the air filled with the scent of malt beer and the low buzz of people chatting, the two settled into a corner booth and ordered 2 beers. Under the influence of the alcohol and atmosphere, their conversation became deeper and more personal. Seriously, brotherly Ran, Zhao Yu stirred the ice cubes in her drink, looking at him with concern. You're going to Liverpool alone in a couple of days. Do you have any plans? For example, have you arranged your accommodation? Li Ran shook his head. I haven't had time to think that much. I plan to find a hotel near the school to stay for a few days after I arrive, and then slowly look for a place. Hearing this, Zhao Yu immediately frowned. No way. You don't know anyone there. How can you find a place? Renting in the UK can be quite troublesome. There are pitfalls everywhere. And staying in hotels for long is so expensive and cold. Just thinking about this man having to face these mundane matters alone in a strange city made her feel inexplicably reluctant and worried. She bit her lip as if making a significant decision, then slammed the table. No. You just arrived in the UK and are unfamiliar with everything. I can't trust you to go to Liverpool alone. Li Ran was taken aback. Huh? Perfect. Zhao Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if looking for a perfect excuse for her impulsiveness. I'm starting a 2-week short design course next week, but after that I'll have more than half a month of free time before my official classes start at the end of September. Since I'll be free anyway, why don't I go to Liverpool with you for a trip? Besides, she looked at Li Ran confidently and said, having me, an old hand who has been in the UK for 2 years, help you with finding accommodation and handling school registration is certainly better than you fumbling around alone and hitting walls, right? Li Ran looked at her serious expression that said, I care so much about you, and felt warmth in his heart. His original plan was to settle down quietly in Liverpool, quickly integrate, and then begin his own layout. Zhao Yu's presence was undoubtedly a significant variable, but on second thought, having her around would indeed save a lot of energy on the tedious matters of renting and setting up. More importantly, just thinking about having this vibrant, bright girl accompany him during those future days made that unfamiliar city seem instantly less cold. Since his rebirth, everything had been calculated. Perhaps it was time to leave a beautiful surprise for his life. He knew he couldn't and didn't want to refuse. He smiled and raised his glass. All right then, I'll hire you in advance as my first life consultant. Zhao Yu proudly clinked glasses with him. That night, upon returning to the apartment, the phone in the living room suddenly rang. It was her sister Zhao Qian calling from across the ocean. Zhao Yu put it on speaker, and on the other end, Zhao Qian's familiar voice came through. Zhao Yu, is Li Ran next to you? How are you both doing today? Sister, we're doing well. I'm currently showing brother Li Ran the most authentic London life, Zhao Yu said, while giving Li Ran a wink. Li Ran, right. Are you adapting? My sister hasn't caused you any trouble, has she? Zhao Qian asked again. No, Li Ran quickly replied. Zhao Yu has been a great help, thank you very much. On the other end, Zhao Qian reminded him of a few things. When she inquired about his subsequent plans, Li Ran was about to speak, but felt Zhao Yu gently tapping his leg under the table. He immediately understood and changed his words. I'll be going to Liverpool in a couple of days, preparing to settle down first. Zhao Yu added from the side, yes sister, once brother Li Ran settles down, I'll go visit him during my break. After finishing, she made a playful face at Li Ran like a child seeking a partner in crime after telling a little lie. The two of them sang in harmony, cleverly bypassing their plans to travel together. After hanging up, the room fell into a subtle silence. Sharing a little secret seemed to make the atmosphere between the two slightly unclear. Li Ran could smell the faint scent of shampoo wafting from Zhao Yu, stirring a ripple in his heart. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Zhao Yu hugged her pillow, burying her face in it, feeling flushed and excited about her bold act of stealing Li Ran today. Outside the window, London glowed softly in the night. On the day of the match, it was a typical London weekend with a blue sky and warm sunshine. Li Ran woke up early, filled with anticipation for the upcoming Premier League first experience. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, was even more excited, flitting around the kitchen like a little bird ready for a picnic, humming a tune as she prepared a simple breakfast. According to the agreement with Tom, Li Ran needed to make a phone call before setting off to confirm the final. He thought of his recently transformed speaking skills having been refined under Robert's relentless training and confidently dialed Tom's number. On the other end of the line, a very enthusiastic but fast-talking voice came through. "Hello, mate. N. Can't believe it's you proper buzzin' I am." Lee Rand was instantly bewildered. His ears caught hello and his IDL. N. But what was that string of garbled syllables in between, as if chewed up and spat out? This was completely different from the BBC standard pronunciation he heard every day and Robert's clear teacher's accent. "Sorry. Can you speak slowly?" Lee Rand awkwardly responded in his most standard and clear English. On the other end, Tom seemed even more excited, speaking even faster and interspersed with a string of slang that Lee Rand had never heard before. Holding the phone, he felt blank, as if all his recent English studies had been in vain. Beside him, Xiaoya watched his expression shift from confident to stunned, and then to despair, laughing uncontrollably. She stifled her laughter, snatched the phone away, and then Lee Rand witnessed what it meant to switch seamlessly. Xiaoya quickly conversed with Tom in a fluent, street-smart London accent. Her speed and tone left Lee Rand in awe. A few minutes later, she hung up and gave Lee Rand an okay gesture. "All sorted. He said he's waiting for us at a fan's pub called the Gunner next to Highbury subway station, and we should meet." Lee Rand sighed in relief, feeling as if he had just lost a battle, and somewhat dejectedly said, "I feel like I might have learned a fake version of English during this time." Xiaoya couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. She walked over and playfully patted Lee Rand's shoulder. "Welcome to real England, my future manager Lee." She mimicked the tone of a British gentleman, suppressing her laughter as she said, "That was a typical East London They like to swallow the T in the middle of words, drop the H at the start, and their speech is filled with slang." She cleared her throat and continued in a seasoned manner to enlighten him. "This is just the appetizer. The London accent is considered Mandarin across the UK. When you go to Liverpool and hear their hard and fast Scouse accent with its pitch rising and falling like singing, you'll truly understand what a real language barrier is." She imitated the Liverpool accent, speaking in a strange tone. "By then you won't even be able to tell whether they're cursing you or praising you. What should I do then?" Lee Rand genuinely felt a bit overwhelmed. Xiaoya, seeing his rare novice look, laughed, even harder, mischievously winking as she delivered the final verdict. "It's simple. The moment you can understand a Liverpool uncle who's had 3 pints of beer passionately analyzing how great they were back in the day, that's when your English will truly graduate." Lee Rand shook his head helplessly, but resolved to himself. He knew that conquering English football was not just about dominating the 11 players on the field. Starting with the language, he aimed to conquer every accent and every culture here. Before he knew it, it was new. As Lee Rand and Xiaoya emerged from the crowded Highbury subway station, they were instantly enveloped by an atmosphere entirely different from that of central London. The air here seemed to transform into shades of red and white. On the streets, fans wearing Arsenal's iconic red and white jerseys were everywhere, some singing the team's songs loudly, while others indulged at nearby burger stands. The air was filled with the mixed aromas of grilled onions, hot dogs, and cheap beer. Policemen on horseback slowly maneuvered through the crowd, maintaining order. The entire block felt like a volcano on the verge of erupting, brimming with restless, fervent, and Xiaoya was clearly also infected by this atmosphere as she pulled Lee Rand through the crowd excitedly, and eventually they found the designated fan pub called the Gunner. The entrance of the pub was already packed with powerful singing emanating from inside, mixed with the sounds of clinking glasses and cheers, almost ready to lift the roof off. Lee Rand called Tom as he stood outside the pub. The phone rang only once before it was answered, and then a young figure in a vintage JVC-sponsored jersey emerged from the crowded entrance, holding the phone high. "N. Mate. Over here." He excitedly waved at Lee Rand and Xiaoya. Lee Rand spotted him as well. Tom was a typical enthusiastic young English football fan. In his early 20s, with slightly messy brown short hair and a few teenage pimples on his face, his blue eyes sparkled with a sincere and excited light, as if he were meeting an idol. One hand held the phone while the other clutched a half-finished beer, and around his wrist was an Arsenal red and white scarf. "Oh my God, it really is you. N." Tom hurried over to them, somewhat incoherently excited. His Cockney accent was even more muffled in the noisy environment, and Lee Rand could only guess at the general meaning. Fortunately, Xiaoya was beside him, smiling and acting as his simultaneous interpreter. "Hello, Tom. Nice to meet you." Lee Rand smiled and extended his hand. Me too. Tom shook Lee Rand's hand vigorously and then warmly welcomed them. "Come on, let's go inside. I barely managed to grab a spot." He moved like a swift fish, leading Lee Rand and Xiaoya through the tightly. Inside the pub, the lighting was dim and the space was small, yet the atmosphere was at its peak of fervor. The dark wooden walls were adorned with legendary photos and signed jerseys from various eras of Arsenal, ranging from Charlie George to Ian Wright, and now to Henry and Bergkamp. Every corner was steeped in the history and glory of this century-old giant. Tom finally managed to bring them to a small round table in a corner. "Sorry, it's too crazy here," he shouted loudly to be heard over the surrounding singing. "On match days, every Gunner's pub is like this." He squeezed to the bar to buy beer for Li Ran and Zhao Ye, and the three of them began their unique online meeting amidst the deafening songs and cacophony. In the lively atmosphere, Tom and Li Ran struck up a conversation. Li Ran took a sip of the frothy beer, the foam lingering on his lips, and curiously asked, "Tom, I've always had a question. As a native of East London, shouldn't your main team be Millwall or West Ham United?" Tom's face instantly fell, as if he had been hit in a sore spot. He awkwardly scratched his head and said, Buddy, please don't bring that up. My old-fashioned dad is a complete hammer and forced me to wear their claret and blue jersey since I was little, going to watch those rough players kick football. To be honest, I've never had the slightest interest in their gritty style of kicking the ball from the backfield into the sky." He gulped down a large mouthful of beer, his blue eyes sparkling. The turning point probably came when I was around 16 or 17, about the year 97 or 98, during the season when Coach Wenger led the team to a double crown. A friend of my dad gave him 2 tickets to Highbury, but he absolutely refused to come to the enemy camp, tossing them to me with disdain. That was my first time here, and I saw Bergkamp. Oh my God, buddy. He played football like he was dancing the waltz on ice, so effortlessly, stopping and turning every move was breathtakingly elegant. At that moment, my mind went buzz, and I realized for the first time that football could be played so beautifully, like a work of art. In that team, there were also the lightning-fast Overmars and the French powerhouse Petit, who sprinted all over the field with his golden hair. I was completely captivated by that fluid, intelligent style of play. Then in '99, Henry came along, that speed like the wind. From that day on, I completely betrayed and became a diehard Gunner. He looked at Li Ran, his eyes filled with a sense of understanding, as if to say, "You must understand me. So when I saw your tactical analysis posts on the forum, I felt that you must also be someone who appreciates artistic football. You are a true confidant." Li Ran laughed and clinked glasses with him. Coach Wenger's football philosophy is indeed ahead of its time. What do you think about our Arsenal this season? Tom's tone had shifted from idol worship to a sincere discussion among fans. We won the double crown again last season. Can we defend our title this year? Defending the title looks promising. Li Ran first affirmed this, then shifted his tone, leaning slightly forward and lowering his voice. But the only concern is that you rely too much on Vieira. He is the metronome of the team's offense and defense. You need to start considering who can take his place when his form declines or he leaves in a year or 2. Tom's eyes widened in surprise, his mouth agape, and he slapped his thigh with force. My God. You've hit the nail on the head. A lot of us fans are worried about Vieira's successor on the forum. So who do you think besides Arsenal can contend for the title this season? Manchester United. Li Ran answered without hesitation. They just signed Ferdinand, undoubtedly just as I said on the forum, this is a strategy Sir Ferguson must implement to counter speedsters like Henry. He looked at Tom, shifted the conversation, and casually asked, Tom, with the Premier League so hot right now, the lower leagues like League One and League Two must be thriving too, right? Tom's face revealed a hint of worry. Thriving? They are not doing well at all. You might not know, a few years ago a television company went bankrupt and owed a huge sum to 72 clubs below. Now, apart from the Premier League, many teams in League One and League Two are struggling to survive, unable to pay salaries, going bankrupt. Every day the newspapers are filled with this damned bad news. He sighed, lowering his voice further, leaning in closer, his expression gravely serious. I've heard some rumors that some teams are even being sold for just £1. Of course, that's just a gimmick. Anyone who really buys a team for £1 would have to take on the hundreds of thousands or even millions of pounds in debt behind it. Financial crisis, club bankruptcies, selling for £1. These keywords acted like keys, instantly unlocking all of Li Ran's grand visions about the future. On the surface, he appeared to be quietly listening, even frowning slightly, showing a look of I see. But inside, he was already churning with turbulent waves. In that moment, his brain was no longer that of a football fan, but a high-speed, cold financial analysis machine. Opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The domino effect triggered by the collapse of the television company is more serious than I imagined. This is simply the subprime mortgage crisis of British football, the Great Depression era of golden opportunities. Hundreds of thousands in debt. Back wages. These are not problems. As long as the foundation of the club remains and the fans are still there, these so-called negative assets are, in my eyes, quality assets that could appreciate 100-fold or 1,000-fold in the future. Sheffield Wednesday, Nottingham Forest, QPR. No, I can even find more perfect prey with excellent geographical locations than them. Li Ran picked up his beer glass and gulped down a large mouthful, using the coldness of the alcohol to forcibly suppress the immense excitement and ambition that was almost bursting out of him. He needed to stay calm. In front of the prey, the first one to lose control is always the loser. When he put down the glass, his face had already regained that calm demeanor. He looked at Tom, who was still worried about the lower league teams, and smiled as if nothing had happened. Come on, let's not talk about these heavy topics. Since we're at Highbury, how about taking us to check out your Gunners fan shop? The official fan shop of the Gunners is like a temple for fans. Inside, it's a dazzling array of products related to the team. Lee Ran picked a classic red and white checkered scarf for himself. Then, without hesitation, he picked up the latest home jersey with Henry's name and number 14, handing it to Xiaoya. "This is for you, hurry, and try it on for me to see." For me. This is too expensive." Xiaoya quickly waved her hand, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Just take it. I want to see how you look in the jersey." Lee Ran's tone carried a gentle and decisive insistence that couldn't be refused. Xiaoya, surprised and delighted, blushed and accepted it, immediately rushing into the fitting room with the jersey. A few minutes later, when the fitting room door opened again and Xiaoya stepped out, Lee Ran felt his breath catch for a moment. The slightly oversized men's jersey on her appeared in a unique, youthful charm, radiating vitality. The hem of the jersey played with the missing lower garment style, perfectly showcasing her long, straight legs. The vibrant arsenal red made her fair skin glow under the lights, as if shining. She shyly turned around in place, looking at Lee Ran with a gaze filled with anticipation and a hint of shyness, softly asking, How do I look?" "Perfect. Absolutely perfect," Tom exclaimed. Lee Ran also came back to his senses, smiled, and nodded, stepping forward to naturally adjust the collar for her. "It suits you well." He then picked up a jersey with the name and number 4 of Captain Vieira, handing it to Tom. "This is for you. Consider it a thank you for your tickets." Tom was completely stunned. He knew that all of this would cost around 55, nearly his weekly living expenses. He blushed with excitement. No, Lee Ran, this is too precious. I can't accept it." "Just take it." Lee Ran's tone was firm. "From now on, we are friends." Tom looked into Lee Ran's sincere eyes and finally stopped refusing. He solemnly took the jersey, tightly holding it in his arms. He took a deep breath, looked at Lee Ran, and said in a very serious and respectful tone, "Lee Ran, you are not just my idol, but also my friend. From today on, you are my big brother. In the future, if you need anything in England, just say the word, and Tom will definitely not hesitate." As Lee Ran, Xiaoya, and Tom passed through the narrow ticket gates, swept away by the surging tide of red-clad fans, a completely different wave of sound instantly engulfed them. Before them, the legendary Highbury Stadium appeared like a finely crafted and compact red sanctuary. The stands were in close proximity to the pitch, almost within reach. The grass, maintained to resemble green velvet, was intoxicatingly lush under the afternoon sun. In the stands, every seat was filled with tens of thousands of Gunners fans in red and white jerseys, forming a sea of red. Their songs, chants, and conversations mixed together, creating a unique and exhilarating hum. Lee Ran, reborn, couldn't help but murmur in shock as he felt the pure football-born frenzy around him. "How about that? It's 1,000 times more shocking than watching on TV." Tom exclaimed proudly to the others, "Quick, our seats are over there. The north stand, that's the most dedicated fan zone at Highbury." After some effort, the three finally found their seats among the crowded stands. Once seated, the players on the pitch were warming up for the match. It was Zhao Ya's first time watching a game live, and she curiously observed everything on the field. Tom, like a professional commentator, excitedly pointed out each star player to her. Lee Ran's gaze was like a precise scanner, scanning every player on the field. He was not watching the excitement, but rather the intricacies. "Look," he said to the two beside him, "Arsenal's players are very relaxed, especially Henry. Just watch how he dribbles and shoots. Light and graceful, full of confidence. He's definitely going to score today." His gaze lingered on the familiar and proud figure of the Chinese Sun Jihai. He watched the Chinese player in the sky blue Manchester City jersey diligently, making every pass and run on the legendary pitch of Highbury. His movements were standard, diligent, and meticulous, not at all inferior to the world-class stars around him. At that moment, a pure sense of pride as a Chinese football fan surged within Lee Ran. However, just seconds later, this sense of pride was replaced by a subtle, indescribable pang of sorrow. He knew that this scene, a Chinese player standing on the pitch of the Premier League as a starter, seemed so harmonious, so, as it should be, would become distant and extravagant in the years to come. He understood that this light was precious. "Lee Ran, Gij, look at Sun Jihai, he's amazing," Xiaoya exclaimed excitedly, her voice filled with pride. Lee Ran snapped back from his complex thoughts, suppressing a hint of melancholy, and smiling gently at Xiaoya and Tom. "Yes, he's incredible. It's not easy to stand firm in the Premier League. He is the pride of all of us Chinese." With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. A tremendous wave of sound erupted from Highbury, almost lifting the sky. Xiaoya was overwhelmed by this tidal wave of energy and instinctively grabbed onto Lee Ran's arm. Lee Ran seemed to enjoy the moment. He even began to provide live commentary for Xiaoya, explaining in simple terms what the offside trap was, what space in the channels meant, and how crucial Vieira's sweeping role in midfield was. However, the progress of the match took all the home fans by surprise. In the 12th minute of the first half, Manchester City capitalized on a counterattack opportunity. The recently resurgent former Arsenal forward Anelka calmly slotted the ball past the goal to break through the door of his old club. Highbury fell into a momentary silence, quickly replaced by sporadic but piercing cheers from the away FK. That traitor Anelka! Tom shouted angrily as he jumped up from his seat. Zhao nervously and excitedly looked at Li Ran. Wow. The away team scored first. Is Arsenal going to be in trouble now? Li Ran, however, remained unusually calm. He patted Zhao Ya's hand, signaling her to stay calm. Don't worry, the match has just begun. Sure enough, the trailing Arsenal woke up from their dream and launched a tidal wave of attacks on Manchester City's goal. In the 27th minute, French winger Wiltord received a pass from a teammate in the penalty area and fired a powerful shot to equalize the score. 1-1. The entire Highbury was instantly ignited. The cheers of tens of thousands of fans surged into the sky. Zhao was also swept up in this overwhelming wave of sound, excitedly, standing up, clapping her hands vigorously, her cheeks flushed. What she felt was a pure excitement born from a brilliant goal and a fervent atmosphere. The true climax occurred just before the end of the first half. Arsenal's king, Thierry Henry, collected the ball on the left. Like a bolt of black lightning, he used his signature long-striding dribble to tear through Manchester City's defense, charging into the penalty area, facing the goalkeeper with a calm and characteristic shot to the far corner, sending the ball into the net. 2-1. Arsenal takes the lead. Goal. This was a world-class goal filled with speed, skill, and beauty, enough to drive any fan wild. In that moment, the entire stadium exploded. Everyone, including Tom, jumped up from their seats, raising their arms in exuberance, embracing every stranger wearing the same colored jersey. Zhao was also completely ignited by this fervent, unparalleled passion. She screamed with excitement, turning to share this shocking moment with Li Ran. When she saw Li Ran's handsome profile, her mind went blank in that instant. Amidst the roaring background noise driven by adrenaline, she suddenly leaned in, grabbing Li Ran's collar, and on tiptoes pressed her warm, slightly sweet beer-flavored lips firmly against his. Li Ran's eyes widened in an instant. That kiss was innocent, impulsive, and even a bit awkward, but it was filled with the raw and passionate essence of youth. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and the revelry of the thousands of people in the stadium turned into a silent backdrop for the two of them. A few seconds later, Zhao swiftly retreated, her cheeks already as red as a ripe apple, her heart racing, too shy to look at Li Ran again. Li Ran subconsciously touched his lips, which seemed to still carry a trace of softness and a hint of sweetness. He looked at the girl beside him, who was so shy she almost buried her head in her arms, and his heart fluttered. The halftime whistle sounded perfectly, providing both of them with a moment to buffer and calm down. During the 15-minute break, Zhao dared not make direct eye contact with Li Ran, pretending instead to engage in an enthusiastic discussion with Tom about how incredible Henry's goal was. Tom, who was lost in the joy of the team's comeback, completely failed to notice the strange and ambiguous chemistry between the two beside him. Li Ran gently pushed the cup of cola he barely touched in front of Zhao. Zhao felt the cup brush against her arm, and she cautiously accepted the cola, sipping it slowly. The cold liquid slightly cooled her cheeks, but her heart felt even sweeter than before. In the second half, their interactions became wonderfully peculiar. They were no longer the commentator and the listener, as in the first half. More often than not, there was a silent mutual understanding. When a brilliant dribble occurred on the field, they would exchange smiles. When Sun Jihai made a crucial sliding tackle, they would applaud in unison and then share a proud glance. Li Ran's commentary transformed into whispers that only she could hear. The warm breath occasionally brushed against her ears, making her feel tingly and her heart flutter. In the final stages of the match, Manchester City's captain Benabia was sent off with a red card, leaving the 10-man team unable to turn the tide. In the end, Arsenal won the intense battle 21. As the three of them walked out of Highbury Stadium among the victorious crowd, the setting sun cast long shadows. The immense cheers and songs still echoed behind them. The three arrived at the subway station, and it was time to part. Li Ran, Zhao. Tom's face was filled with reluctance. The post-match excitement now turned to disappointment at parting from new friends. Today was the happiest I've ever been watching a game. Really? What are your plans next? Are you staying in London? Let's watch a game together again sometime, Tom asked. I'm going to Liverpool in a few days, and we'll be staying there for a long time, Li Ran replied. Upon hearing Liverpool, Tom's eyes lit up instantly, excitedly saying, listen, there's a small city next to Liverpool called Birkenhead. If you depart from Liverpool, it only takes about 20 minutes by car. I have a good buddy who grew up with me. He plays for a club there called Tranmere Rovers. Li Ran quickly searched his mind for this name. Tom sighed and continued, yes, my friend is a decent defender, but he called me the other day complaining that the club is on the verge of collapse. You know, because of the mess with the broadcasting fees, their finances are nearly in ruins. Plus, they just got relegated last season, and now they can barely pay wages. Everyone is on edge. Looking at Li Ran with uncontainable excitement, he said, I was thinking of visiting him. Since you are going there, I could go over once I finish my tasks and introduce you to my friend. Tom's words were enthusiastic and sincere purely out of the desire to share resources among friends. But to Li Ran's ears it was like a thunderclap in a clear sky. The ecstasy in his heart was almost uncontrollable. He forced himself to calm down, but his mind was racing at an astonishing speed. A professional player. A live intelligence source who could directly access the club's internal situation. This was more useful than gathering 100 rumors on his own. This was simply a timely gift. That's great, thank you so much, Tom. Li Ran said, his tone seemingly merely polite among friends, yet a raging fire ignited deep in his eyes. Hearing Li Ran's enthusiastic acceptance, Tom appeared, even happier, thumping his chest. That's wonderful. You can count on me. My buddy's name is Dave, and he's a really nice guy. He'll call him tonight. Tom exchanged contact information with Li Ran and bid farewell with reluctance. Watching Tom disappear into the crowd at the subway station, Li Ran and Zhao Ye also embarked on their way back to the apartment. On the return subway, the noise gradually faded away. The carriage swayed, and an indescribable ambiguity filled the air. Zhao Ye no longer chattered as before. She sat beside Li Ran, playing with her fingers, her cheeks still carrying a slight blush. That impulsive kiss bounced around like a little deer in the silent air between them. Today, Li Ran was the first to speak. Thank you so much. What are you thanking me for? Zhao Ye said softly, lowering her head. Thank you for letting me experience all of this, Li Ran said sincerely. I've watched football for so many years, but today I finally felt like I truly watched football for the first time. This feeling is wonderful. Zhao Ye lifted her head, seeing the sincerity in his eyes, and the awkwardness in her heart vanished. She smiled genuinely, saying, me too. That was the most exciting match I've ever seen. At this point it seemed Zhao Ye discovered something. She suddenly leaned closer to Li Ran, studying his face intently. Don't move, she whispered. Li Ran was taken aback as Zhao Ye extended her delicate finger gently and carefully plucking off a small piece of red paper that had unknowingly stuck to his cheek, thrown by Arsenal fans during the celebration. Her fingertips were warm and soft, gliding gently across his skin, bringing a tingly sensation like a current. All done. Zhao Ye withdrew her hand like a mischievous little fox, proudly showing him the colorful paper scraps, her cheeks turning even redder. Li Ran couldn't help but chuckle at her charming and adorable demeanor. Back at the apartment, the two enjoyed late-night snacks while beginning to plan their upcoming itinerary. All right, brother Li Ran, Zhao Ye said as she took 2 cans of cola from the fridge, handing one to Li Ran, and then clearing her throat, she spoke in a mock serious life consultant tone. The carnival journey in London is about to conclude successfully. Now we should officially launch the scholar journey in Liverpool. Li Ran smiled as he accepted the cola. He'll leave it all to our omnipotent consultant Zhao. Of course. Zhao Ye took out paper and pen, laying them out on the dining table with great seriousness, declaring, I announce that the Li Ran Liverpool settling plan is now underway. She lowered her head, writing earnestly, her long eyelashes casting beautiful shadows under the light. First we rest for a day tomorrow and repack our luggage. He'll be responsible for going online to gather all rental listings near Liverpool University, making a table to filter out the best value options. Then the morning after tomorrow we will take the train to Liverpool. She lifted her head, nodding vigorously, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Once we arrive, we'll check into the hotel, you will report to school, and then we will go house hunting according to my plan. We aim to secure your base within 3 days. Watching her serious yet vibrant demeanor, Li Ran felt a warm sensation in his heart. Since his rebirth, everything had been planned and shouldered alone. This was the first time someone had so naturally participated in his plans, fighting alongside him. This feeling was unfamiliar, but very good. What do you think? Zhao Ye lifted her head, looking at him as if seeking praise. Am I a competent close strategist? Li Ran looked into her sparkling eyes, not answering immediately, but instead pretended to ponder deeply. Moi. Zhao Ye was taken aback, puffing out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. What part am I not competent? Li Ran smiled, reaching across the dining table to gently remove a crumb of bread stuck in her hair. The term strategist, he said, looking into her eyes, emphasizing each word seriously, is not quite accurate. Then, what is it? Zhao Ye's mind was briefly in a daze. Li Ran's lips curved into a gentle arc enough to make any girl's heart race as he slowly delivered his answer. A strategist helps me conquer the world. He leaned forward, slightly moving closer, using a softer voice to look into her eyes, continuing, but you are different. You are the one who helps me settle down. The world is my career while home. He paused, his gaze turning exceedingly gentle. Is my life. These words washed over Zhao Ye like the warmest stream, instantly dispersing all her wild thoughts. She was completely stunned, feeling her cheeks rapidly heating up uncontrollably. On their last full day in London, without any sightseeing plans, the atmosphere in the apartment was warmer and more harmonious than before. The Li Ran Liverpool settling plan was officially launched amidst Zhao Ye's spirited announcement, with clear division of labor between the two. Li Ran took on the physical tasks, repacking his already limited luggage and tidying up the somewhat chaotic living room that Zhao Ye had created. Zhao Ye, without hesitation, became the commander and chief intelligence officer. She sat on the living room sofa with her laptop, switching skillfully between various British rental websites and international student forums, filtering, comparing, and recording information on housing around the University of Liverpool. Whenever she found a suitable option, she would excitedly wave at Li Ran, who would naturally lean over their heads, touching as they studied the photos and maps on the screen together. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the two of them. At that moment, they seemed less like strangers and more like a young couple planning their first little home together. By the afternoon, a detailed rental strategy marked with 3 alternatives labeled A, B, and C along with a well-planned viewing route had just been freshly completed in Zhao Ye's hands. Immediately afterward, Li Ran also booked 2 train tickets online for the next morning's journey from Euston Station to Liverpool. As all the preparations settled down, looking at the gradually descending night outside, Zhao Ye suddenly suggested Li Ran to bid farewell to London and to celebrate our upcoming new journey. Let me take you to a place. Their destination was the London Eye by the River Thames. The nighttime London shed its daytime solemnity, donning a sparkling gown woven from countless lights. As the capsule they were riding slowly ascended to the highest point of the night sky, the bustling night scene of London unfolded endlessly beneath them like a river of stars. The capsule was small, quiet, and intimate. Li Ran didn't pay much attention to the scenery. His gaze often fell on the profile of the girl beside him. In her eyes reflected the dazzling brilliance of London, more captivating than the night itself. As if sensing his gaze, Zhao Ye turned to look at him, their eyes meeting in midair. Her face flushed, she seemed a bit shy and wanted to say something. But Li Ran preemptively reached out gently and naturally, taking her hand that rested by her side. Zhao Ye trembled slightly, instinctively wanting to pull back, but was enveloped firmly and warmly by him. Her fingers curled slightly, and ultimately, she no longer struggled, intertwining her fingers tightly with his. Neither of them spoke. Above the Thames, amidst the dazzling night scenery of London as their witness, they quietly held hands, feeling the heartbeat from each other's palms, a rhythm that needed no words. The next morning, when the first light of dawn shone into the apartment, Li Ran and Zhao Ye stood at the door, dragging their respective suitcases. "Are you ready, Li Ran?" Zhao Ye asked with a smile. "Everything is ready, advisor Zhao," Li Ran replied with a smile. The two left the apartment, filled with fond memories, taking the subway to their starting point, Euston Station. The morning at Euston Station was a vast space filled with the bustling and orderly feel of British life, with a steady stream of people beneath the towering dome. "Don't daydream, let's go get the tickets first." Zhao Ye expertly pulled him towards a row of automatic ticket machines. Soon 2 orange cardboard train tickets were ejected with a click. "Got it," she exclaimed joyfully, handing one to Li Ran. From London to Liverpool Lime Street Station it takes 2.5 hours non-stop. The train arrived on time, and they found their carriage and seats amidst the crowd. After stowing their luggage, the train slowly started, and the familiar gray-white buildings of London began to retreat behind them. As the train accelerated, the scenery outside transformed from dense urban landscapes to the expansive rolling pastoral views of England. On the train, the two felt less shy than the night before. Zhao Ye spread out the printed rental strategies and began to discuss them earnestly. Li Ran, "Look, I've marked the 3 best options we filtered out on the map." Zhao Ye pointed at a hand-drawn map, analyzing with clarity. Option A is the closest apartment to the school, but also the most expensive. Option B is an old house with a garden, cheaper, but the landlord is a very picky old lady. She indicated option C. This is the most balanced option, a 2-bedroom apartment in a student residence, moderately priced, well-equipped, and relatively safe. I personally recommend this one. Li Ran listened attentively, occasionally posing his own questions. He noticed many details Zhao Ye overlooked, such as the lease duration, utility fee calculations, and the security situation of the surrounding community. They engaged in lively conversation about this otherwise dull rental research. After a while, perhaps due to waking up too early, Zhao Ye's head began to droop like a drowsy chick. Li Ran lowered his voice, watching her adorable struggle to keep her eyes open, feeling his heart soften. He adjusted his sitting posture and leaned a bit closer to her. Zhao Ye finally couldn't hold on any longer, gently resting her head on his shoulder. Her breathing was steady and long, her warm breath seeping through her thin clothing to his skin. Li Ran's body stiffened for a moment, then relaxed, even quietly leaning in a bit more to make her more comfortable. He lowered his head and could see her long eyelashes casting soft shadows on her eyelids like tiny brushes. The 2-hour journey passed in an instant in this tranquil and warm atmosphere. As the train slowly pulled into Liverpool Lime Street Station, Li Ran gently woke Zhao Ye. He stepped out of the station, looking up at the sky of this city. It wasn't as glamorous as London, but was filled with a resilient and weighty atmosphere left over from the industrial. In the air it seemed to carry the melody of You'll Never Walk Alone mingled with a hint of saltiness blown in. He turned his head and saw Zhaoya standing beside him smiling as she pulled her suitcase, sunlight illuminating her youthful face. Li Ran smiled back. London was merely a splendid prelude. Liverpool was the first movement of his symphony. As Li Ran and Zhaoya dragged their suitcases out of Liverpool Lime Street Station, a breath of air distinctly different from London greeted them. Gone was the refined and hurried atmosphere of the financial metropolis. The air in Liverpool was mingled with a hint of salt carried from the distant harbor. The sky appeared higher and bluer, and the sunlight reflected off the majestic and heavy old buildings made of iconic red bricks lining the streets, casting a warm and resilient glow. Everything here is imbued with the unrefined grandeur and sense of power left behind from the Industrial Revolution. Zhaoya took a deep breath. How does it feel? Li Ran nodded, gazing deeply at the city. If London is like a well-dressed noble, then here resembles a burly captain with steadfast eyes just returned from a long voyage. What a wonderful metaphor. Zhaoya laughed. Come on, Captain, our new journey is about to begin. They waved down a black taxi, distinctly British in style. The driver was an enthusiastic middle-aged man, and as soon as he heard they were heading to the University of Liverpool, he immediately started chatting. A rapid-fire series of peculiar sing-song Scouse accents instantly turned Li Ran's ears. Zhaoya struggled to suppress her laughter, her shoulders shaking slightly, then responded to the driver in fluent English, even adding a hint of playful Liverpool accent before turning to Li Ran and quietly translating. He's asking if we just came from London, and he said Liverpool is the best city, and we will definitely love it here. With Zhaoya's perfect simultaneous interpretation, the atmosphere in the car became lively. In such a relaxed and enjoyable chat, they unknowingly drove into the vicinity of the University of Liverpool. The campus of the University of Liverpool was filled with a classical and profound academic atmosphere. Expansive green lawns were surrounded by Victorian-era red brick buildings. Following the address provided in the admission email, they quickly found the International Student Registration Office. The receptionist was a friendly blonde woman. After confirming Li Ran's identity and admission information, she began to efficiently process his enrollment. Welcome, Li Ran. She handed him a stack of documents and a brand new student ID card. This is your student ID card. Please make sure to keep it safe. This is the campus map. And these are the rules of our language center. This is your course schedule for the next 3 months. She pointed at the times on the sheet. The first class is tomorrow at 9 in the morning, located in room 301 on the 3rd floor of the language center. Please do not be late. About an hour later, once all the documents were signed, Li Ran officially became a student in the language class at the University of Liverpool. As they stepped out of the registration office, the afternoon sun was just right. Congratulations, big brother Li Ran. Zhaoya smiled as she patted his arm. Starting from tomorrow, you will begin your pain and pleasure study abroad life. They first found a hotel near the university to stay in, and then immediately began their apartment hunting mission according to the viewing map Zhaoya had already planned. The first target was the A plan, the closest apartment to the school, but also the most expensive. The one showing them around was a young agent in a cheap suit, his hair slicked back and his smile as fake as a mask. The apartment looked similar to the photos, but as soon as they walked in, Li Ran frowned. The so-called spacious and bright was merely a trick of the wide-angle lens. The space was pitifully small. Zhaoya, being the old hand at this, crossed her arms and in fluent English fired off a series of professional questions about council tax, deposit protection schemes, etc., causing the agent, who just wanted a quick sale and thought he could take advantage of clueless international students, to sweat and stutter, ultimately admitting that the apartment had a very low cost-performance ratio. Next, they viewed the B plan and several other alternative properties. The reality was far more daunting than what they had seen online. Some houses had a strong, almost suffocating damp smell as soon as the door was opened. Others had a noisy bark downstairs, the floors vibrating slightly with the heavy bass, and the old house with a garden in the B plan indeed had a landlord who was, as stated online, an extremely picky and sour-faced old lady. She regarded them as if they were criminals and asked the most bizarre questions. Do you Chinese people cook with a lot of smoke? My wallpaper was just replaced. After escaping from that house, both felt a sense of survival. After one afternoon of running around, they were exhausted, but had found nothing. Oh, my renting a good place in Liverpool is just too difficult. Zhaoya sat down on a bench by the roadside, her beautiful face filled with frustration as she weakly massaged her sore calves. Li Ran handed her a bottle of water and, seeing her defeated look, smiled. Don't worry, we still have a C plan, right? The best is usually saved for last. The C plan was a 2-bedroom suite in a student apartment building that Zhaoya highly recommended. When they entered this apartment, both were taken aback. The air was fresh with no unpleasant odors. The apartment was very clean with a minimalist modern style. The living room was spacious and bright, and through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows they could even see a corner of the university clock tower. The kitchen and bathroom had all the necessary facilities, and most importantly, it had 2 independent bedrooms that were almost the same size. This place is amazing. Zhaoya excitedly twirled around the room. Safe, clean, close to school. Compared to what we looked at before, this is simple. Li Ran was also very satisfied with this place. There was no dampness of old houses nor the noise from the street. It was an excellent place for him to calm his mind. This is it, he decided decisively. The agent who received them was a kind middle-aged woman who smilingly quoted the price. This 2-bedroom apartment is $200 per week for the whole rental, not including utilities. Hearing this price, Zhaoya instinctively tugged at Li Ran's sleeve, quietly reminding him, "Big brother Li Ran, isn't it too wasteful for you to rent such a large place by yourself? There's a similar 1-bedroom apartment next door that would be much cheaper." Li Ran knew she was thinking of him, but he already had his own plans in mind. He smiled at the agent and said, "No problem, we'll take this one. Can we sign the contract right now?" During the agent's preparation of the contract, Zhaoya finally couldn't help but ask, "Are you really going to rent such a big place by yourself? What do you need an extra room for?" Li Ran looked at her, smiled, and in a half-joking tone said, "To let you stay in." "Huh?" Zhaoya's face flushed instantly, her heart skipping a beat. What nonsense are you saying?" Li Ran looked at her adorable shy appearance and explained leisurely, "Think about it. Didn't you promise to stay for a few days to help me, this newbie in England, settle down? I can't let you stay in a hotel every day, right? It's expensive and inconvenient." He paused, his gaze becoming sincere and warm, continuing, "And besides, I'll be in Liverpool and you'll be in London." An hour later, the two signed a 1-year rental contract at the agency. As Li Ran took the 2 brand new keys, still cold to the touch from the landlord, he sighed, finally having his first home in a foreign land. Standing in the empty yet sunlit living room, Zhaoya stood with her hands behind her back, like a little master surveying her territory. She walked to the door of the guest room that Li Ran had reserved and turned back to him with a mischievous smile. "All right, brother Li Ran. Since you've even prepared my palace, I may have to come by periodically to check on your work progress. Let's go." Zhaoya appeared even more excited than he was, grabbing Li Ran's arm and heading straight to the nearest bus stop from their apartment building. "Brother Li Ran, before you go to school tomorrow, we have an even more important task: to conduct our first military procurement for our base." Their destination was a large chain supermarket named Asda on the outskirts of the city. The supermarket in the evening was bustling with people. This was Li Ran's first time exploring such a large supermarket in the UK, and everything felt novel. Zhaoya, on the other hand, was like an experienced hostess, pushing a giant shopping cart and navigating the aisles with ease. "Pots, bowls, and pans are essential. You can't eat takeout all the time, right? Do you prefer coffee or tea? We need to buy 2 cups, one for you and one for me. Oh no, one for your guest." She stuck out her tongue, cleverly covering up her slip of the tongue, though her cheeks flushed slightly. "And we need bed sheets and covers. Your bedroom has a cool color scheme, and I think a set of deep blue checkered sheets would look great. What do you think?" She would sincerely ask for Li Ran's opinion, but whenever he replied with "whatever or you decide," she would pout discontentedly. "Hey, this is your home too. Can't you participate a bit more?" Li Ran looked at her adorable little housekeeper demeanor, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. He threw himself wholeheartedly into this vivid playing house game. They would argue for half a day over the color of a set of tableware. He thought simple white was nice, while she felt that floral patterns made it feel more homey. They would study the instructions for a multifunctional pot together, bursting into laughter over an unrecognizable word, and even in the snack aisle, like 2 children, they would sneakily add their favorite chips and chocolates to each other's carts when the other wasn't looking. This hour-long shopping trip brought them closer than any sightseeing excursion before. The feeling of working together for a little home in a foreign country allowed a sentiment called warmth to quietly blossom in their hearts. When they pushed their fully loaded shopping cart into a taxi and returned to the empty apartment, the sky had Phew. Mission accomplished. Zhaoya looked at the spoils piled on the living room floor, hands on her hips, letting out a sigh, like a victorious general. The two sat on the floor, sharing the sandwiches they had just bought at the supermarket as their first dinner in their new home. "Look," Zhaoya pointed at the fruits of victory scattered around, eagerly planning. "Tomorrow, while you go to your first class at school, he'll be the supervisor. He'll contact the workers in the morning to set up the internet and TV. Then in the afternoon, he'll clean and sanitize everything we bought today and organize it all. He'll even put on the new bed sheets and covers, so when you come back in the evening, at least it will feel like a place where one can..." Li Ran watched her enthusiastically plan a future that should have belonged solely to him, seeing her naturally include herself in his schedule, filling his heart with an indescribable warmth. "All right." He nodded, not saying too many words of thanks, but the tenderness in his gaze spoke volumes. After finishing dinner and tidying up the things they bought today, they locked the door of their new home and returned to the Zhaoya hummed a tune while laying out the receipts from their shopping on the table, meticulously checking them like a little house. Li Ran sat quietly on the bed, reviewing the textbook for his language class tomorrow. Outside the window, the night in Liverpool was serene and deep. "All right," Xiaoya finally finished balancing the accounts. She stretched and sat down next to Li Ran, casually saying, "Tomorrow is your first day as an exchange student. Are you nervous, classmate Li?" Li Ran closed his book and smiled. "To be honest, I'm a bit excited." The next morning, Liverpool's sky was shrouded in a soft gray, with the occasional sound of seagulls calling from afar. The two didn't enjoy breakfast leisurely like they had in London. Instead, they quickly ate something at the cafe downstairs in the hotel. In the air was a quiet sense of ritual, as if they were about to embark on their respective battlefields. At the hotel entrance, the moment to part ways had arrived. Xiaoya handed Li Ran a brand new backpack filled with the textbooks and stationery he had prepared the night before. "All right, classmate Li," she said like a small wife seeing her husband off to work, carefully adjusting his collar and speaking in a mock-serious tone. "You go to school and be a good student. I, on the other hand, will go to our new home and play the role of general. When you come back in the evening, I'll have something delicious ready for you." Li Ran felt warmth in his heart as he looked at the smile and genuine care in her eyes. "All right." He nodded and almost unconsciously said something so naturally that even he was surprised. "Then he'll come home for dinner tonight." The moment the word home slipped from his lips, Zhao Ya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she immediately smiled even brighter. "Yeah, come home for dinner tonight." Li Ran slung his backpack over his shoulder and turned to merge into the flow of students heading to the university. He could sense a bright gaze following him from behind until he turned the corner. As he walked along the path to the language center, Li Ran felt a wave of emotions. When was the last time he entered a university as a freshman? That seemed like over 20 years ago, a distant and blurry memory belonging to another Li Ran. Back then, he was filled with confusion and anxiety about the future, squandering his youth in the virtual world of games. Now, standing on foreign soil, his steps were remarkably steady. His goals were crystal clear, and his weapons were already prepared. He approached an old red brick building, looked up at the sign that read Language Center, took a deep breath, and pushed the door. The classroom was located inside a grand Victorian building, yet it had been modernized. Spacious and bright, the large windows faced an open lawn. Desks were arranged in a shape facing the whiteboard and projector, promoting an environment conducive to communication and discussion. When Li Ran walked in, there were already 7 to 8 students seated in the classroom. He found an empty seat by the window and quietly observed his future classmates. Soon the class bell rang. A man in his 40s, clutching a textbook, walked in. His hairline was slightly receding, appearing somewhat bald, and he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Dressed in a well-fitted suit, he exuded an air of seriousness and meticulousness. "Good morning, everyone," he began with a genuine British accent. His gaze swept across the room, finally landing on Li Ran, the new face. He smiled and greeted. "You must be Li Ran. Welcome to our class." "Yes, hello, Professor," Li Ran replied. "I am your instructor for this course, Harrison. You can call me Harrison." "All right, since we have a new student, let's take a few minutes to reintroduce ourselves," Harrison proposed. The subsequent self-introductions gave Li Ran a preliminary understanding of this small United Nations class. First were 2 girls from Japan, one named Yui and the other Mickey. They even bowed slightly when they stood up, their voices soft and filled with the unique politeness characteristic of Japanese girls. Next were 3 students from the Middle East, 2 men, Ali and Muhammad, who appeared calm and strong, and a kind woman wearing an elegant headscarf named Fatima. Following them were the stylish Korean girl Seoyeon and the sharp-eyed Korean boy Minjun. Then came the simple Vietnamese lad On and the always smiling Thai boy Somchai. Finally, it was the turn of the Chinese compatriots in the classroom. The tall, sturdy boy introduced himself as Lu Wei, while a quiet and delicate girl softly stated her name as Lin Shi. When they saw Li Ran, they all displayed friendly and warm smiles. Just as Li Ran had expected, this small classroom gathered faces from all over Asia and the Middle East, yet there was not a single European student. The morning class focused on listening and speaking. Professor Harrison played an audio clip about the culture of university societies and then asked the students to discuss in pairs. Li Ran's partner happened to be the Vietnamese lad On. When On asked him questions in hesitant English, still heavily accented, Li Ran was surprised to find that he could understand effortlessly and his brain could quickly formulate responses. "I believe," Li Ran began, albeit slowly, yet each word was spoken clearly and confidently, "that university societies are not just about interests, but rather a form of social practice that can help us international students integrate into local culture more swiftly." It was then that he realized the high-pressure practice sessions with Robert and the practical exchanges filled with slang from Tom had acted like a form of stress training, making the academic English in the classroom feel remarkably easy. Harrison evidently noticed Li Ran's performance, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. After the group discussion ended, he specifically called out Li Ran's name. "Li Ran, your vocabulary and the logic of your arguments are exceptionally impressive. It seems that your preparation has been very thorough." Li Ran calmly stood up, a modest smile appearing on his face as he replied in a thoughtful tone, "Thank you, Professor. Actually, my grammar and speaking are quite average." The vocabulary you mention might just be due to my particular interests being rather niche. He paused as if hesitating to explain. I usually spend a lot of time online reading those English scouting reports, tactical analyses, and commercial news about player transfers. Perhaps. I've just seen so many of them that I've remembered some words. This statement casually made rippled through the room like a stone thrown into a calm lake. The other international students merely found this Chinese boy's hobby quite unique. However, Lu Wei and Lin Shi, the two compatriots from China, were already left speechless. Reading scouting reports. Researching transfer commercial news. What kind of hobby is that? Aren't ordinary fans just arguing on forums or lamenting over a bad call? This guy actually approaches watching games with a researcher's perspective. During the break, Lu Wei, the outgoing and friendly big guy, naturally sat down next to Li Ran with a coffee in hand. That's impressive, brother. Lu Wei patted Li Ran's shoulder with enthusiasm. Harrison is known for his serious demeanor. He rarely praises anyone directly. Your hobby is hardcore. Watching scouting reports every day. What major are you planning to pursue? It feels like you should be a football commentator instead. The gentle Lin, she also walked over with a cup of water, clearly interested in the topic. Li Ran smiled at these two enthusiastic compatriots and finally revealed his answer: sports management. Sports management. Both Lu Wei and Lin Shi were taken aback for a moment, then displayed expressions of ice. This major, though niche, was a perfect match for Li Ran's earlier humble brag introduction. Well, it's more like a dream. Li Ran did not elaborate further. He countered with a question: what about you guys? As for me, Lu Wei laughed heartily. I plan to study business, specifically business administration, so I can go back home and take over my dad's small factory. Lin Shi then smiled gently. I plan to apply for a master's in education, I want to become a teacher in the future. As they chatted, Li Ran's gaze inadvertently swept across the entire lounge. This small room was filled with a marvelous atmosphere of cultural fusion, resembling a miniature unite. The two Middle Eastern men, Ali and Muhammad, were huddled together with Fatima, using their incomprehensible Arabic to quietly and passionately discuss something, often accompanied by expressive gestures. In the corner, the two Japanese girls, Yui and Mickey, were gathered together quietly, sharing exquisite snacks they had brought from home, their faces adorned with sweet smiles. On the other side, the fashionable Korean girl Seoyeon was holding a colorful fashion magazine, quietly conversing with the sharp-eyed Minjun, who had a pair of headphones from an MP3 player, considered luxurious at the time, plugged in, nodding gently to the rhythm of the music. Meanwhile, the simple Vietnamese lad-on was holding a notebook and practicing the sentence structures they had just learned in class, with the always smiling Thai boy Sam Kai using somewhat awkward but earnest English. At lunchtime, just as Li Ran was about to head to the university cafeteria, his phone emitted a soft beep-beep. A text message from Xiaoya. Big brother Li Ran. The internet and television have been successfully installed. The newly purchased bed sheets and duvet covers have all been washed and are now sundrying on the balcony. I guarantee that when you return tonight, you'll be greeted by the warm, familiar scent of home. Reading this vivid, heartfelt message, Li Ran felt the fatigue of the entire day melt away. A gentle smile rose to his lips. He stepped into the campus convenience store and bought the simplest tuna sandwich and a bottle of water. Then he sat down on the university lawn, savoring his modest meal while gazing at the tranquil scenery around him. In the afternoon, he had a writing class. Li Ran handled it with effortless ease. When the 4 p.m. bell rang, he packed his backpack and was the first to walk out of the language center. At the entrance, he ran into Lu Wei and Lin Shi. Li Ran, would you like to grab a drink together? Lu Wei invited warmly. Li Ran smiled and shook his head, holding up his phone. Not today, I'm moving in. Next time I treat. Oh, excellent. Lu Wei winked playfully. We're holding you to that. The three exchanged cheerful goodbyes. As Li Ran strolled back toward his apartment, his heart felt unusually light. When he reached the building where his apartment was located, he unexpectedly encountered two familiar faces. Yui and Mickey, his Japanese classmates. Classmate Li Ran. Mickey, the more vivacious of the two, recognized him first and greeted him with genuine surprise. Do you live here too? Li Ran was equally taken aback. Yes, Yui replied in gentle, slightly halting English, her charm unmistakable. We live on the 2nd floor. And you? I'm on the 4th floor. What a remarkable coincidence. How wonderful. We can commute to school together from now on. Mickey declared, beaming with delight. The three exchanged polite, friendly pleasantries, agreeing to support one another academically, then parted ways. Li Ran reflected inwardly. In this foreign city, neighbors and friends had already begun to appear. Filled with quiet anticipation, he climbed to the 4th floor, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The moment the door opened, warmth enveloped him. Not the hollow chill of emptiness, but the soft glow of living room lights and the rich, inviting aroma wafting from the kitchen, garlic mingling with savory meat. The bulky shopping bags from yesterday had vanished. A small, newly purchased dining table stood at the center of the living room, draped in a beige cloth and adorned with a delicate vase. These thoughtful details transformed the space instantly, infusing it with the quiet, tender essence of Big Brotherly Ran is home. Xiaoya peeked out from the kitchen wearing an adorable apron, a smudge of flour dusting her cheek like a mischievous kitten's whisker. Her face lit up with a radiant, proud smile the moment she saw him. "Well, how's your chief commander doing?" Li Ran gazed upon this tender tableau. The warm light, the fragrant air, the girl who had spent the entire day preparing it all for him, and his heart swelled. All words coalesced into one simple, sincere phrase. "You've worked so hard." "Not at all." Xiaoya tossed her head playfully. "Go wash your hands. We'll eat any minute." Li Ran stepped into the kitchen, eager to lend a hand. Xiaoya was finishing the last dish, so he naturally picked up the freshly washed vegetables and began slicing them. Side by side in the compact kitchen, one stirring, the other chopping, they chatted idly, punctuated by the sizzle of the pan and the steady hum of the exhaust fan. "How was class today?" Was the professor stern. "Are your classmates easy to get along with?" "All went well. The instructor is highly professional, and everyone has been exceptionally kind. Though," Li Ran recalled his morning self-introduction, "it seems I'm the only one in class studying sports management." "So what? That makes you utterly unique." Humming off-key melodies and exchanging light banter, they soon prepared a lavish dinner. "Wait." As Xiaoya reached for the rice bowl, Li Ran suddenly interjected. "Our very first dinner in our first true home deserves a touch of ceremony. Hold on, I'll be right back." Before Xiaoya could react, he dashed out the door. 10 minutes later, he returned carrying a bottle of red wine and a small cake. Candlelight, though merely the dining room's ceiling lamp. Wine and a sumptuous feast. They raised their glasses, the clear, bright chime of crystal echoed softly through the cozy apartment. "To celebrating our successful settling in. And to your smooth start at university. Cheers." They savored every bite, laughter and warmth filling the room. After dinner, Xiaoya surveyed the tidied space with deep satisfaction and stretched luxuriously. "Well, my mission, considered largely accomplished." She turned to Li Ran. "Starting tomorrow, I'll begin my design course." She explained that her short-term program was hosted at Liverpool Hope University, conveniently close to his language center. Her classes ran nearly identical hours, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. for 2 weeks, and earlier that day, she'd even managed to register at the university during breaks between furnishing the apartment. Only now did Li Ran grasp just how intensely busy she'd been all day. Concerned, he asked, "And your design course, what exactly does it cover?" That question struck precisely the right chord. Her eyes sparkled instantly as she launched into enthusiastic explanation. "It's called Urban Texture and Design Inspiration, a short practice-based course offered by the university. We're assigned to select a representative British city outside London, study its architectural character and cultural history, and draw creative inspiration to complete a design project. Liverpool is the perfect case study. It bears the grand dock architecture of the Industrial Revolution, the musical legacy of the Beatles, and world-renowned football culture. All of these are my richest sources of inspiration." Her excitement mounted as if she could already see herself receiving top marks. Li Ran listened quietly, sensing the distinctive radiance that shimmered around her whenever she spoke of something she truly loved. He realized, yet again, that he understood her a little more deeply. Just then his phone rang. It was Tom. Li Ran answered. A warmly familiar Cockney-accented voice boomed cheerfully from the other end. "Mate, it's me, Tom." "Hello, Tom. What brings you calling so late?" "Massive news." Tom's voice cracked with excitement. "I phoned my mate Dave. Dave said he'd love to have us over, and next weekend Tranmere Rovers have a home match. He can secure us tickets for the players' family section, and after the game he'll give us a full tour of the players' tunnel and facilities. So what do you say? Are you free next weekend? I'll drive over to pick you both up." For Li Ran, this invitation was nothing short of an irresistible gift. "Brilliant, Tom." Li Ran suppressed his exhilaration, keeping his tone calm and steady. "It's settled. Next weekend we'll meet without fail." After hanging up, he found Xiaoya watching him with a knowing, teasing glint in her eye. He smiled and recounted the call in full detail. "Wow, really? Not only watch the match, but actually step into the players' tunnel. That's absolutely incredible. Looks like your life consultant might double as a football correspondent after all." Seeing her infectious enthusiasm, Li Ran's spirits lifted further. Night deepened. "Get some rest," he said, rising. "You start classes tomorrow. Don't oversleep." "You too." They exchanged quiet goodnights and retreated to their respective rooms. Li Ran lay on the unfamiliar bed, yet felt an overwhelming sense of peace. He did not fall asleep immediately. Instead, he kept his eyes open, replaying the recent intelligence and future plans in his mind. His brain began to operate at lightning speed. Tom's phone call turned a vague possibility into the first assessment item on my agenda. The primary purpose of my meeting with Dave is to probe and evaluate. I need to clarify several crucial questions from him. As an insider, to what extent is the club's financial situation dire? What is the morale of the players? And who exactly has the final say in the team now? Once the assessment is done, and if this club truly possesses the value for a bottom fishing opportunity, then my first angel investment can officially kick off. He understood that since his rebirth, everything so far had merely been a prelude. The upcoming Tranmere trip next weekend would be his first move as a true football manager. The next morning, Li Ran and Zhao Yu enjoyed their first simple breakfast together in their new home before heading out. Downstairs in the apartment building, Li Ran unexpectedly encountered the two Japanese classmates again. Good morning, Li Ran. Gentle Yui and lively Mickey, both carrying their backpacks and preparing to go to school, greeted Li Ran with a polite bow. Good morning, Yui. Mickey. Li Ran smiled in response and naturally introduced Zhao Yu by his side. This is Zhao Yu, my friend. These two are my classmates, Yui and Mickey. Hello. Zhao Yu greeted them confidently in English. Hello. Are you also a student at the University of Liverpool? You're so beautiful. Mickey's personality was evidently more outgoing, admiring Zhao Yu with sparkling eyes. I'm participating in a short-term course at the neighboring Hope University. After some casual banter, Yui and Mickey walked with them, the four of them heading towards the school. Along the way, the two Japanese girls curiously asked Li Ran about the grammar questions from yesterday's class in their unique soft accents. Li Ran patiently answered their queries. Zhao Yu walked beside them, watching Li Ran happily chat with the two lovely neon girls, and for some reason a small sour pang of jealousy suddenly welled up in her heart. She deliberately moved to Li Ran's other side, lightly nudging him with her elbow, and whispered teasingly in Chinese, "Oh, Li Ran, I didn't expect that just 2 days into school you'd already be so chummy with two Japanese girls. You even made plans to go to school together. That's quite a rapid progression." At that moment, Li Ran was clearly caught off guard, and was still excitedly saying, "What a coincidence. Yui and Mickey are not only in my class, but also live in the same apartment. Even novels wouldn't dare to write this." Zhao Yu scoffed with a humph and shot him a glance. "Alright, I need to turn left at the next intersection, so you just keep chatting with your neon girls." Li Ran, being a typical guy, was oblivious to her subtle hints and replied, "Sure, see you in the afternoon." Zhao Yu rolled her eyes again and swiftly left. The three arrived in the classroom and began a new day of classes. During the break, Lu Wei and Lin, she eagerly pulled him into conversation, expressing how happy it was to meet fellow countrymen in a foreign land. At lunchtime, Li Ran, Lu Wei, and Lin, she decided to dine at a nearby Chinese restaurant. A simple rice bowl became exceptionally delicious due to the familiar flavors and accents. During the meal, his phone chimed with a message from Zhao Yu. "My design class is so boring. Li Ran, how was your language?" Li Ran looked at the message, which contained a hint of teasing and affection, and couldn't hide the smile on his face. He replied, struggling through it, "I urgently need my lifestyle consultant to save me with a lavish dinner tonight." The afternoon was filled with similarly intense study, but with this small concern, the tedious classes seemed to become interesting. After school, Li Ran declined the invitation from Yui and Mickey to go home together. Instead of heading directly back to the apartment, he made a beeline for Zhao Yu's Hope University. When Zhao Yu walked out of the teaching building slightly tired, and with her backpack on, she immediately spotted Li Ran leaning against a lamppost smiling at her. "Li Ran, why are you here?" A look of surprise filled Zhao Yu's face. "I came to pick up my lifestyle consultant after school." Li Ran naturally took the backpack from her hands. "By the way, we haven't properly explored this city yet." They did not go home to cook, but strolled around the bustling commercial street in the city center and enjoyed a romantic dinner at a highly rated Italian restaurant. After dinner, as the city lights began to twinkle, Li Ran took Zhao Yu to Liverpool's most renowned landmark, Albert Dock. The harbor under the night sky was serene and magnificent. The ancient red brick warehouses exuded charming historical charm under the warm yellow lights. The calm water reflected the city's brilliant lights and a bright moon in the sky, while a cool, salty breeze gently brushed past. The two walked side by side on the cobblestone path of the pier, neither saying a word, simply enjoying the rare tranquility and beauty. "It's so beautiful here." Ultimately, Zhao Yu was the first to speak. "Indeed." Li Ran nodded, turning to look at Zhao Yu, illuminated by the night and lights, and softly said, "Even more beautiful than I imagined." Zhao Yu detected the double meaning in his words. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart skipped a beat. She felt the evening breeze was a bit chilly, and instinctively hugged her arms. In the next moment, a coat, still carrying Li Ran's warmth, was gently draped over her shoulders. Li Ran naturally extended his arm, pulling her into his embrace to shield her from the cool evening breeze. Zhao Yu stiffened for a moment, but soon relaxed, gently resting her head against his sturdy shoulder. In the distance, the sound of a ship's horn echoed melodiously, as if time slowed down just for them, and they did not speak again, but simply cuddled quietly, savoring the unexpected tranquility that belonged solely to the two of them. On the way back to the apartment, the atmosphere between them became subtle yet harmonious. Upon opening the apartment door, the warm light spilled out, elongating their shadows in the entrance. During the day, this place was merely an empty new home that had just begun to take shape. However, at that moment, as they returned together, cloaked in the night and undefined emotions, it seemed to finally possess the warmth and soul of home. I am going to take a shower. Zhao Ya's cheeks still bore a hint of the evening breeze's flush. She dared not look Li Ran in the eye and hurriedly retreated to her room. Li Ran then sat down on the sofa by the window, admiring the night view of Liverpool. It seemed that this path of rebirth was vividly painted with warm colors by the girl named Zhao Ya, marking it with a small yet brilliantly shining sun. When Zhao Ya finished her shower and came out wearing a cute cartoon pajamas, she saw that Li Ran had already poured her a glass of warm water and placed it on the dining table. Get some rest early, Li Ran smiled at her. You have classes tomorrow too. Zhao Ya replied softly, picking up the cup. You too. Li Ran looked at her, his gaze sincere and gentle. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I truly appreciate it. Zhao Ya's heart skipped a beat. She gazed at Li Ran's handsome face, illuminated by the light and adorned with a genuine smile, feeling her cheeks starting to heat uncontrollably. In a fluster, she quickly shut her door with a bang. In the following days, Li Ran's life fell into a wonderful and harmonious daily routine. Every morning as he prepared to leave for class, he would coincidentally encounter Yu and Mei Ji, both carrying their backpacks at the elevator entrance. Good morning, Li Ran. The gentle Yu would always greet him with a slight bow, her voice soft and sweet, like a delectable Japanese wagashi. Good morning. The lively Mei Ji would cheerfully wave her hand, her large doe-like eyes sparkling brightly in the morning sunlight. Thus, the journey from the apartment to the language center at school was filled with their cheerful chatter. However, within Li Ran, there was far more turmoil than his calm exterior suggested. He admitted that it was indeed a delightful thing to walk to school every morning with two such lovely cherry blossom girls. Yu, hailing from Tokyo, embodied the archetype of a Yamato Nadeshiko. With her long shiny black hair swaying gently with her steps, she walked in a simple cotton skirt. She always spoke with a gentle smile, her voice soft, yet clear like a mountain spring, bringing an overwhelming sense of tranquility. In contrast, Mei Ji from Osaka was a completely different style. She radiated vibrant energy like a fizzy orange soda. With her stylishly dyed light brown short hair paired with a bright yellow t-shirt and denim overalls, she bounced along with every step. When she spoke English, her unique and adorable Kansai accent added a special charm. When excited, she would even shake her little fists, her expressions lively like characters stepping out from a comic. One is serene as water, the other lively as fire. Li Ran chuckled inwardly, finding the thought amusing. Li Ran, the quiet Yu asked softly in her still developing English. We still don't quite understand the usage of subjunctive mood from yesterday's class. Would it be possible for you to explain it to us? Of course, no problem at all. Li Ran slowed his pace and began to break down that complex grammatical point in the simplest terms. Watching the two girls lean in closer, gazing up at him with adoring eyes as they listened attentively, Li Ran felt a small sense of accomplishment rising within him. In class, his current level of English and strong logical thinking abilities inevitably made him the most dazzling presence in this little United Nations class. During breaks, lively Mei Ji would always be the first to rush to Li Ran's desk, chattering excitedly in her adorable Kansai accent to ask him questions. Meanwhile, the quiet Yu would stand quietly beside her, her clear and bright eyes listening attentively, occasionally chiming in with a comment. Gradually, even Lin, she was influenced. Initially, she only watched from a distance, but after several attempts, she finally gathered the courage to join this little academic discussion group with her own notebook. Lin, she was a typical Jiangnan girl with long black hair, fair skin, and delicate features that exuded a scholarly elegance. Her voice was soft and gentle like a spring breeze, creating a very comfortable atmosphere. Thus, in the classroom of the language center, a peculiar scene often unfolded: a handsome Chinese boy surrounded by three beautiful girls from different countries, each with distinct styles. Lively Mei Ji, gentle Yu, and delicate Lin Shi, seriously discussing grammar and vocabulary. This scene made another Chinese classmate, Lu Wei, sitting nearby, feel envious and resentful. He couldn't help but lament inwardly, why is it that this guy gets to live like the male lead in a romance novel? It's just so unfair. That afternoon after school, having reluctantly bid farewell to the cherry blossom girls at the school gate, Li Ran fulfilled his earlier promise. Lu Wei, Lin Shi, he invited, let's go? I know a nice cafe nearby. It's on me. I've been waiting for you to say that. Lu Wei exclaimed, throwing an arm around Li Ran's shoulder. The three of them made their way to a cafe near the campus. Honestly, Li Ran, Lu Wei said, taking a big sip of coffee, I'm really impressed. Not only are you a monstrous student, but your charm with the ladies is also off the charts. What's your secret? Li Ran was left speechless, laughing in exasperation. I don't have any secret. It's just normal conversation. Lin Shi smiled and added, Yes, Li Ran is very patient and clear when explaining things. We all find it very helpful. While one can't compare people to others, Lu Wei sighed deeply. Li Ran chuckled and shifted the topic. They discussed their respective majors, talked about future plans, and shared various interesting anecdotes and challenges of living abroad. Listening to the familiar tones of home and engaging in topics filled with endless possibilities for young people, Li Ran felt relaxed, a genuine smile lingering on his lips. So to summarize, Lu Wei concluded with a mischievous grin, we have a future factory manager, a future teacher, and a future football management talent at this table. What talent? We're all still studying language and far from the main courses, Li Ran laughed, shaking his head. But it's bound to happen eventually. Lu Wei slapped the table with determination, saying, I don't care. When you become successful, you have to buy the screws produced by my little factory at a high price. Lin Shi was amused by his antics, and even Li Ran couldn't help but laugh. Before they knew it, the weekend had arrived. On Saturday afternoon around 2 o'clock, Li Ran's phone rang right on time. On the other end of the line was Tom, speaking in his unique, rapid-fire Cockney accent. But this time Li Ran was pleasantly surprised to find that he was no longer as confused as before. Though many slang words and ambiguous sounds still eluded him, he could now accurately catch the key phrases like arrived, address, and can't wait. It seemed that as long as one mastered the method, even the most difficult accent was merely a wild beast in need of taming. Brother, I've arrived in Liverpool. Quickly tell me your address. I can't wait to see you. Li Ran immediately provided his apartment address, reminding Tom to drive safely. Half an hour later, a somewhat old Ford sedan parked under the apartment building. As soon as Tom stepped inside, he was taken aback by the tidy and warm atmosphere of the well-kept apartment. My goodness, brother, he exclaimed dramatically, this doesn't look like a newcomer who has just arrived for a week. It resembles a home more than my doghouse in London, where I've lived for over 20 years. Of course, have you seen who the life consultant of this house is, eh? Zhao Ye said, proudly lifting her chin as she brought out 3 glasses of iced cola from the kitchen. The three chatted for a while in the living room, sharing their amusing stories from the week. As the clock approached 5, Tom stood up and waved his hand. Let's go. We're heading to the other side of the river, Birkenhead. There's a great barbecue place near the stadium where we will get dinner and refuel for the evening's match. Tom drove the car, taking the 2 across Liverpool city centre through the famous Mersey Tunnel and reached Birkenhead on the other side of the river. The dinner spot was an American barbecue restaurant filled with a Western cowboy theme. Just as the 3 of them were enjoying tender and juicy ribs, a tall, muscular figure appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. Tom, you rascal. The person laughed heartily as he walked over and gave Tom a firm bear hug. Dave, you rascal. Tom excitedly patted the other's back. Li Ran looked up, sizing up the man in front of him. He was Dave, standing at least 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered, and built like a wall, exuding the strength characteristic of a professional athlete. His face was chiseled, bearing traces of fatigue from hardship, with a faint scar at the corner of his brow, but his blue eyes, like Tom's, were filled with sincerity and warmth. After releasing Tom, Dave's gaze fell upon Li Ran and Zhao Ye, and he revealed a bright smile, saying to Tom, aren't you going to introduce your new friends? Oh, of course. Tom enthusiastically draped his arm over Li Ran's shoulder. Dave, this is my big brother from China, Li Ran. And this beautiful lady beside him is Zhao Ye. Dave extended his hand as big as a clay pot, his eyes filled with genuine goodwill and curiosity. Hello, Li Ran. I've heard Tom almost sing your praises to the heavens over the phone. He says your understanding of football surpasses that of the commentators on Sky Sports. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Dave. Tom is exaggerating, I'm just a fan. Li Ran replied with a smile, shaking his hand. Don't be modest. Dave glanced at his watch, saying somewhat regretfully, I really want to have a proper chat with you now, but I need to head back to the team to prepare. Just go to the entrance of the players' family passage and mention my name. It's over by the cowsheet stand for the away. He paused for a moment, then looked back at Li Ran with an expectant and enthusiastic tone, saying, Li Ran, Tom mentioned that your understanding of football is very profound. Honestly, aside from chatting with teammates, I rarely meet someone who truly understands the game. After the match, let's find a place to grab a drink and have a good chat together. Li Ran looked into his sincere eyes and nodded earnestly. Of course, it would be my honor. Great. Dave's face lit up with a smile again. See you after the match. With that, he turned and swiftly disappeared into the crowd. After dinner, the 3 of them arrived at Prenton Park, the home ground of Tranmere Rovers. Unlike the majestic temple of Highbury, the fan shop, here was merely a small room transformed from a corner of the stadium, smaller than Zhao Ye's living room in her London apartment. The merchandise sold was far less varied than Arsenal's, limited to basic jerseys, scarves, and team badges, with even team photos from the 80s and 90s hanging on the walls. They successfully collected their tickets at the family passage and entered the stadium. The stands were not large and the facilities were somewhat outdated, with the paint on some seats even chipped. Yet at this moment, every seat was filled. Fans waved white flags and sang the team songs, their heartfelt and pure love rivaling the fervor of Highbury, and even more sincere and moving. The players' family area where they sat was particularly full of life. Sitting nearby were the wives, parents, and children of the players. Lee Rand could even hear a blonde lady in the front row loudly calling out to her husband on the field, "Hey, put some strength into it. Don't play like a softie." Lee Rand noticed that the fans around him, whether old or young, seemed to know each other very well, enthusiastically greeting one another and chatting about daily life. Their discussions were not only about the players' performances, but also about whose backyard needs mowing and which child got into what secondary school. Lee Rand instantly understood. Most of the fans here came from the communities surrounding the stadium. They likely watched this team play since childhood, and some players on the field might be neighbors' classmates, or even the younger generation they watched grow up. Watching the team play was like watching their own children. They cheered genuinely for every brilliant performance and unreservedly cursed every mistake, but that heartfelt, selfless sense of belonging and guardianship was unmatched by any affluent club fan. This is the true warmth of home. At that moment, the atmosphere at Prenton Park reached its peak. The players had just finished their warm-up and returned to the locker room, but the singing in the stands continued to swell. "Today's opponent is Crewe," Tom shouted loudly to Lee Rand and Zhao Ye over the deafening songs. "They are old rivals of Tranmere, a team with decent skills that won't be easy to deal with." Lee Rand nodded, his gaze landing on the home team's coaching area. There stood an elderly Englishman with white hair, his face flushed with tension. He was loudly waving his fists at the players about to return to the tunnel, shouting something. "That's the head coach, Mr. Davies." Tom's tone was somewhat complex, a stubborn yet traditional good man. Tom didn't continue, but Lee ran. With the sharp whistle of the referee, the match officially began. From the outset, Tranmere displayed their fighting spirit at home. Their playing style was simple and brutal, filled with the most typical flavor of English football, a rigid 442 formation and a deep-rooted tendency for long balls. When defenders received the ball, they made no unnecessary decisions, delivering a long pass straight to the two tall strikers up front. The midfielder's role seemed to be to contest for the second ball. The entire tactic could be summed up in 3 words: launch high balls, target the big guys, rely on physicality. Zhao Ye watched in a daze. This was an entirely different world from the fluid coordination she saw at Highbury with Arsenal. Lee Rand, however, was not surprised. He thought to himself, this is the base color of English football. Even over 20 years later, when the Premier League has become the most technically proficient league in the world, those teams promoted from the Championship, like Burnley and Sunderland, still fundamentally adhere to this style. This is also why they can never establish themselves in the Premier League for long. In the opening minutes, Tranmere created some chaos with this momentum, but soon the opponent Crewe adapted to this rhythm. Their midfielders were clearly more skilled, no longer engaging in a physical battle with Tranmere, but rather effortlessly bypassing this non-existent midfield through smooth short passes. The ball repeatedly found its way directly to Tranmere's defensive line. This allowed Lee Rand to closely observe Dave's performance. As the team's sweeper, Dave was essentially the father of the entire defense. His tall stature was like a wall, repeatedly heading the opponent's crosses out of the penalty area. His anticipation and positioning were outstanding. Several times, he precisely executed a slide tackle, just as an opponent's forward was about to break through on goal. This guy is a pure defensive talent, Lee Rand evaluated in his mind. But his shortcomings are too evident. He's slow. Fortunately, the opponent lacks fast forwards, otherwise Dave would have a lot on his hands this match. In the 33rd minute of the match, the scenario Lee Rand feared most occurred. A Crewe midfielder, unmarked, easily advanced the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Tranmere's midfielders were still desperately chasing from behind. Dave had no choice but to bravely charge out of the penalty area to challenge, trying to delay the opponent's attack. The moment he left his core defensive position, the opposing player delivered a brilliant through ball. The ball precisely penetrated the gap left by Dave's movement. The Crewe forward easily beat the offside trap, facing the goalkeeper and scoring in one smooth motion. 0-1. Tranmere trails at home. The entire Prenton Park Stadium fell into a dead silence, followed by a tremendous despair-filled sigh. Lee Rand's gaze did not linger on the dejected players on the field. Instead, he immediately focused on Mr. Davis in the home team's coaching box. He saw the English old man, after the team conceded a goal, merely kick away the water bottle in anger and rush to the sidelines, continuing to shout at the players on the field, press forward. Press forward. Engage them in close combat. There were no tactical adjustments, no formation changes, only the most feeble emotional roars. It's over. Not again. Tom next to him covered his face with his hands, letting out a painful groan. Every time we fall behind, Coach Davis just shouts press forward. We already have no one in midfield. This just creates bigger gaps. Zhao Ye, though not well versed in tactics, could see the problem and asked Lee Rand in confusion, Is his command wrong? Not wrong, Lee Rand replied calmly, his voice forming a peculiar contrast against the surrounding noise, sounding exceptionally clear and composed. It's ineffective. He pointed to the field and began his live teaching. Look, the root of our conceding goals lies in losing control of midfield, though our two central midfielders were completely bypassed by the opponent's technical midfielders, exposing the back line directly. At this moment, sending players to madly press forward will only cause them to lose their defensive positions and expose even larger gaps behind them to the opponents. Then, what should we do? Tom asked urgently, completely regarding Lee Ran as a savior. A glimmer of tactical brilliance sparkled in Lee Ran's eyes. The simplest adjustment is to immediately change from 442 to 4,411. Remove one forward and pull him back to midfield to disrupt and disturb the opponent's organizing core from the attacking midfielder position. This way our midfield defense can at least transform from two lines into a slightly layered small triangle. First stabilize our position, then aim for a counterattack. This explanation was clear and incisive. Tom was left dumbfounded. Despite watching football for so many years, he had never thought of it this way. The situation on the field immediately validated Lee Ran's judgment. The players of Tranmere faithfully executed the coach's orders, pressing forward more aggressively. However, this chaotic pressing, lacking any structure, was like a group of brutes chasing a nimble swordsman against the technically superior Crewe team. Merely 2 minutes later, Crewe easily tore apart Tranmere's midfield line again, with a simple 1-2 combination, creating a highly threatening shot. Bang! The ball smashed hard against the post, sending a chill down the spines of the home fans. It was Dave once again throwing his body in front to block the shot that prevented the score from widening. As Tom watched this chaotic scene on the field, and then turned to see Lee Ran's expression of "I knew it," his admiration transformed into complete profound respect. "My God, brother," he murmured, "what you said. Not a word was amiss. They really are running around like a bunch of headless flies." Lee Ran shook his head. He knew that from a tactical standpoint this match was already over. What remained was just garbage time. In the 78th minute, Crewe scored again from a corner kick with their center back heading the ball into the net. 0-2. This goal was like a needle completely puncturing the last balloon of hope at Prenton Park. Some fans began to leave early, their faces etched with numbness and disappointment. But more fans, the most loyal gray-haired elders and the children who had just begun to understand, still stood in the stands waving their scarves, singing their team's song in hoarse voices. Their voices were tragic yet tenacious, echoing in the stadium's air. When the final whistle blew and the score settled at 0-2, Lee Ran did not look at the dejected players on the field, nor at the fans leaving early. His gaze lingered for a long time on those die-hard fans who, even in defeat, continued to applaud and sing for the players. He watched as Dave, dragging his weary body, walked to the stands to thank the fans, his eyes filled with remorse and unyielding spirit. He thought to himself, the players here still possess the will to fight. The fans here still hold unyielding loyalty. They lack nothing but a correct mind to lead them out of darkness. This team is not terminally ill, it is merely a sleeping giant. And I might just be the only one who can. The three of them left with the crowd, and as per the earlier agreement with Dave, drove back to downtown Liverpool, arriving at a traditional English pub recommended by Dave away from the tourist bustle. The pub had soft lighting, few patrons, and a quiet atmosphere perfect for conversation. They found a booth in a corner while Tom was still fuming over the match result. Those midfielders were practically strolling. They always leave Dave to cover for them alone. Coach Davis' tactics are too rigid. About an hour later, when Tom's third beer was nearing its end, Dave finally pushed the door and walked in. He had showered and changed into casual clothes, but the fatigue and disappointment from the loss could not be concealed. "Sorry I'm late," he plopped down on the sofa, exhaling a sigh. "I stayed a bit too long in the locker room after the match." "It's okay." Dave Lee Ran proactively raised his glass. "Let's not think about the match for now. Honestly, you played like a true warrior today. Those crucial blocks were simply world-class." This was a heartfelt compliment and a skillful opener. For a player who had just lost and was physically and mentally exhausted, such specific recognition was far more endearing than empty consolation. Indeed, a hint of bitter gratitude appeared on Dave's face as he raised his glass and downed it in one go. "Thanks, Lee Ran. Unfortunately, no matter how hard I try, I can't plug all the holes alone." Lee Ran understood in his heart, but he knew that Dave's true level might just be limited to this. He was a typical English center back with very distinct strengths and weaknesses. Brave, strong, excellent positional awareness, and fierce, unknown defense. However, he was too slow, his footwork was rough, and he had almost no passing ability. Playing in the Premier League was certainly out of the question for him, but in environments like League One and League Two, which emphasize physical confrontation, he could still establish himself in mid to lower tier teams. After a few beers, and after chatting about some lighthearted football anecdotes, Lee Ran knew it was time to cut to the chase. He transitioned the topic to the most crucial issue with a seemingly casual and friendly tone. "Dave, Tom mentioned to me earlier that many teams other than those in the Premier League are facing financial difficulties. Is your team the same way?" At this mention, Dave's expression, which had just relaxed, became heavy again. He glanced at his trustworthy friend Tom, and then at the sincere-eyed Li Ran, ultimately choosing to open up. Bad. Dave laughed self-deprecatingly. It's not just bad, it's a complete disaster. He lowered his voice and began to recount those untold insider stories. We haven't received full salaries for 2 months. The club can only issue a small living allowance each month, and everyone is just getting by on their savings. The atmosphere in the team is tense. Several key players' agents are already helping them look for new clubs. What about the management? The chairman and the owner, aren't they doing anything? Li Ran pressed on. Manage? What can they manage? Dave's tone was filled with helplessness. Our chairman, Mr. Evans, is a good man, a local businessman, and a loyal fan of the team. But honestly, he is out of money. The astronomical broadcasting fees nearly took his life. The club's total debt is a chaotic mix, possibly around £700,000 to £800,000. The most pressing issue now is that the players' union has issued us an ultimatum. Dave's expression became extremely serious. The total wages owed to all of our players is around £100,000. If the club can't come up with this money within 2 weeks, the union will apply to the court for compulsory liquidation. At that time, it won't just be a matter of relegation, it will be dissolution. £100,000 is a death warrant. Li Ran keenly grasped this crucial piece of information. He continued to ask, so what the club needs most right now is a cash injection to solve this pressing issue. Exactly. Dave nodded vigorously. The chairman is acting like a madman, looking for investments everywhere. Rumor has it that he no longer cares about holding on to shares. As long as someone is willing to provide that £100,000 in cash to pay the wages and keep the team alive, he is willing to cede more than half of his shares. Dave looked at Li Ran and said with a bitter smile, he just doesn't want this century-old club to completely disappear on his watch. £100,000 in cash, in exchange for control and management of an English Football League 2 club. Li Ran's heart began to race uncontrollably. The £15,000 in his account suddenly seemed ample, so precise, as if it had been tailor-made for this situation. He knew that all the core information he needed was now in his hands. What lay before him was no longer a detritus mess, but a severely undervalued perfect shell resource due to a short-term cash flow crisis. Li Ran raised his glass. Dave, he began, his voice not loud, yet it felt like a stone thrown into a calm lake, sending ripples through all present. Perhaps I can solve your problem. What? Dave was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Tom and Xiaoya stared at him in shock, completely unprepared for Li Ran's statement. A confident smile curled at the corners of Li Ran's mouth. They'll cover that £100,000 in wages that will determine the club's fate. This statement plunged the entire booth into silence. Dave's mouth fell open, Tom's eyes widened like saucers, and Xiaoya covered her mouth with her small hand, afraid of gasping aloud. Do you mean it? Dave's voice trembled. Of course. Li Ran nodded and then presented his conditions, but this money is not a donation, it's an investment. I have 2 conditions. First, I want 51 of the club's shares. Second, I want to join the board and have the final say on all football-related matters, including player transfers, coaching staff changes, and youth training development. He looked at the 3, who were completely stunned, knowing that he had to show them and Dave a brilliant future that would persuade the club chairman. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze becoming incredibly profound, as if he could already see the scenario years down the line. Dave, I know you will think I'm crazy after hearing this. A Chinese international student who just arrived in England a few days ago, how dare he make such bold claims? Let me tell you what I can bring. It's simple, 3 things. He held up a finger. First, smarter recruitment. He looked at Dave. Your current recruitment strategy is still limited to England, which is expensive and inefficient. I will introduce a brand new global scouting model. We can buy players who are twice as good as the current ones for half the money. He raised a second finger. Second, more advanced tactics. He shook his head. You saw the game today. Your playing style is too one-dimensional. I will bring a completely new tactical system. Finally, he raised a third finger, his gaze sharpening. Third, something you have never thought of. A whole new market. He glanced at Tom. You only see the small town of Birkenhead, but I see all of Asia. As long as this club has a Chinese background, it would open up a massive market with hundreds of millions of potential fans that you wouldn't even dare to imagine. At that point, it won't be us looking for money, it will be money looking for us. Dave's breath quickened. He looked at Li Ran, his eyes shifting from initial shock to a fervent hope, grasping at a lifeline. He suddenly stood up, so excited that he knocked over the wine glass on the table. Xiaoya at this moment was already so stunned by Li Ran's thoughts that she couldn't utter a word. She only knew that, like her, Li Ran was just one of the countless students who had crossed oceans to study in this unfamiliar land. She had never imagined that on their first weekend in Liverpool, in this small barbecue restaurant, the man who had just been shopping and watching a game with her would propose such astonishing ideas and plans. What kind of unfathomable depth was hidden beneath his calm exterior? This man suddenly made her feel incredibly unfamiliar, yet irresistibly captivated. Watching Li Ran eloquently articulate what seemed like an inevitable success story, her heart raced uncontrollably. The powerful confidence radiating from him, a complete mastery of the future, was something she had never seen in any peer or even any man. That already handsome face now exuded a near-fatal charm enhanced by his grand ambitions. Zhao Ye felt her admiration for Li Ran growing at an uncontrollable speed. At this moment, she truly understood what her sister meant by interesting. Tom's reaction was even more direct. He was still holding the cold beer glass, his mouth half open, eyes glazed over, as if he had been hit by a spell. His mind was blank, with only Li Ran's impactful words echoing repeatedly. He was a football fanatic, and he understood better than anyone the weight and feasibility of Li Ran's statements. It was precisely because he understood that he felt even more shocked. He looked at Li Ran, swallowing hard, but not a word came out, completely unsure of how to react. "My God, Li Ran," Dave stammered, "everything you just said. Heavens. You are definitely the most knowledgeable person about football operations I have ever met." He'll go see the chairman first thing tomorrow. No, we'll go right now. He must hear what you have to say. You might just be the miracle we have been waiting for." Li Ran smiled and gently pushed the excited Dave back into his seat. "Calm down, Dave." His voice held a reassuring power. "Impulse won't accomplish great things. We must proceed step by step. Listen to me. First, don't rush to find the chairman. If you run over to him all sweaty, he will only think you're... Wait until tomorrow when you have calmed down and find a formal time to talk to him in his office. You should say that through a friend you met a young investor from Huaxia who is very interested in investing in British football. You need to emphasize that this investor has a profound understanding of the team's difficulties and possesses a complete set of development strategies that can revitalize the team. You should make him curious about me not expecting money. Third, the sole purpose of this conversation is to secure an opportunity for me to have a formal meeting with him. Just tell him that I will personally come to Birkenhead next Monday, and that I have already prepared a specific investment plan, hoping to discuss it with him face-to-face." This series of clear and logically coherent instructions completely calmed Dave down and made his admiration for Li Ran peak. He nodded vigorously like a soldier receiving orders. "I understand, Li Ran. I promise to complete the task perfectly." Under the impact of the grand blueprint painted by Li Ran, the four of them excitedly chatted for a long time, and Dave kept bugging Li Ran, asking many details about the future construction of the team. They only got up to leave when the bar was about to close. Walking on the cool streets of Liverpool at night, Tom seemed to... "Brother Zhao Ye, well, leave it here. Tom said I'm staying at Dave's house tonight. I came all the way from London, so it's perfect to chat overnight. I won't see you off." "No problem, you two brothers should catch up," Li Ran said with a smile. Dave stepped forward and said seriously to Li Ran, "Li Ran, rest assured I will talk to the chairman about this first thing tomorrow morning." "Okay." At the bar entrance, Tom once again gave Li Ran a strong hug. "Brother, if there's anything you need me to do..." After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic Tom and the expectant Dave, Li Ran and Zhao Ye hailed a black taxi on the roadside. As the taxi smoothly drove into the streets of Liverpool at night, the city lights flowed like light rushing past the window. In the small and intimate space, only the two of them remained. The noise of the day and the excitement from before had faded away, leaving behind a subtle and warm silence that quietly spread between the two. Zhao Ye turned her head to secretly observe Li Ran beside her. The neon lights outside flickered past his resolute profile, making his deep-set eyes appear even more mysterious. He simply gazed out the window, but Zhao Ye could sense that beneath his calm exterior there was definitely a turbulent, unimaginable, grand blueprint for the future. Thinking of how he spoke so confidently to Dave and Tom in the bar earlier, that powerful confidence of having everything under control made her heart inexplicably race. Unable to contain herself, she broke the silence, her voice carrying a slight tremor. She wasn't even aware of Li Ran, "Brother. I feel so excited just thinking about what you said earlier." Li Ran turned his head, looking at her in surprise. Zhao Ye's cheeks flushed slightly, but her eyes sparkled with pure sincerity and longing, acquiring a team, and then managing and operating it. "Oh my, this is even more thrilling than any movie or novel I've ever pursued. I really can't wait to see the day you realize it." After saying this, she shyly lowered her head. She knew that her excitement at this moment might seem a bit childish, but she couldn't help it. The man in front of her was already so handsome that he could make any girl's heart flutter. And now, when he revealed that ambition and clear plan far beyond his peers, this charm was fatal for a girl like her, who also longed to see miracles in a foreign land. She had never wished so strongly for someone's success. She was even willing to put in all her efforts to help. Li Ran was deeply moved by her serious demeanor. He could feel that behind her excitement lay an unwavering trust and the purest support. He looked at her, his gaze softening immensely. "Thank you, Zhao Ye," he said softly. "With you saying this, I feel even more confident." A simple thank you and a sincere "I feel more confident" instantly filled Zhao Ye's heart with immense satisfaction and joy. She raised her head, meeting his warm gaze, and nodded vigorously. Back at the apartment, Li Ran took a shower, and when he came out he found that Zhao Ye had already prepared a cup of hot milk for him. Drink this and go to bed early, Li Ran, brother. I have an important activity planned for tomorrow. Zhao Ye handed him the cup, while sitting cross-legged on the sofa browsing through a travel magazine. Li Ran drank the milk, looking at Zhao Ye's serene and beautiful profile under the light, feeling a stir in his heart. What important activity do you have tomorrow, advisor Zhao? Of course. Our great manager Li can't always be thinking about football, he needs to relax a bit too. She flipped to a page in the magazine that introduced Chester Zoo with colorful pictures that looked very appealing. I checked, and this zoo in Cheshire is one of the largest and best in the UK, just over half an hour by train from here. She looked at Li Ran with an expectant, irresistible tone. So tomorrow, let's go on a date here. The word date slipped so naturally from her lips, making Li Ran's heart ripple once more. He looked at her sparkling eyes, which seemed to say, please agree with me, and smiled as he nodded. Okay then. The next morning came, and the entire apartment was filled with a lazy and cozy atmosphere. They didn't wake up early until the bright sunshine outside completely roused them. Together in the kitchen, they clumsily learned to make English muffins, resulting in a messy kitchen with flour on their faces, and they could only laugh at each other and resolve breakfast with simple toasted bread and milk. After breakfast, they set off on their journey to Cheshire. Chester Zoo truly lived up to its reputation as one of the largest and best zoos in the UK. Here there were no cramped iron cages like those back home. Instead, there were vast ecological parks that simulated real natural environments. Zhao Ye completely unleashed her playful nature like a little girl visiting an amusement park for the first time, pulling Li Ran along, excitedly darting between each area. She would mimic monkeys in front of Monkey Mountain, scratching her head and making Li Ran laugh heartily. She would watch a colorful butterfly land on her fingertip in the butterfly greenhouse, exclaiming in surprise, insisting that Li Ran use his Nokia phone to capture this fairy descending to Earth moment. She also had to take pictures with every adorably silly animal she came across, like a yawning hippopotamus or a dazed llama. Li Ran patiently acted as her dedicated photographer and bag carrier. He simply enjoyed the pure happiness of spending a perfect weekend with a beautiful girl. As they reached the lion exhibition area, a majestic male lion lay lazily on a rock, basking in the sun. Occasionally, it would lift its head and emit a deep, resonant roar, drawing gasps of admiration from the visitors. Look, Zhao Ye pointed at the lion, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. It looks lazy now, but you know, once it starts hunting, it will become the true king of this grassland. She turned her head, looking at Li Ran with a hint of mischievousness in her gaze. Li Ran, I can't help but feel that you are a bit like it. Like it? Li Ran was taken aback. Yes, Zhao Ye nodded seriously. Usually, you seem quiet and indifferent to everything. But once you talk about what you truly want to do, the confidence and aura you exude is just like it, filled with the essence of a king. Li Ran was amused by her peculiar metaphor. Just as he was about to say something, his Nokia phone in his pocket rang. On the other end was Dave, his voice slightly hoarse, yet brimming with suppressed excitement. Li Ran, it's me, Dave. So how did it go, Dave? Did you talk to the chairman? Li Ran's heart raced. I did. I spoke to him last night, and this morning I went to his office and conveyed everything you said that day, word for word. Dave spoke rapidly, clearly overly excited. At first the chairman thought I was joking, but when I relayed your analysis of the team's situation, your thoughts on future signings tactics, and even your views on the Chinese market, he was completely astonished. He asked me several times, is that young man from China really new to England? Li Ran. Dave's voice was filled with admiration and hope. The chairman asked me to convey to you that he was deeply moved by your plans and vision. He wants to meet you immediately. He sincerely invites you to his office at Prenton Park tomorrow at 10 in the morning to discuss in person. All right, Dave, he forced himself to calm down. Please tell the chairman that I will arrive on time. After hanging up, Li Ran looked at Zhao Ye, who was still curiously gazing at him, and then at the lion that had just been napping, but was now standing up, shaking its mane. He smiled. At 9 in the morning, Tom's somewhat old Ford car arrived punctually at Li Ran's apartment. Zhao Ye had gone off to her design class, but before leaving, she carefully adjusted the tie of his new suit, cheering him on in a uniquely gentle and playful manner. Go ahead, Manager Li. She stood on her tiptoes, smoothing out a wrinkle on his shoulder. Go conquer that old English. I'll be waiting for your good news. Li Ran nodded with a smile and dialed Lu Wei's number, asking him to help request a leave from Teacher Harrison. Lu Wei on the other end of the line was stunned into silence upon learning that Li Ran was going to have a business negotiation with the chairman of a professional club, finally managing to utter a single word: incredible. Everything was ready. Li Ran got into Tom and Dave's car, heading straight for the destination, Prenton Park. Passing through the somewhat narrow administrative corridor and taking an old elevator, they finally arrived at the chairman's office, located at the top level of the stands. The office was small, even somewhat outdated, but impeccably tidy. The walls were adorned with black and white photos and honor banners from various periods of the team's history, and a large glass cabinet displayed several tarnished championship trophies. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window lay the lush, empty field. The entire room was steeped in a sense of humble, yet proud history belonging to a small club. An elderly man with graying hair dressed appropriately, yet somewhat outdated in a wool suit stood by the window, facing away from them, and gazing at the field. "Mr. Chairman," Dave respectfully began, "I've brought the person you wanted to see." The old man slowly turned around. He was Peter Evans, the chairman of Tranmere Rovers. His face bore the shrewdness of a local businessman coupled with a deep fatigue from his tireless efforts for the club. He scrutinized Lee Rand with sharp, direct eyes. "Dave, you two can step out for a moment," Chairman Evans said in a hoarse yet powerful voice. Dave and Tom quickly took the hint and left the office, gently closing the door behind them. In the office, only Lee Rand and Evans remained. A negotiation that would decide the future of the club officially began. "Please take a seat, young man." Evans gestured to the sofa opposite him and spoke first. "Dave has shared your thoughts with me. I'm quite surprised and very curious. Why would such a young student from China be interested in a small club like ours that is struggling in the mire?" Lee Rand did not answer immediately, but calmly looked at him and asked in return, "Mr. Chairman, before answering your question, could you tell me how much you think Tranmere is worth?" This question caught Evans off guard. He didn't expect the other party to be so direct right from the start. He chuckled wryly and shook his head. "How much is it worth? People say outside that due to the exorbitant broadcasting fees, many small to medium clubs are priced at just £1 for sale. But for me, that's a disgrace." His eyes instantly became incredibly firm and stubborn. "This club was passed down from my father. It is the culmination of generations of dedication from this community. I would rather watch it die with honor than sell it off like garbage at a low price." Lee Rand nodded, knowing he had found the right person. The elderly man before him was a true football person who loved his club deeply. "I completely agree with your perspective." Lee Rand's tone was filled with respect. "So, I am not here to pick up bargains. I'm here to be a partner." He looked at Evans and said steadily, "Mr. Chairman, I do not have the capability or desire to buy the entire club outright and bear all its debts. What I can offer is a sum of cash that can address your immediate needs, as well as a future blueprint that can help the team regain new life. My proposal is quite simple." He extended his finger. "I am willing to immediately inject €100 into the club to pay all overdue wages for players and staff." Chairman Evans's pupils constricted sharply. £100,000 in cash. This was precisely the lifeline that could pull the club back from the brink. In return, Lee Rand's tone became unequivocal. "I need two things. First, 51 of the club's share. Second, I want absolute authority over all football matters, including player transfers, coaching staff appointments, scouting systems, and youth academy development." "You?" Chairman Evans was shocked by this proposal. "You want control and management rights over all foot—" "Yes." Lee Rand nodded, "because only then can my blueprint be executed 100%. The two fell into a silent confrontation, the air thick with tense negotiation. After a long while, Chairman Evans slowly spoke, his voice hoarse. "Young man, your appetite is too big. 51 of the shares is impossible. I cannot just hand over something passed down from my ancestors." Lee Rand knew that the real bargaining had begun. He calmly replied, "Mr. Chairman, the number of shares is negotiable. However, I will not relinquish an inch of control over the management of football affairs. Because you are well aware that the reason the club has reached this point is due to the many mistakes we made in the field of football expertise." This statement precisely struck at the heart of Chairman Evans' pain. He was a successful businessman, but he had to admit that when it came to managing a football club, he was indeed an outsider. Lee Rand did not give him much time to think, but rather seized the opportunity to launch a nearly ruthless attack, beginning to analyze how the club had gradually descended into the abyss. "Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, the biggest mistake of the club was 2 years ago when we built a squad with only mid-tier League One strength, while paying salaries close to that of the Premier League. We were overly optimistic in believing the inflated broadcasting fees from television companies, which shattered the club's originally healthy wage structure, and this is the root of all our financial problems. Secondly, it was our transfer strategy." Lee Rand's gaze sharpened. "Last season, to alleviate financial pressure, we sold our most promising left-winger, just 19 years old, for a mere €200. Yet at the same time, we retained 3 veterans over 30 earning more than €500 a week who had become bench warmers and were unwanted by other teams. We sold our future while retaining a heavy burden. This was a colossal mistake in asset management. Lastly, and most visibly, is Coach Davis' tactics." Lee Rand shook his head. His long ball strategy might have been effective when team morale was high. But after the team was relegated with low spirits and core players departing, this approach became nothing more than meaningless physical exertion. The reason we were relegated from League One last season was not due to a lack of effort from the players, but because we had already lost the tactical battle from the very first match of the season. Every word of Lee Rand's was like a precise scalpel layer by layer dissecting the rotting core beneath the glamorous history of Tranmere Rovers. Chairman Evans was somewhat aware of these issues himself, but he had never heard anyone summarize them so clearly and incisively as this young man before him. He looked at Lee Rand, the Chinese student, and saw no trace of mockery in his eyes as he discussed these most troubling issues, only a professional and calm demeanor akin to a doctor diagnosing a patient. In that moment, the last remnants of his doubts and insistence crumbled. He realized that perhaps entrusting professional matters to professionals was the only way to save the club. Ultimately, after a grueling hour of back-and-forth negotiations, the two reached a final agreement that was beneficial to both parties. Lee Rand made concessions and demonstrated his sincerity. The final plan was that Lee Rand would personally inject 700 in cash to address the club's most pressing wage issues. In return, he would acquire 40 of the club's shares, becoming the second largest shareholder and a member of the club's. But the most crucial point was that Chairman Evans agreed to Lee Rand's added clause, which he valued most: the establishment of a previously non-existent position, director of football, to be personally held by Lee Rand. This position would supersede that of the head coach, possessing ultimate decision-making authority over all football-related matters of the club, and its powers were explicitly laid out in the contract. Transfers and contract renewals for all first-team players, the appointment and dismissal of the head coach and coaching staff, the rebuilding and management of the club's scouting system, and the construction and development planning of the youth academy. This agreement was nothing short of perfect. Chairman Evans remained the majority shareholder and chairman of the club, preserving his dignity and control over the club's business and financial affairs, while also securing vital cash. Meanwhile, Lee Rand, with just 700, obtained what he desired most: the absolute control over the competitive future of this team. Pleasant cooperation, Mr. Lee. Chairman Evans stood up and extended his hand to Lee Rand, his address having changed from young man to the more equal Mr. Lee. Pleasant cooperation, Mr. Chairman. Lee Rand also stood up and shook his hand firmly. Chairman Evans looked at him with a new scrutinizing gaze, posing his first challenge after assuming office. As our club's new director of football, what do you plan to do about our stubborn Coach Davis? Lee Rand met his gaze calmly, not answering immediately, but instead countering with a question. Mr. Chairman, how much longer does Coach Davis' contract have? 1 year, Chairman Evans said with a hint of bitterness on his face. His annual salary is $8,000. If we were to fire him now, we would need to pay the full compensation according to the contract. To be honest, the club is barely able to pay next month's player wages, let alone come up with that amount of money. This was a deadlock. This was also Chairman Evans' first test of Lee Rand. Lee Rand nodded, knowing that this was his moment to showcase his value. I understand. He did not show any difficulty, but instead took out a document he had prepared the previous night from his briefcase and gently pushed it in front of Chairman Evans. The document contained Coach Davis' detailed resume. Coach Davis, from 1975 to 1985, played for Tranmere for 10 years and was the team's esteemed captain. Lee Rand slowly said. After retiring, he remained with the club as a youth coach for 15 years, nurturing countless young players for the club. 3 years ago, during the club's most difficult time, he took over as head coach of the first team. Chairman Evans looked at him in surprise. How do you know all this? To be a good director, one must first respect the club's history. Lee Rand replied calmly, then shifted the conversation. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, my first decision is, we cannot fire Coach Davis. Not firing him. Chairman Evans was even more confused. What should we do then? Let him continue managing the team and lose until we are relegated again? No, Lee Rand shook his head. We need to promote him. He looked at Chairman Evans and articulated his premeditated solution, filled with human feelings. Coach Davis' tactics and on-field command have indeed fallen behind the times. He is not suited to continue as the head coach of the first team. However, his loyalty to the club, his passion for young players, and his reputation among local fans are invaluable assets to us. Therefore, I suggest that the board grant Coach Davis a new, more honorary position, Director of Youth Development and Honorary Ambassador for the club. We will retain most of his salary and have him focus on what he excels at, discovering local talents and representing the club in community events to maintain relationships with fans. We are not firing a failure, we are honoring a contributor. We preserve his dignity and retain his loyalty. Most importantly, Lee Rand's lips curled into a clever smile. We have effortlessly vacated the position of head coach without spending a single penny in compensation. This statement left Chairman Evans utterly stunned. He stared at the young man before him, feeling as if his mind was struggling to keep up. Could such a meticulous and effective solution, which not only resolved the problem, but also garnered goodwill, really come from a 22-year-old student? My God! Chairman Evans couldn't help but murmur, then burst into laughter. Director Lee, I take back all my previous doubts. I certainly know that. Lee Rand smiled. He had been waiting for this question. He took out another document from his This document was much thinner than Davis resumed, containing only a name that most English fans would find To change the team, we must first change the team's soul, which is the football philosophy. We need technique, we need control, we need a smarter playing style. Therefore, what I need to find is not a traditional manager, but a head coach who can perfectly execute my tactical. He pushed the document in front of Chairman Evans. His name is Brendan Rodgers. Rodgers is Lee Rand's ideal coaching candidate. He is the tactical innovator who led Swansea to the Premier League with a beautiful possession-based style, the manager who brought Liverpool to the brink of their first Premier League title, the Dynasty architect who completed an unbeaten treble with Celtic in the Scottish League, and the top manager who led Leicester City to a fairy-tale FA Cup victory. But at this moment in 2002, this name only represented one thing to Mr. Evans, the chairman of Tranmere, strangeness. Brendan. Who? Chairman Evans frowned, trying hard to recall this name in his mind, but coming up empty. I don't think I've heard of this person. Which club is he the head coach of? He is not currently coaching any team, Lee Rand calmly replied. Strictly speaking, he hasn't officially managed a first team yet. He is currently the youth training director at Reading. What a... Chairman Evans felt his blood pressure rising. He slammed his hand on the table. Director Lee, are you joking? We just reassigned an experienced, accomplished coach, and now you want me to hire some unknown kid as the head coach of the first team. The board will not agree to this. The fans will eat us alive. I never joke. In the face of Chairman Evans' fury, Lee Rand's gaze remained filled with undeniable confidence. Chairman, please let me finish. First, he is inexpensive. He is just a youth training director now, and we only need to pay a laughably low salary in the entire professional league to persuade him to start his coaching career. This perfectly aligns with our current financial situation. Second, he is hungry. He has a strong desire to prove himself as a coach and is filled with ambition. He won't nitpick my tactical philosophy like those seasoned veterans who have lingered in lower leagues for years. He will absorb, learn, and execute like a sponge. Third, and most importantly, he represents the future. Lee Rand's eyes sparkled. Rodgers had an unremarkable playing career, but he is a pure academic. He went to Spain to study at a young age and was deeply influenced by Barcelona's possession football philosophy. His football ideology is built on technique and control, which completely aligns with my team-building vision. Having him coach will send the strongest signal to the entire team and all players. Starting today, Tranmere's football will adopt a new way of life. He looked at Chairman Evans, who was rendered speechless, and made his final summary. Right now, we can't afford to compete with others in terms of muscle. So we must lead them by a generation in brain. We cannot afford a famous architect, but we can hire the most talented and obedient foreman, with me providing the blueprint and him responsible for the construction. The office fell into a long silence. After a while, Chairman Evans slowly exhaled deeply. He looked at the young man before him, and in his eyes there was nothing left but shock and complete heartfelt admiration. All right, Director Lee. He shook his head with a bitter smile. I have to admit your ideas are crazier than everything I've accumulated over the past decade. But, damn it, I actually think you're making a lot of sense. He stood up, walked over to Lee Rand, and patted him on the... This club will now be entrusted to you in terms of football. Chairman Evans no longer hesitated and pressed the intercom button on his desk. Daisy, please come to my office. Soon the sound of high heels approached, and the office door was gently pushed open. A British woman in her 30s walked in. She had delicate features, her golden long hair neatly pinned up, and a well-tailored black suit that perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure enough to catch any man's eye. She was the chairman's executive assistant, Daisy. Chairman, you wanted to see me? Daisy's tone was professional and capable, but when her gaze fell on the young Chinese man sitting casually on the sofa beside her, a trace of barely detectable surprise flashed in her eyes. Yes, Daisy. Chairman Evans' tone carried a hint of fatigue after the dust had settled, and a touch of excitement about the dawn of a new era. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Lee Rand. From today onward, he will be our club's new director of football and also a new board member. He issued his first command. Now please draft a formal appointment email immediately and send it to the heads of all departments in the club, including the first team, youth training, scouting, business, and finance. What? Daisy's beautiful face displayed an unmistakable shock. She thought she had misheard. The director of football. A board member. This young Asian man looks even younger than my brother. Chairman Evans ignored her surprise and continued with the second command. Also, you need to contact the financial director and legal director immediately to have them prepare for Director Lee's subsequent funding and equity transfer procedures. All right, Chairman. Though her heart was filled with turmoil, Daisy still responded in the most professional manner. Her gaze towards Lee Rand had shifted from initial surprise to extreme curiosity-filled intrigue. Just as Daisy turned to execute the order, Lee Rand spoke up. Miss Daisy, please wait a moment. Daisy turned back. Lee Rand stood up, walked to her, and handed her a prepared note with a name written on it. His tone was calm, but held an undeniable authority that belonged to a superior over a subordinate. This is my selected first candidate for the new head coach of the first team. Daisy took the note and saw it read, Brendan Rogers, youth training director at Reading. Daisy was completely her shock did not stem from the name itself. She didn't know who Rogers was, but from the completely illogical leap of thought behind this choice. In her past experience assisting the chairman with club affairs, changing head coaches was a careful, lengthy process requiring repeated vetting of resumes and multiple rounds of interviews. The candidates were invariably those well-known, experienced insiders. But this new director, less than an hour into his tenure, wanted to directly approach a youth training director from another. This wasn't even a first-team coach. Such an operation completely exceeded her understanding of how professional football clubs normally function. Lee Rand disregarded her surprise and issued a clear, direct, and irrefutable instruction in a very professional tone. Miss Daisy, please immediately contact Reading Football Club on behalf of our club and reach out to their chairman or CEO directly. He looked at Daisy, speaking deliberately. Tell them that Tranmere Rovers hope to obtain official permission to have a formal discussion with their youth training director, Mr. Brendan Rogers, regarding our currently vacant head coach position. Yes, Director Lee. He'll take care of it immediately. Just before she turned to leave the office, Lee Rand added, please help me schedule a meeting with Coach Davis in 1 hour in the chairman's office. I have matters to discuss with him. After Daisy gently closed the office door, only Lee Rand and Chairman Evans remained in the room. The two decisive commands issued by Lee Rand seemed to reverberate in the air, filling Evans with contemplation. He knew he might have truly made a decision capable of changing the future fate of the club. Director Lee, he stood up, since the appointment has been issued, let us complete the remaining formalities today. He personally led Lee Rand to another office at the end of the corridor. This was the office of the club's financial director and legal advisor. The two middle-aged men who had already received the call stood up immediately. This is our financial director, Mr. And this is the club's legal advisor, Mr. Roberts. Chairman Evans introduced them. From today onward, Mr. Lee Rand will be the holder of 40 of our club shares and the new football director. Mr. Martin, the financial director, was a typical, somewhat rigid British accountant. He adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Lee Rand with sharp eyes, and said in a tone that was both formal and highly professional, Mr. Lee, welcome to your new position. According to the agreement, you need to inject £70,000 into the account designated by the club. Before the transfer, we need to conduct a compliance verification of your funds, as per the financial regulations of the club's board of directors. May I ask if you are prepared with your bank credibility documents? His tone was polite, yet filled with distance and a hint of barely perceptible challenge. This was not just a procedure, but also a test. Chairman Evans' heart skipped a beat. He worried that Lee Rand might feel displeased due to such sharp questioning. However, Lee Rand merely nodded calmly, took out his phone from his pocket, and skillfully dialed a string of numbers. The call was quickly connected, and Lee Rand said into the phone, Hello, I am Lee Rand. My account ending is 8316. Please connect me to my account manager, Mr. Hall. Upon hearing the term account manager, Martin and Roberts exchanged glances. Moments later, a highly respectful voice came from the other end of the line. Good afternoon, Mr. Lee. I am Hall. How may I assist you? Mr. Hall, I need you to immediately transfer £70,000 from my investment account to this account. He took out a note with the Tranmere Club's bank account number and read it clearly. Transfer the funds. He paused and continued, additionally, my partner needs an immediate verification of funds. Please send a formal transfer receipt to this email in encrypted format. He pointed to the computer in front of Mr. Martin. All right, Mr. Lee. Should I also attach a statement of the account balance? No need, Lee Rand replied lightly. The transfer receipt will suffice. Hanging up, the entire process took no more than 3 minutes. In less than 5 minutes, Martin's computer emitted a crisp email notification sound. With trembling hands, he opened the email, looking at the rigorously formatted transfer receipt sent from Barclays Private Banking, adorned with a gold foil seal. He gulped, suddenly raising his eyes to Chairman Evans, his voice slightly trembling. Chairman, the funds have been credited. After all the equity documents were signed, the looks from financial director Martin and legal advisor Roberts towards Lee Rand had completely transformed from initial scrutiny to absolute awe of his undeniable prowess. They respectfully organized copies of all the documents and handed them to Lee Rand. Director Lee, welcome aboard. Director Lee, if you have any financial or legal issues in the future, please feel free to let us know. When Daisy's email announcing the power transition of the club appeared in the inboxes of the department heads, the entire Tranmere Club fell into a peculiar silence filled with shock and absurdity. The phone rang silently between different offices, conveying the same unbelievable news: the club's new football director was actually a Chinese student. At this moment, the instigator of all this commotion was returning to the chairman's office along with Chairman F. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the office door. Coach Davis pushed the door open and entered. He had evidently just rushed over from the training ground, still wearing a sports jacket emblazoned with the club's crest, his expression reflecting the stubbornness and dignity of an old-school British football man. Chairman directorly. He first glanced at Evans, then his gaze fell on Lee Rand. Coach Davis, please have a seat. Chairman Evans pointed to the sofa across from him. Davis did not sit, he merely stood there and said in a deep voice, Chairman, if there's something to discuss, please speak frankly. My old bones can still take it. He was clearly already prepared to be dismissed on the spot. Chairman Evans opened his mouth, seemingly unsure of how to begin. At that moment, Lee Rand personally poured a cup of hot tea for Davis and handed it to him. Coach Davis, please sit. This respectful gesture softened Davis' tense expression just a bit. Coach Davis. Lee Rand sat down on the single sofa next to him, his tone extremely sincere. Before discussing any decisions, I would like to formally express the highest respect on behalf of the club's board for everything you have done for Tranmere over the past 30 years. He looked at Davis and spoke slowly. I have studied your resume. From the glory of being a captain during your player days, to quietly dedicating 15 years in the youth training camp after retirement, and 3 years ago when the team was in its most difficult times, you stepped up to take over the first team. You have devoted your entire career to this club. This was not mere formality, but a precise affirmation of the achievements of a veteran. Davis' stubborn gaze completely softened. He shifted uncomfortably and said in a low voice, this is what I should do. Yes, you have done so much for the club. Lee Rand nodded and then shifted the conversation, his tone still sincere, yet filled with undeniable decisiveness. But precisely because of this, we cannot allow you to remain in a position that is no longer suitable for you, bearing the criticisms and pressures that should not be yours to bear. Davis suddenly raised his head. Lee Rand met his gaze and calmly continued. The board has unanimously concluded that the current predicament of the first team requires a thorough top-down tactical overhaul. Thus, changes are needed for the head coach position of the first team. He noticed a hint of sorrow flash in Davis' eyes and immediately proposed, therefore we have decided to promote you. We hope you will accept a new, more honorable and strategically significant position, Director of Youth Development and Honorary Ambassador for the club. We will retain most of your salary and grant you absolute managerial authority over all youth teams of the club. We need you to use your extensive experience to discover and cultivate more passionate young players for training. The office fell into a prolonged silence. Davis lowered his head. When he arrived, he was filled with anger and reluctance at the thought of being fired. But he never expected that what awaited him was not a cold dismissal letter, but rather a new position so full of respect and tailored just for him. After a long while, he slowly raised his head, his aging eyes slightly reddened. He looked at the young man before him and said in a hoarse yet relieved tone, directorly, Thank you. I accept this position. After Coach Davis accepted his new appointment with a complex yet relieved heart and left the office, Chairman Evans let out a long sigh of relief. He looked at Lee Rand, his gaze filled with pure admiration. Directorly, he said with heartfelt sincerity, you solved the two biggest headaches I've had for the past year, funding and personnel, in just one morning. I trust you to handle this club. He sighed genuinely. Come on, let me take you to see your office. Chairman Evans personally led Lee Rand through the administrative corridor to another door. A blank nameplate hung on the door. This was our former CEO's office, vacant for almost a year now. Evans pushed open the door. From today on, Lee Rand stepped inside. This office was slightly smaller than the chairman's with a simpler decor, but what Lee Rand appreciated the most was the large floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window was not an empty competition field, but several lush green training grounds. This was where a club's true future was determined. Seeing Lee Rand's satisfaction, Evans pressed the internal call button on the desk. Daisy, please come to the football director's office. When Daisy walked back into the office, she saw Lee Rand naturally seated behind the director's desk. Daisy, Chairman Evans announced with a smile, from now on, in addition to your duties as my assistant, you will also serve as the administrative assistant to Mr. Lee Rand, the football director. You need to fully cooperate with Director Lee and execute all his directives. Yes, Chairman. It would be my pleasure to serve you and Director Lee. Daisy immediately responded professionally and turned to Lee Rand, giving a slight bow. Chairman Evans nodded. Very well, I'll leave the next matters to you both. This old man should go rest for a bit. As he spoke, he left the entire space to Lee Rand and Daisy, demonstrating through his actions his absolute trust and delegation of authority to Lee Rand. Lee Rand looked at the capable beauty assistant before him and issued his first and second directives as the director in a clear and authoritative tone. First, the style of this office is too outdated. I don't like it. I need your help to redecorate it in a simple modern style, primarily in white and gray tones. Additionally, I need that wall transformed into a full whiteboard wall for tactical discussions. Second, he looked at Daisy. You know I'm still a student, so I will mainly handle most of my work over in Liverpool. They'll only come over for important meetings or matters that require my personal presence. For daily affairs, you will summarize and report to me via phone and email. In emergencies, feel free to call me in. Daisy diligently noted everything in her notebook, once again amazed by the clarity of this young man's. Finally, and most importantly, Lee Rand's gaze turned extremely serious. Contact Brendan Rogers. This matter is the highest priority among all tasks. I need to have a phone call with him as soon as possible. Understood, Director Lee. Daisy closed her notebook and replied briskly, I will handle it immediately. As Lee Rand stepped out of the director's office, Dave and Tom were already anxiously waiting at the entrance of the place. Lee Rand approached Dave, patted him on the shoulder, and said in a tone that was both friendly and authoritative, Dave, I need you to keep an eye on things in the locker room for now. Calm everyone down and tell them that the overdue wages will definitely be deposited by next Monday. Real? Dave asked excitedly. Of course, Lee Rand nodded and added, moreover, the club will soon welcome a brand new first-team head coach with the most advanced tactical concepts. He will value experienced and level-headed defenders like you. So train well and be prepared. This reassurance undoubtedly calmed Dave's nerves. He nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with gratitude and anticipation. He got into Tom's somewhat old Ford car heading back to Liverpool. Dave remained with the team as he had too many good news to share with his teammates today. The car drove through the Mersey tunnel, the lights outside flashing by rapidly. Brother, this is too impressive, right? Tom, gripping the steering wheel, couldn't help but exclaim, in just one morning you actually became the football director of a professional club. It feels like a dream. Lee Rand smiled as he looked at Tom's utterly shocked expression and shifted the topic to him, wanting to check on this younger brother. Tom, don't just talk about me. What about you? Lee Rand's tone grew serious. What have you been doing in London? Me? Tom was taken aback, then let out a self-deprecating laugh. What job can I do? You know, I dropped out of school long ago and now I'm just a dock worker at the Thames, moving those damned containers every day, exhausted like a dog. After work every day I'm covered in sweat and the smell of oil. The only hope I have is when payday comes I can save a little money to take a bath, change into clean clothes and run to Highbury to catch a game. Only then do I feel like I'm still a person. His words were filled with a sense of helplessness towards reality and a pure love for football. Lee Rand looked at him and shook his head. That's a waste. What's a waste? Tom didn't understand. It's a waste of your passion, your knowledge, and your pure love for football. Lee Rand looked at him, speaking slowly. Tom, let me ask you, would you be willing to turn watching football into your job? Tom slammed the brakes, pulling the car to a stop by the roadside. He turned his head incredulously, looking at Lee Rand. Brother, what? What do you mean? Don't joke with me. I never joke. Lee Rand's eyes shone brilliantly in the dim car. My club has nothing right now. It's in need of everything. I need people, trustworthy people who truly understand and love the game to help me. I need a scout, Tom, and you are the first and most suitable candidate in my mind. Me? A scout? Tom felt like his brain had frozen, but I can't do anything except watch football. I've never even written a scouting report. Just being able to watch football is enough. Lee Rand's tone was unwavering as he looked at Tom and began to list the evidence he had observed. Tom, don't underestimate yourself. We watched 2 games together, and many of your insights left a deep impression on. That day at Highbury, everyone's eyes were focused on Henry, but you complained to me that Arsenal's left-back Ashley Cole's off-the-ball runs were nearly as threatening as prowess. Your ability to notice these details shows that you have the potential to be a scout. During Saturday's match, when Tranmere was trailing, you were also the first to angrily point out the core tactical issue of our midfield being overrun. This proves you have a natural sensitivity to the dynamics of the game. Looking at Tom, who had been somewhat moved by his words, Lee Rand made his final summary. As for professional things like how to write a standard scouting report, I can teach you. But the most important things cannot be taught. That is the passion for football and the ability to see what others can. Therefore, I am neither pitying you nor making a joke. My tone became incredibly serious as I said, I am investing in your talent. You do not need to go to Liverpool. Your battlefield is right in your most familiar London. Nodding, I saw a strategist's brilliance in my eyes. London is the richest gold mine for youth training in all of Europe. Arsenal, Chelsea, Tottenham, West Ham. All the prestigious clubs have their youth training camps concentrated there. Their big family will always have times when they overlook talents due to overlapping positions. I need you to be my eyes in the heart of London. Starting from U15, watch all the matches of the teams to discover those unrefined gems overlooked by the big clubs. You will no longer be an ordinary scout, Tom. You will be my secret weapon, the first cornerstone of my future. These words felt like a warm current striking at the softest and proudest part of Tom's heart. It turned out that my obsession with football, which others did not understand, was considered such a precious talent in the eyes of this elder brother whom I admired the most. Big brother. His eyes immediately turned red, his voice choked with emotion. He'll do it. Just say the word, and he'll do anything. He'll quit my job at the dock tomorrow. I smiled and patted his shoulder firmly. Good. Don't rush to resign. Once I settle things at the club and the head coach is in place, I will formally notify you to report. At that time, I will personally train you. and then I will let you proudly return to London. Tom nodded vigorously and restarted the car, feeling an unprecedented strength in his grip on the steering wheel. After dropping me off at the school gate, Tom was heading straight back to London, his face filled with excitement and anticipation for the future, as if he had transformed from a confused worker to a scout about to head into battle. Watching him disappear around the corner, I smiled, knowing that I had ignited the first spark. I took out my phone, skillfully found Zhao Ya's number, and drafted a text message. I didn't write a long essay, though I simply declared my achievement in the most concise and powerful way done. Tranmere's football director Li Ran. Almost the moment I sent the text, my phone rang immediately. On the other end was Zhao Ya's voice, filled with uncontainable joy and admiration. Wow, really? Brother Li Ran, you succeeded. You were so impressive. I was startled by her high volume, and pulled the phone away, feeling both amused and helpless. You can't call me Brother Li Ran anymore, I said with a deliberately serious tone on the other end of the line. Oh, then, what should I call you? Zhao Ya paused for a moment. I cleared my throat and said in a serious yet playful tone, please call me Director Li. On the other end there was a moment of silence, followed by Zhao Ya's silver bell-like laughter full of joy. At your service, Director Li. May I ask if you require your humble lifestyle consultant to host a grand celebration for you tonight? Of course, I chuckled, but let's wait until after my class. After ending the call with Zhao Ya, I glanced at the time and wasted not a moment shouldering my backpack and quickly returning to the classroom just in time for the first afternoon class. During the break, Lu Wei immediately approached me with a mysterious air. Rangu, how did it go this morning when you took leave to expand your territory? He elbowed me, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, and asked how was your meeting with the club president. Looking at his gossiping demeanor, I smiled and pulled him into a less crowded corner. I knew Lu Wei was a trustworthy brother with a tight-lipped nature. Not bad. It's settled, I said calmly. I am now the football director of Tranmere. What the heck? Lu Wei exclaimed, shocked. Is that true? While we're here struggling to learn ABCs, you've quietly gone off to become a director. Comparing yourself to others is infuriating. I looked at him seriously and said, Lu Wei, I've only told you about this at school for now. I don't want to make too much noise about it, you understand. So please keep it a secret even from Lin Shi. Let's not mention it. Lu Wei was taken aback, but then thumped his chest, his face showing an excited expression of being entrusted with a heavy responsibility. Don't worry, Rangu. My lips are tighter than a bank vault. This is our secret, right? How thrilling. From now on, I am your underground courier at school. I laughed at his antics and playfully punched his shoulder. Meanwhile, the three girls, Yu Mei Ji and Lin Shi, finally gathered the courage to approach. They were not as direct as Lu Wei, but the concern in their eyes was evident. At this moment, Lin Shi naturally had no idea about the earth-shattering changes occurring in my life. Like her two Japanese classmates, she was simply worried about my disappearance that morning. Li Ran, are you okay? The most lively Mei Ji asked softly. As a representative, were you sick this morning? We didn't see you all morning, and we're a bit worried. They didn't even ask the usual English questions they love to inquire about. They were just genuinely concerned about me as a person. Looking into their clear and sincere eyes, I felt a warmth in my heart. I smiled and shook my head, giving the official statement I had prepared. Thank you, I'm fine. I just went home to handle a bit of business matters. It's all sorted. The term business was enough to make the three girls' eyes sparkle with countless little stars. They looked at me, a man who could dominate in academics while also handling business in reality, and my image suddenly seemed even taller and more mysterious. Thus, without realizing it, I crafted a brand new persona for myself on campus. In the eyes of the only one who knew Lu Wei, I was the mysterious mastermind who had to be sworn to secrecy. In the eyes of Lin Shi and Sakura, I was the mysterious, steady, and capable Li Ran who evoked curiosity. Just half an hour before the end of the afternoon classes, my phone rang, and all eyes turned toward the source of the... I smiled apologetically at Mr. Harrison and was about to hang up, but when I saw Daisy's number on the screen, my expression instantly changed. The youthful awkwardness and apology faded from my eyes, replaced by a calm and sharp light akin to a hunter spotting its prey. Without a moment's hesitation, I stood up and told Mr. Harrison, sorry Harrison, I have a very important call. After saying that, I walked out of the classroom under the astonished gazes of my classmates and into the empty corridor. Hello, this is Li Ran. Director Li, good afternoon, this is Daisy. On the other end came Daisy's capable and slightly excited voice. Yes, Director Li. Daisy spoke rapidly, clearly reporting on a recently concluded battle. As per your instructions, I contacted the Reading Football Club on behalf of the club after you left this morning, conveying your request to have a discussion with Mr. Rogers. She paused for a moment before continuing. As you anticipated, their upper management was quite surprised. They never expected a club would wish to hire their youth training director to take on the role of head coach for the first team. However, Daisy's tone revealed an unmistakable admiration. After internal discussions, Reading Club has just formally responded to us. They expressed that out of respect for Mr. Roger's years of dedicated service to the club, and to not hinder his personal career development, they have agreed to our request, allowing you to have personal contact with Mr. Rogers. A smile of mastery crept onto Li Ran's lips. Very good. I have obtained Mr. Rogers' personal contact information. Daisy continued to report efficiently, and I can arrange a phone meeting for you at any time. You see. No. Li Ran interrupted her directly. It's not possible to discuss major matters. He gazed out the corridor window at the vast sky above Liverpool, issuing the final command in an undeniable tone belonging to a decision-maker. Daisy, you need to book 2 first-class train tickets for tomorrow morning from Liverpool to Reading immediately. 1 for you, and 1 for me. Tomorrow. Daisy on the other end of the line was clearly taken aback by this lightning-fast decision. Li Ran's tone was calm, yet powerful. I want to meet him in person and discuss matters face-to-face. Also, you need to contact Mr. Rogers immediately and let him know that I would like to invite him to lunch in Reading tomorrow noon. The time and place will be determined by him. All right, Director Lee. He'll take care of it right away. Daisy's voice was already filled with adrenaline-fueled excitement. After hanging up the phone, Li Ran took a deep breath to calm his emotions and pushed open the classroom door again. When he sat back down in his seat, he transformed back into the quiet student Li Ran, as if the Director Lee, who had just strategized over the phone, was merely an illusion. However, the powerful aura of a decision-maker that had not yet completely dissipated still filled Lu Wei and Lin Shi with unprecedented pressure and curiosity. Lu Wei quietly passed a note over scribbled with hasty handwriting. Wow, what's going on? When I saw you on the phone in the corridor, you had more presence than my dad negotiating millions in contracts. Li Ran glanced at the note and merely smiled without replying, slowly folding it and placing it in his pocket. When the school bell rang at 4 in the afternoon, Li Ran packed his bag and exited the language center. He first found Lu Wei, who was packing his own bag. Lu Wei, I might need to trouble you again to help me take a leave of absence tomorrow morning. Another leave? Lu Wei's gossiping spirit ignited instantly. Going to negotiate another $1 million contract, Director Lee? Pretty much. Li Ran smiled. Anyway, thanks in advance. When I get back, I'll treat you to a good meal. That's for sure. Lu Wei patted his chest vigorously, wearing a knowing expression. Just the two of us, the best Chinese restaurant in town. Don't worry, I've got your back here at school. After bidding farewell to Lu Wei, Li Ran walked to the school gate, and as usual saw Yu Yi and Mei Ji waiting there. It had become an unspoken agreement among the 3 of them to walk home together unless there were special circumstances. Lin Shi took a different route and waved goodbye to them in another direction. Li Ran walked back to the apartment with the 2 Sakura girls. Perhaps because Li Ran's casual remark about handling business in the classroom had made a significant impact on the girls. Today's atmosphere felt bolder than usual. Li Ran, the lively Mei Ji, couldn't hold back any longer, inching closer to him, looking up with her doe-like big eyes sparkling. We were just discussing what exactly is that business you mentioned. Is it something impressive, eh? Yes, Yui chimed in, it feels like. Like Li Ran is a character from a TV drama. Li Ran was somewhat amused by their questions. It's nothing, just some minor family matters, not really business at all. I don't believe that. Mei Ji immediately retorted, playfully poking Li Ran's arm with her finger, teasing him in a charming Kansai dialect English. So cool. Li Ran, are you like that young CEO in dramas who secretly experiences life? Under the assault of 2 distinctly styled beauties, even Li Ran felt somewhat overwhelmed, even a bit. He could only quicken his pace and retreat. I'm heading back now, see you tomorrow. Watching his somewhat flustered figure retreat, the 2 girls behind burst into a series of bell-like laughter. Li Ran almost ran home without looking back. He opened the door, and a warm aroma, mixed with the scent of food and cinnamon, immediately enveloped him. Xiaoyu was busy in the open kitchen, wearing a cute floral apron. She pulled a freshly baked apple pie, emanating a tempting aroma out of the oven. You're back. She turned with a smile at the sound of the door. I specifically got out of school early today, just to make you an authentic English dinner to celebrate my brother Li Ran officially becoming Director Lee. Looking at the girl under the warm light who was preparing a meal for him with a charming smile, all of Li Ran's fatigue and embarrassment from earlier vanished in an instant. The 2 sat at the dining table enjoying a delicious dinner while chatting. Li Ran told Xiaoyu about the details of the acquisition he had discussed that morning and the meeting with Mr. Rogers in Reading tomorrow. Xiaoyu listened more excited than Li Ran himself, vigorously waving her little fist, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow, you secured a meeting so quickly. Brother Li Ran, you're amazing. It's all just like a script you've written. Li Ran looked at her adorable expression of pride and felt a wave of tenderness in his heart. But you'll be going alone tomorrow, so be sure to be careful on the way. After her excitement, Xiaoyu immediately switched to her role as a life advisor, starting to remind him with care, have you bought your train ticket? Do you want me to help you check the route? And you should probably iron that suit of yours before meeting such an important person. Li Ran looked at her busy figure and smiled, shaking his head as he held her hand. Don't worry, everything is ready. Zhao Yu was taken aback. Everything is ready. When did you prepare it? Li Ran's face displayed a composed smile of someone who had everything under control. Professional matters should be handled by professionals, he explained. My assistant Daisy sent all the itineraries for tomorrow to my email this afternoon. From departure times, train schedules, to the restaurant reservations for meeting Mr. Rogers, she arranged everything. So tomorrow morning Daisy will drive over and pick me up directly at the apartment building. Assistant. Daisy. Zhao Yu was completely stunned, repeating the name in disbelief. She suddenly realized that Li Ran was no longer the British novice who needed her help to get a phone card or show him around London. He was now a true football director with his own professional team. A peculiar feeling quietly arose. There was pride and happiness for him, but also a tiny, indescribable sense of loss. She seemed to no longer be the only person who could help him. Li Ran keenly captured the fleeting, complex emotions in her gaze. He couldn't help but chuckle at Zhao Yu, who looked a bit aggrieved and disappointed in her adorable way. He reached out his finger and gently yet authoritatively tapped on the dining table in front of her. Hey, consultant Zhao. Huh. Zhao Yu instinctively raised her head. Li Ran leaned back in his chair, gazing at her with a tone that carried a hint of jest, as well as a sense of inevitability, saying, What are you thinking about? You thought that just because I have an assistant now you could step down. This joke instantly hit a nerve with Zhao Yu, turning her cheeks bright red. No, not at all, she retorted somewhat stubbornly. I can't wait for you to be independent and stop bothering me as your consultant every day. That's not acceptable. Li Ran shook his head, his smile fading slightly as his tone became serious. To be honest, Daisy is a staff member of the club, that's business. Many times I can only discuss work with her. He looked into Zhao Yu's eyes, continuing in a gentle tone that only she could understand. But you are different. She stared blankly at Li Ran, her little grievances and disappointments smoothed out by those 5 words. It turned out he understood everything. In the early morning, as the sky was still dim, a black brand-new Volvo sedan arrived punctually at the apartment building. Daisy had already arrived. When Daisy's figure appeared, Li Ran couldn't help but linger his gaze for a few extra seconds. Today she seemed somewhat different from the meticulous administrative assistant in the office. The deep, gray-fitted suit perfectly accentuated her powerful curves, unique to European women, yet the sharp tailoring and her serious demeanor added no hint of seduction. She resembled a Swiss Army knife, just drawn from its sheath, polished to a shine, ready for battle, refined, capable, and exuding brilliance. Good morning, Director Li. She smiled as she opened the door of the brand-new Volvo for Li Ran. Zhao Yu saw Li Ran to the door, carefully adjusting his suit collar like a little wife, then tiptoed and softly whispered in his ear, Good luck, Director Li. I look forward to your good news. Li Ran nodded and got into the car. As the vehicle slowly drove away from the apartment, he could still see the small figure standing at the door, waving incessantly. On the way to the train station, Daisy handed over a folder. Director Li, regarding the background information on Mr. Brendan Rogers. No need. Li Ran did not take it, his gaze focused on the passing scenery outside the window. Tell me what you uncovered from private channels that wasn't in the documents. Daisy paused slightly, then displayed the professionalism of a top assistant, speaking steadily and precisely. Mr. Rogers is highly regarded at Reading's Youth Academy, but he possesses an extremely strong ambition to coach a first team. With the current head coach Pardew firmly in place, he has no opportunities at Reading. Good. A faint smile curved at the corners of Li Ran's mouth. A man who is capable and ambitious, yet suppressed. This is exactly the construction captain we need. At Liverpool's Lime Street train station, Li Ran and Daisy boarded the first-class train to Reading. Reading, this city, is considered a transportation hub in southern England. It lies to the west of London, only half an hour by train from the city centre, and is a crucial junction connecting southwest and central England. In 2002, Reading Football Club was in a rising period in their history. They finished as runners-up in the recently concluded 2001-02 season in League Two and successfully got promoted. In the new season, they appeared on the stage of League One as an ambitious, newly promoted team. After nearly 4 hours of smooth travel, the train arrived punctually at Reading Station. Li Ran and Daisy did not linger at the station, but directly took a taxi to the meeting place confirmed by Rogers over the phone, a Michelin-recommended restaurant. The atmosphere of the restaurant was quiet and elegant. As the waiter led them to the reserved table by the window in the corner, Li Ran immediately spotted the man who had been waiting there. He indeed looked to be just over 30, well-maintained, with neatly styled short golden hair, and wearing a fitted polo. His face bore a unique, elegant, and amiable smile characteristic of a scholarly coach. The moment Li Ran saw that face, his heart couldn't help but race. Li Ran instinctively clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, barely suppressing himself from losing composure. Damn, it's really him. Alive. Li Ran's mind was racing with excitement. The future head coach of Liverpool, the invincible treble architect of Celtic, the FA Cup champion hero of Leicester City. Brendan Rogers. Now, Now he's sitting quietly across from me like an ordinary youth coach with an uncertain future waiting for my interview. If I rush over now to ask him for an autograph, will I be treated like a lunatic and kicked out? This crazy thought lingered in his mind for only 0.5 seconds. Li Ran steps toward the table, did not pause for even a moment, but his left hand hanging by his side had nails deeply embedded in his palm. He needed this pain to suppress the surging fervor within him belonging to another timeline. Today he wasn't here to chase stars, he was here for an interview. In this reborn world, whether he could become a championship coach depended solely on him. When Li Ran reached the table, his expression had already regained absolute calm and composure. Mr. Rogers, hello? Rogers stood up, wearing a professional smile, his gaze quickly scanning Li Ran and Daisy, carrying a hint of evaluation. Hello, Mr. Li. They shook hands. The three of them sat down. Rogers was about to pick up the menu, taking on the host's posture. Mr. Li, Miss Daisy, welcome to reading this restaurant's. Li Ran raised his hand, making a pause gesture, interrupting him. Daisy skillfully said to the waiter, please wait a moment. The waiter understood and bowed slightly to withdraw. This table in the corner of the restaurant was instantly separated by an invisible barrier. A subtle tension appeared in Rogers' smile. He looked at the overly young Chinese director in front of him, whose eyes were profound, lacking any warmth of pleasantries. This unconventional opening caught him by surprise. Li Ran leaned slightly forward, his hands crossed on the table, his gaze fixed on the other party. He did not discuss the weather, did not talk about the journey, and certainly did not talk about football. In a tone that was calm to the point of being cold, he asked the first question. Mr. Rogers, every morning, when you wake up and think about your tactical talent only to apply it to those 16 or 17-year-old kids. Li Ran paused, each word striking like a stone on the ice. Do you feel a sense of discontent? Li Ran's calm question pierced through Rogers' professional smile like a needle. A crack appeared in that smile. Rogers picked up his glass, attempting to say some polite words. Mr. Director, I think any coach. You ended your playing career prematurely due to a genetic defect. Li Ran interrupted him. But when you returned to England, they taught children to collide with their bodies, not to stop the ball with their minds. They publicly mocked your tactics as effeminate nonsense. Li Ran leaned slightly forward, his gaze sharp as a scalpel, peeling away the facade that Rogers had maintained for years. So, Mr. Rogers, don't talk to me about any coach. I only ask you. Every day you wake up when all your talent can only be expended on you 16 kids, when you are surrounded by fools who believe that long passes are the truth of football. Li Ran paused and delivered the final blow. Don't you feel like a joke? That's enough. Rogers shouted, slamming the glass down on the table, splashing water everywhere. His chest heaved violently, his eyes reddening as he stared at Li Ran, the elegant mask completely shattered. He felt like a person stripped of clothes, thrown into the center of a square, all his humiliation and secrets laid bare before this overly young Chinese man. After a long time, he leaned back against his chair, exhaling a long breath filled with years of suppressed bitterness and humiliation. Yes, he squeezed this word through his teeth. I am a joke. Li Ran nodded, his expression on. Very good. He leaned back in his chair, his previous aggressive demeanor replaced by a calm that belonged to kindred spirits. Because we are the same kind of people. This statement made Rogers suddenly lift his head. I also yearn for a stage to prove my football philosophy. I, Li Ran, the director of Tranmere Rovers, now officially invite you to become the team's new head coach. I will provide you with a 3-year absolutely secure contract along with complete authority over all competitive matters of the first team. Rogers thought it was an insult, but it turned out to be an invitation from heaven. He looked at Li Ran excitedly, but reason compelled him to ask a key question. Your invitation? I am very grateful. But what are your goals for the team? Li Ran's gaze became incredibly sharp as he directly provided the ambitious answer: this season, lead Tranmere to return to League One as champions. Rogers was stunned again. Mr. Director, his expression grew serious. I admire your ambition. But you should know that Tranmere was just relegated last season. The team's morale is low and the financial situation is a mess. In this context, discussing championship promotion seems a bit unrealistic. No. On the contrary, this is the most realistic and the only correct path. Li Ran shook his head, leaning slightly forward again, the powerful aura returning. Mr. Rogers, we both know what the bankruptcy of exorbitant broadcasting fees means for clubs like. His voice was not loud, but it was firm. This is not an ordinary commercial crisis. It's a great flood sweeping through English football. The old levies have already collapsed, and now all lower league clubs are struggling in this flood. We have only two choices: either swim desperately to the shore, or wait to be completely drowned. There is no middle ground. Li Ran looked at Rogers and continued, in this environment, once a team sinks in the lower leagues for more than one season, it will fall into a vicious cycle of player loss, drastically reduced income, and accumulated debt. As a team that has just been relegated, we still retain a better player framework and infrastructure than other opponents in League Two. This is our only and final window of opportunity. We must seize this window, complete a blitzkrieg within one season, and immediately return. This season is not about rebuilding, it's about self-rescue. As for how to achieve it, Lee Rand paused. That is through brainwashing and blood transfusion. The summer transfer window has passed, but that is not important. You have half a season to evaluate the players, and then I will give you absolute power to clean out all the old hands in the squad who do not fit our tactical philosophy during the winter transfer window. At the same time, I will use my scouting network to bring you a batch of cheap young skilled players who are thirsty. We need to use this one season to refine the tactical system we desire in this experimental field of League Two and unify everyone's thoughts. This speech, filled with a sense of crisis and incitement, made Roger's heart belonging to an idealist begin to race uncontrollably. But as a rational academic, he still retained the last shred of calm amidst the ecstasy. Mr. Director, all of this sounds too good to be true. He looked at Lee Rand and posed his final, most critical question, but forgive me for saying you are so young and come from a non-mainstream football country. How can I believe that you possess enough expertise and judgment to support me, even guide me in accomplishing all of this? This was the ultimate test. Lee Rand smiled. He did not say another word, simply took out his well-prepared thesis, which had received the highest score in his academy, the importance of the goalkeeper position in modern football, and gently pushed it in front of Rogers. Rogers puzzledly picked up the thesis. When he saw the unheard of terms goalkeeper in the title and the tactical diagrams clearly depicting using the goalkeeper to break high pressing in the inner pages, his breath became heavy and his hands even trembled. The fragmented, disorganized tactical ideas in his mind were systematically, clearly, and even advanced articulated in this thesis. This is simply the football Bible of his dreams. In that moment, all his doubts vanished. Rogers slowly closed the thesis and solemnly placed it back on the table. He stood up, straightening his slightly wrinkled collar due to excitement. Then he extended his right hand to Lee Rand. His face bore an expression mixed with enthusiasm, reverence, and complete submission. Mr. Director, may I ask, when can I start working? Lee Rand did not shake his hand. He pulled out another document from his briefcase and pushed it over. It was a list of first-team players. Roger's gaze fell on the top of the list. Captain Ian Goodison, the club's veteran, also the staunchest supporter of the long pass tactic in the locker room. His name had been forcefully crossed out with a red pen. Beside it was a blank termination agreement. Lee Rand picked up a pen and handed it to him. Your job begins with signing your name to terminate him. Rogers glanced at the termination agreement before him, where the captain's name had been crossed out, his brows furrowing tightly. He understood Lee Rand's intention. This was a letter of allegiance as well as a declaration of power. However, he was a professional coach, not a reckless fool who acted solely on passion. Director. He hesitated for a moment before voicing his concerns. I understand your determination. But Ian Goodison is a cornerstone of the club with immense influence. On our first day in charge to target him. With all due respect, that is far too risky. Lee Rand looked at him, unfazed by the other's doubt, instead nodding in appreciation. Brandon, you are right. I have been a bit hasty. Lee Rand naturally retrieved the termination agreement, stating, this matter, we can approach it differently. He pushed forward the head coach contract that belonged to Rogers. First, sign this contract. Once you officially take up your role at Tranmere, we can discuss and implement this issue. He looked at Rogers, a confident smile tugging at his lips. But I believe that once you truly understand this team, you will reach the same conclusion I have today. All right. Rogers nodded gravely, took the pen, and signed his name on the contract that belonged to him. The morning after reaching an agreement with Lee Rand, Brandon Rogers submitted his resignation to Reading FC. For a professional club, the departure of a youth training director is not a complicated process. After friendly negotiations with Reading FC, he completed all the paperwork that afternoon. Without any delay, Rogers boarded the last train from Reading to Liverpool that evening. The next morning, he appeared on time at Prenton Park, dressed in brand new sportswear, standing at the door of Lee Rand's office. Director, I have reported for duty. Lee Rand welcomed him with a smile. Inside the office, Daisy had already prepared steaming coffee and a thick stack of documents for him. Welcome aboard, Brandon. Lee Rand handed him the documents. This contains complete video footage of our team's last 5 matches, as well as detailed data reports on all first-team players. I know you're new, but time is pressing. I need you to familiarize yourself with them as soon as possible. Director, that's unnecessary. He took out a notebook filled with dense analysis from his bag. To be honest, from the moment I signed the contract, I began working. I stayed up all night yesterday watching every match video about Tranmere that I could find. He looked at Lee Rand with utmost seriousness, saying, I must admit you were right. The tactical philosophy of this team is even more rigid than I imagined. And Captain Ian Goodison is the staunchest defender of this old system. With him around, my new tactics cannot be implemented. Lee Rand nodded. Everything was as expected. But Rogers furrowed his brow. The issue of his contract. Before he could finish, Daisy handed over a document she had prepared. First, it's the money. She pointed at the clauses in the document. Mr. Goodison's contract has a year left. If we unilaterally terminate it now, the club will need to pay him nearly £80,000 in full salary as a penalty. She paused, flipped to the next page of the document, and added the second issue. Second, it's the rules. It is mid-September. The summer transfer window has long since closed. This means that even if we pay this penalty, we cannot immediately sell him. That £80,000 would be a pure expenditure. After hearing this, Rogers furrowed his brows tighter. The atmosphere in the office grew tense. Lee Rand looked at the expressions on their faces and smiled. Daisy, you are correct. However, you are only thinking from the club's perspective. He looked at Rogers and asked, Brandon, the summer transfer window has closed, that is true. But when does the loan window close? Rogers was momentarily stunned and instinctively replied, the end of November. Exactly. A shrewd light flickered in Lee Rand's eyes. While we cannot sell Goodison, we can certainly, but who would want to loan an aging veteran with a high salary and declining performance? Rogers remained perplexed. That is the second problem we need to solve. Lee Rand leaned back in his chair and began his simulation. What we need to find are those teams that are deeply embroiled in the relegation zone with defenses as thin as paper, urgently in need of an experienced veteran to stabilize their situation. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and dialed Tom's number. Tom, it's me. I need you to check something for me immediately. The list of all teams in League 2 and League 3 that rank in the top 5 for goals conceded since the start of the new season and did not sign a strong center back during the summer. Send it to me within half an hour. The call ended. Rogers exchanged a glance with Daisy, both of them seeing the same emotion in each other's eyes, disbelief. They looked at Lee Rand, observing his clear thought process, efficient commands, and strong decisiveness. In less than 20 minutes, Tom's text arrived listing the names of 3 or 4 teams. Lee Rand's gaze ultimately settled on the name Bristol Rovers. His brain was racing as fragments of memories from his past life intertwined with the list before him. He recalled that the head coach of this team was indeed a former teammate of Goodison. All right, a target has emerged. Lee Rand put down his phone, his finger tapping on the name Bristol Rovers on the screen, looking up at Daisy and issuing new orders. Daisy, I need you to do 2 things right now. First, find the phone number of Bristol Rovers head coach Ray Graydon. Second, find the phone number of Ian Goodison. Daisy immediately sprang into action. A few minutes later, the 2 phone numbers were placed in front of Lee Rand. Lee Rand first dialed the agent's number for a brief briefing, informing him that the club was interested in loaning Goodison and urging him to prepare the player mentally. Next, he had Daisy connect him to Ray Graydon's phone. Mr. Graydon, good afternoon. I am Lee Rand, the football director of Tranmere Rovers. That's right, Lee Rand said. I know your budget is tight. So my proposal is we will loan Ian to you until the end of the season, and we are willing to cover 30 of his salary. You only need to pay a small price to gain an experienced captain who can immediately stabilize your defense. There was a brief silence on the other end, and finally Graydon had no choice but to agree. Of course, we would love to. Thank you so much, Director. After hanging up, Lee Rand looked at the astonished Rogers and Daisy. A seemingly unsolvable deadlock had been perfectly resolved by him in just 1 hour. He stood up, walked over to Rogers, and patted his shoulder. Brandon, all external obstacles have been cleared. Now it's time to address our internal issues. Daisy, please bring Ian Goodison to the office. When Daisy invited Ian Goodison into the office of the director of football, the air in the room felt heavy. The captain, who had served the team for nearly a decade, entered the room with a sense of tragic awareness and vigilance, as if he were the fish on a knife. His gaze swept over Lee Rand, then glanced at the new coach Rogers sitting at the main seat, ultimately landing on the only person he was familiar with, Daisy, who merely closed the door for him professionally, standing quietly to the side. Mr. Director Coach. Goodison's voice was as hard as stone. Ian, please take a seat, Rogers said, first his tone calm, trying to ease the atmosphere. But Lee Rand knew that any formality at this moment would only heighten the other party's resistance. What he needed to do was to cut through the chaos swiftly. He gestured for Rogers to remain calm, then stared directly at Goodison. Ian, I'll keep it brief. I'm getting straight to the point, Lee Rand said. Coach Rogers and I will bring a brand new tactical system to the team. This system requires players to possess excellent footwork and quick awareness of offensive and defensive transitions. To be honest, this is not suitable for you. Although this statement was harsh, it was filled with professional respect. Goodison's expression darkened. He knew the judgment he had been waiting for had arrived. So you want to terminate my contract? No. Lee Rand shook his head. We are not looking to terminate your contract. We are offering you a better option. He slid a prepared document across the table to Goodison. This is the loan contract from Bristol Rovers, a League 2 team, just sent via fax. Goodison was stunned. Lee Rand continued. Their head coach is your former teammate Ray Graydon. I have already spoken with him. He greatly appreciates your leadership and defensive experience. He believes you can be the key figure to save their fragile defense. They are willing to cover 70 of your salary during the loan period. As for the remaining 30 salary, Lee Ran looked at him. The club will pay you in one lump sum as a loyalty bonus for your years of service to the team. We will terminate your contract in a mutually agreed and dignified manner. You will go to Bristol as a free agent and sign a new contract becoming a hero there. Goodison was completely taken aback. He had expected to face a humiliating demotion to the reserves. He never imagined that this new director had already paved a path for him. He would receive his full salary, preserve his dignity as a distinguished captain, and continue his career with another team that needed him. This was a perfect offer he had no reason to refuse. After a long moment, he stood up and nodded solemnly at Lee Ran. Thank you, Mr. Director. I accept. After Goodison left the office with the agreement in hand, his expression a mix of emotions, Rogers looked at Lee Ran with immense admiration. He knew that Lee Ran had resolved the team's biggest thorn without bloodshed, sending a powerful message to the... This message was ultimately confirmed during the afternoon's club-wide meeting. In the conference room, all players and staff of Tranmere's first team met their new boss and head coach for the first time. Lee Ran did not say much. He simply introduced Rogers and emphasized one point. From today onwards, every decision made by Coach Brandon Rogers regarding football matters is equivalent to my decision. Then Rogers stepped forward to begin his first talk since taking office. He passionately painted a picture of his beautiful football philosophy, demanding everyone to forget the past long ball tactics from this day forward. Just as everyone was still immersed in his vision, he turned coldly and undeniably declared the final message. Furthermore, I have an announcement. From today onwards, Ian Goodison will no longer be a member of this club. Here no one is irreplaceable. Whoever cannot keep up with my pace or does not meet my tactical requirements will be the next to leave. This statement fell like a bucket of ice water on everyone. The entire conference room fell silent. All the players looked at the two overly young new leaders on stage with a mix of awe and a hint of fear. They knew that the sky over Tranmere had completely changed. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Ya's short design course at the University of Liverpool was also coming to an end. On this day, Lee Ran did not go to the club, but instead helped Zhao Ya pack her small suitcase. In the afternoon, she would take a train back to London, preparing for her own real school season. The atmosphere in the apartment was tinged with a hint of parting sadness for the first time. Okay, my mission is considered accomplished. Zhao Ya neatly folded her last piece of clothing and placed it in the suitcase, then turned to Lee Ran and said in a feigned light-hearted tone, "While I'm gone, make sure to eat well and don't rely on takeout every day." Zhao Ya neatly folded her last piece of clothing and placed it in the suitcase, then turned to Lee Ran and said in a... Zhao Ya stiffened for a moment, but then relaxed, burying her face gently in his broad chest. "When you get to London, send me a message," Lee Ran whispered in her ear. When you have time, come visit me. That room in the apartment will always be reserved for you." Zhao Ya could no longer hold back, bursting into a laugh though her eyes were slightly moist. She looked up at Lee Ran, her gaze filled with reluctance and anticipation. "You need to keep getting better, Director." She stood on tiptoe and quickly kissed his cheek. "I will be in London waiting to see your Tranmere shock all of it." At Liverpool Lime Street Station, when the platform announcement began urging passengers to board, the moment of parting finally arrived. "Well, I'm off," Zhao Ya said, pulling her suitcase and looking back 3 times. "Be safe," Lee Ran smiled and waved. Watching Zhao Ya's figure disappear at the train door, Lee Ran only withdrew his gaze when the train slowly started moving towards the distance. He stood on the empty platform feeling a bit lost. He knew that the life consultant who had taken care of everything for him and shared in his joys had temporarily left. From now on, he would revert to being a lonely warrior. But he did not have much time for sadness. He took out his phone and called Daisy. He needed to establish a new efficient work rhythm for his upcoming dual-line operation life. "Daisy, it's me." On the other end of the line, Daisy's professional and respectful voice responded, "Good afternoon, Mr. Director. I'm informing you of my upcoming work schedule." Lee Ran's tone instantly shifted from that of a young man who had just seen off a friend to that of a decisive football director. "From today onward, Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. is my class time. All non-urgent club matters should be handled first by you and Rogers, organized into daily reports and emailed to me in the evening. I will attend to core matters after class each day and during the entire weekend." However, he shifted his tone. "If there are any urgent meetings or important matters that require my personal attendance, you can come pick me up directly." "I understand, Mr. Director." Daisy immediately grasped his intention. "I will arrange all your schedules appropriately." "Good. Moreover, there is one crucial matter. You need to immediately notify our club's chief scout, Alan, and all first-team scouts under him. Tell them that tomorrow at 5 p.m. in my office, we will hold my first transfer strategy and scouting work meeting since taking office. Have them prepare all scouting reports from the past 3 months." Lee Ran's lips curled into a deep and inscrutable smile. It is time for them to see what a real recruitment list should look like. The next day in the afternoon at 4:50, at Tranmere Club in the office of the football director, There are still 10 minutes until Lee Rand's first transfer strategy meeting officially begins after taking office. In the office, the atmosphere is quiet but filled with hidden tension. Lee Rand and the new head coach Rogers sit calmly on one side of the long conference table reviewing the materials regarding the club's current scouting department that Daisy has just organized. The office door was gently knocked on. Director Coach Daisy peeked in and said softly, "Chief Scout Mr. Allen and the others have arrived." "Let them in," Lee Rand said, closing the file. The door opened, and a group of 5 veteran scouts led by Chief Scout Allen, all averaging over 50 years of age, walked in one by one. They are all seasoned veterans who have been working in the lower leagues of England for decades, and each face is marked with curiosity, scrutiny, and a hint of deep-rooted arrogance characteristic of veteran English footballers towards this new boss. They politely addressed him as director, and then took their seats waiting for the meeting that would determine their future to be. "Gentlemen, good afternoon." Lee Rand cut straight to the point without any pleasantries. "The purpose of gathering you all here today is singular. Starting today, we will completely change the model of our club's scouting and recruitment work." He glanced at Chief Scout Allen. "Allen, please show us the recruitment list your department has prepared for the winter training." "Yes, Director." Allen quickly handed over a document, the result of a summer's hard work with his fellow veteran scouts, listing various players from the English League 2 and League 3 who are ready to play. Rogers took a look at the list and immediately frowned. This list was outdated, mediocre, filled with compromises and a sense of stagnation. Lee Rand didn't even reach out to take the list. He calmly said to Allen, "Allen, thank you and your team's efforts. But starting today, this list and the recruitment philosophy behind it, buying League 2 for League 3 and League 1 for League 2, will be rendered null and void." Allen's face instantly turned pale. The other veteran scouts in the conference room also displayed expressions of dissatisfaction and astonishment. Lee Rand ignored their reactions and turned to Daisy, nodding slightly. Daisy immediately understood, pulling out several already bound brand new documents from her briefcase and precisely distributed them, like dealing playing cards, to each person in front of her. "Gentlemen," Lee Rand leaned back in his chair, speaking in an undeniable emperor-like tone, "from today onward we will adopt a completely new data-driven global recruitment philosophy. This document is the list of core players I have designated for the club to focus on and recruit in the next 2 transfer windows." Rogers, Allen, and others turned their attention to this imperial decree in their hands. Tranmere Rovers Football Club 200203 Transfer Observation List V1. 0 Director Lee Rand. Goalkeeper 1. Manuel Neuer, 16 years old, Schalke 04 Bundesliga Youth Team, Transfer Defender 2. Bakary Sagna, 19 years old, Auxerre League 1 Youth Team, Transfer 3. Vincent Kompany, 16 years old, Anderlecht Belgian Pro League, Transfer 4. Patrice Evra, 21 years old, Nice League 2, Transfer Midfielder 5. Mikel Arteta, 20 years old, Glasgow Rangers Scottish Premier League, Transfer 6. Darren Fletcher, 18 years old, a Manchester United Premier League Youth Team, Loan 7. Bastian Schweinsteiger, 18 years old, Bayern Munich Bundesliga Second Team, Loan Forward 8. Dirk Kuyt, 22 years old, Utrecht Eredivisie, Transfer 9. Robin van Persie, 19 years old, Feyenoord Eredivisie, Transfer Key Targets 10. Cristiano Ronaldo, 17 years old, Sporting Lisbon Primera Liga, Transfer. When Allen and his fellow veteran scouts finished reading this list, they felt their minds had been completely reformatted. Their worldview, their professional experiences they had proudly immersed themselves in for decades, were crushed into fragments before this list. They looked at each other, their expressions akin to witnessing an extraordinary miracle. The names on this list, they actually didn't recognize a single one. Germany, France, Netherlands, Belgium, Spain. What the hell is this? Are they recruiting for an English League 2 team? This is simply forming a United Nations army. And Rogers, his breathing had become incredibly rapid. He tightly clutched the list, his knuckles turning white, his eyes flickering with fervent excitement. He didn't recognize a single name either, but he understood the comments written by Lee Rand behind each name. Possesses the physical template to become a modern attacking fullback. A technically skilled midfielder developed by La Masia is the ideal core for our new midfield system. Potential to become a versatile midfielder. Loan him and give him more freedom. Rogers felt his heart pounding wildly in his chest. What he saw were not strange names, but precise parts that aligned with his tactical philosophy. He didn't need to know Kompany, he just needed to see Lee Rand's evaluation of him to know that this is a defender who can meet his requirements for building out from the back. A genius. No, a madman. A complete lunatic. What Lee Rand presented was not just a recruitment list. It was a declaration of team building. He not only knew what he wanted, but even provided the most perfect answer that he wouldn't dare to dream of. Director. Allen stuttered, feeling his throat dry. These are all foreign kids. We're just an English League 2 club. How could they possibly want to come? And how could we afford to buy so many players? Lee Rand slowly stood up and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the players outside on the training ground still engaged in traditional English training with bewilderment. He did not turn back, but spoke in a calm, yet powerful tone. Alan, you don't need to worry about the money. And you don't need to worry about whether they want to come. Your and your department's only task is to get all the information on everyone on this list onto my desk within a month. He turned around, his piercing gaze sweeping over every subordinate he had stunned in the conference room. Remember my words. Today you may not recognize a single name on this list, but within 10 years each of them will be a top star resonating throughout European football. The morning after the transfer meeting, Lee Rand sat in the director's office overlooking the empty training ground and dialed Tom's phone number. Tom. Huh. Big brother. The voice on the other end was thick with nasal, sounds clearly still just waking up. I'll give you 10 minutes to pack your things. Lee Rand's voice was devoid of any emotion. Then go resign from your job at the docks. There was silence on the other end for 3 seconds, followed by the loud crash of a chair falling and Tom's stammering voice. Big brother. I understand. Right away. My assistant will send you an encrypted email containing a list of players. Before you roll into Birkenhead, memorize the basic information of everyone on that list. Lee Rand's instruction was devoid of any emotion. What I need are not fans, but experts. This is a test. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Tom's voice had already changed pitch due to excitement. 2 days from now at Prenton Park, they'll be waiting for you. Hanging up the phone, Lee Rand looked at the enormous whiteboard in front of him on which 10 names were written in red marker. 2 days later, when Tom rushed into the office with an old backpack looking exhausted, but with eyes shining intensely, Lee Rand didn't even let him sit down. Welcome aboard Tranmere First Team Scout, Tom Williams. Lee Rand tossed him a pen and a new notebook. Training starts now. He pointed to the whiteboard. The core of our work, do not look at the present, only the future. Traditional scouts focus on data and physical attributes. That's work for fools. We need to look at the unquantifiable aspects. Football intelligence, competitiveness, potential. Lee Rand's finger tapped on the name Cristiano Ronaldo. Everyone says he's a softie with flashy tricks. Your task is to observe whether he shows fear or a desire to kill after being knocked down for the 10th time by an opponent. Is he throwing his hands up in complaint, or is he getting back up to break his opponent's ankle with the next move? This is called competitiveness. He pointed to Arteta. In a place like the Scottish Premiership, where butchers roam, how has he survived with his frail frame? Watch his off-the-ball runs, watch his anticipation half a second before an opponent strikes. This is called football intelligence. An hour later, Tom held a notebook filled with notes, feeling as if his brain had been reshaped. Lee Rand handed him a dozens-page scout report template densely packed with assessment items from technical skills to mentality, detailed to an astonishing degree. This is my brain, and now I'm copying a version for you. Lee Rand patted his shoulder. Your first task is not to return to London immediately. Instead, stay here and work with our club's old timers to complete the preliminary assessment of this list. Tom nodded vigorously, feeling that the notebook in his hand was heavier than gold bars. At that moment, Lee Rand pressed the internal call button. Daisy, please ask Mr. Allen and his team to come. A few minutes later, Chief Scout Allen and several of his old hands walked in with complex expressions. They had recovered from their shock, but their eyes were still filled with skepticism about that fantastical list. Allen, Lee Rand pointed to Tom beside him, getting straight to the point. Let me introduce you to Tom. Starting today, he will join your department as a first-team scout. Allen looked at this greenhorn, who was about the same age as Lee Rand and had a childish face, and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Letting such a young kid become a first-team scout. Lee Rand ignored his expression and placed that winter recruitment list in the center of the conference table. This list is our top priority for the next 6 months. I know you have many questions, that's all right. He looked at Allen, then at Tom, and issued the command. Starting tomorrow, Tom, you will be Mr. Allen's special assistant, working with the entire scouting department to gather all the players' information on this list and conduct preliminary evaluations. Allen, he turned to the chief scout. Tom has some unique channels and insights regarding young players in Europe, and I hope you'll listen to his opinions closely. At the same time, I also need you to use your decades of professional experience to teach him how to produce a professional scout report that meets our club's standards. This statement was flawless. It was both a command and a reassurance. He looked at these two scouts representing the club's future and past, and calmly said, I don't care what methods you use, whether cooperating or arguing. A month from now, I want to see the most detailed report about these 10 players on this table, a perfect report that combines data and experience. Is that clear? Allen and Tom exchanged a glance, both seeing complex emotions in each other's eyes. In the end, they both nodded simultaneously. Understood, Director. Saturday, 3:30 p.m. Prenton Park. Brandon Rogers faced his first official English League Two match after taking charge of Tranmere. The stadium was packed. All the fans flooded into the stands with extremely complicated feelings. They wanted to see for themselves what kind of tricks the football director who had driven away the accomplished captain, cleaned out half the team, according to locker room rumors, and brought in an obscure coach was up to. When the starting lineup for the home team was displayed on the big screen, the entire stadium was instantly drowned in gasps and buzzing discussions. Formation 433. The 442 long ball style that had been ingrained in their bones for 20 years vanished. In its place was a technical formation from the European continent that they had only seen on television. The whistle for the start of the match sounded like a prelude to disaster. Rodgers' tactical intent, short passing penetration from the back, clashed violently with the players' muscle memory of long balls. In the 5th minute, under pressure from the opposing striker, the goalkeeper, following instructions, did not clear the ball long, but attempted a short pass to the fullback. But he clearly lacked confidence, his feet faltering, and a pass turned into an assist, directly handing the ball to the opposing striker. Had it not been for his quick second reaction, making a reckless charge to disrupt the unknown chance, Brennan Park would have fallen into dead silence. On the stands, suppressed curses began to spread. The players on the field had turned into headless flies. The defender held the ball, looked up, and saw the midfield teammates habitually standing and waiting for high balls, completely lacking movement to support. The winger opened up space on the flank, but could only watch as the ball moved aimlessly between the midfield and defense, with meaningless lateral and backward passes that could be intercepted at any moment. Each pass felt like walking on a tightrope. What the hell are they doing? Pass. Keep passing, straight into your own net. NGO back to Northern Ireland. We don't play this effeminate brand of football. Just 20 minutes into the match, boos and curses already surged like a tsunami from every corner of Prenton Park's stands, crashing relentlessly onto the pitch. An elderly Tranmere fan wearing a white baseball cap turned to his equally disheartened son and grumbled, "This is the new era you spoke of. Bullshit. These players can't even walk straight. We'd be better off bringing Davies back. He at least knew how to score." The fans could neither comprehend nor accept what unfolded before them. The fierce, fiery Tranmere they knew had vanished, replaced by an amateurish side hesitant in defense, endlessly horizontal passing, and teetering on the edge of catastrophic errors. In the executive box, Chairman Evans's face had paled to match his sweat-dampened white shirt. He squirmed restlessly, as though seated on burning coals. Desperately, he glanced at Lee Rand beside him. And Lee Rand's expression remained unchanged, calm, composed, utterly in control. Yet beneath the table, the water in his glass trembled, faintly rippling in concentric circles with each involuntary tremor of his leg. He was terrified, deeply viscerally afraid. Chef Director. Evans finally broke down, his voice trembling with raw entreaty. "Is this the beautiful football you promised us? Can't we just stabilize things first?" Return to a 442. Lee Rand slowly turned his head to face the man beside him, the aging chairman on the verge of collapse. In an instant, the anxiety in his eyes hardened into icy, unyielding resolve. He shook his head. Chairman, amputation may appear brutal. Yet if the necrotic limb remains, the entire body will succumb to decay. As if to validate his words, another pass went astray on the pitch, intercepted, instantly triggering a blistering counterattack. At that very moment, Sean Williams, a mere 18-year-old academy midfielder promoted against all odds by Lee Rand and Rodgers, exploded forward from the right flank like a man possessed, launching a ferocious yet surgical sliding tackle that cleanly dispossessed the opponent. The ball rolled to defender Dave. Launch it forward. Now, roared countless fans instinctively from the stands. That reflex had been etched into their muscle memory over 2 decades of watching football. Dave's body obeyed, instinctively winding up for a long, hopeful clearance. But just before his boot made contact, his mind flashed not only with Rodgers' 100 shouted instructions from training that week, but also with the image of that 18-year-old teammate, lion-hearted, fearless, rushing in to cover for him, the elder brother, without hesitation. "Damn it," Dave cursed inwardly. "I've trusted you madman once, and I'll see it through." His jaw clenched with sheer force of will. He redirected his raised right foot into a delicate, unfamiliar insidy off the foot push, precise, controlled, and utterly alien to his own habits. The ball settled perfectly at the feet of Sean, who had risen and darted intelligently into open space. It was Tranmere's first successful pressure-tested ground-based transition from defense to attack in the match. The stadium's jeering fell silent, just for a heartbeat. That tiny triumph rippled outward like a stone dropped into still water, stirring the first faint tremors of belief. At the 35th minute, the ball cycled once more through midfield and landed at Dave's feet. This time, without hesitation, he played a crisp short pass to Sean Williams, who had dropped deep to receive. The true transformation, however, occurred off the ball. When the opposing midfielder saw Dave pass short again, he sneered, then lunged aggressively toward Sean. To him, it was merely aimless, pointless circulation. But as he closed in, horror-struck Tranmere's left winger had abandoned the flank entirely, cutting sharply infield and dragging the opposing fullback with him. Meanwhile, Tranmere's left back surged forward like a drawn blade, exploiting the vacuum created by that sudden movement. "In, watch the left," he screamed in panic, but it was too late. Sean read the moment perfectly and slipped a laser-guided through ball. And the left back took it on the run and swept a low cross into the center. The winger, who moments earlier had cut inside, now ghosted back in his central space, pairing with the striker in a lethal double threat. The ball, as if imbued with sentient grace, skimmed across the turf. 8 consecutive one-touch passes fluid as Mercury slicing through the opponent's midfield like a scalpel. Though the striker's final shot, fired in elation, curled just wide of the post in Prenton Park, fell into an eerie suspended silence. Then, explosive, a thunderous, rapturous ovation erupted, louder and more fervent than any previous boo. The same grumbling elder fan now gaped speechless, whispering in awe, "My God, what on earth did we just... was that?" Arsenal. Fans might not grasp intricate tactics, but they understood one truth: this team was no longer the same. It radiated confidence, not brute force, but intelligence, artistry, and unwavering self-belief, a quality never before seen in this club. In the end, Tranmere held their opponents to a hard-fought 0-0 draw at home. No victory, not even a... Yet when the final whistle blew and Rodgers walked the players to the touchline to thank the supporters, what greeted them was no longer scorn, but sustained, hopeful, expectant applause. Lee Rand stood by the executive box window, watching it all unfold, a subtle smile lifting the corners of his lips. And he knew the result mattered little. And what mattered was that the seed of revolution had taken root, firmly, irrevocably, in this stubborn, unyielding soil. Now all he needed was to wait for winter, and then prepare richer soil and finer components for what came next. As the final whistle echoed across Prenton Park, applause reverberated endlessly. Tranmere's players, weary yet resolute, marched around the pitch under their new captain Dave's lead, bowing in gratitude to the loyal fans who had never abandoned them. When they returned to the dressing room, they were met not with the thunderous tirades of former manager Davies, nor with suffocating silence. Instead, new head coach Rodgers stood before the tactical board, a quiet, heartfelt smile softening his features. "Gentlemen," he began only after the room had fallen still, "I know you are exhausted, and perhaps even bewildered. A 0-0 draw is not a result that warrants celebration." His voice suddenly surged, 8 degrees higher, charged with passion and conviction. "But I want you to remember minute 35 of today's match. Remember how we dismantled the opponent's defense, not with brute force, but with relentless, uninterrupted passing. That is the football we aspire to play. That is the future that belongs to us." He gazed upon the squad before him, players already stirred, hearts quickening at his words. In the eyes of some younger players, sparks of fervor now glowed. Veteran campaigners stood pensively, silent expressions layered with doubt and dawning realization. Rodgers continued, "Today's result is irrelevant. What matters is this: we have proven, beyond question, that we can play an entirely different kind of football, intelligent, incisive, and terrifying to our opponents. From this moment onward, forget the scoreline. Forget the past. Surrender your bodies and your minds. I promise you, by season's end, the team standing here will be unrecognizable. A Tranmere Rovers that strikes fear into every club in League Two." Rodgers' speech, brimming with idealistic fervor, reignited the squad's morale, lifting them from the fatigue of a goalless draw into a renewed sense of purpose. And as Rodgers finished speaking, Lee Rand entered calmly through the doorway. If Rodgers was the fire that ignited passion, then Lee Rand was the anchor, the grounding reality that gave that fire direction and weight. He said nothing about tactics. Instead, he swept his gaze across the room, finally settling on Dave, the defensive linchpin. "Dave," he said, "today you fought like a true lion. Especially in the first half, when the entire stadium chanted for you to hoof it. You trusted your teammates and executed a pivotal ground pass. That single pass carried more value than all your clearances combined." His tone brooked no contradiction. "From this day forward, you are the sole leader and the irreplaceable core of this backline. I need you to guide everyone around you, with your experience, your courage, to adapt to our new system." This was public empowerment, the highest affirmation possible. Dave rose, visibly moved, and nodded firmly. "Yes, Director Lee." Lee Rand returned his smile, but inwardly assessed with clinical precision, "Dave is the perfect transitional cornerstone. His loyalty, his grit, his authority in the dressing room. They are exactly what this team needs to weather its painful metamorphosis. But he is too slow. His technique remains coarse. His ceiling has been reached. By next season, when company or other reinforcements arrive, Dave's role will be confined to the bench, the spiritual leader, nothing more." That night, the director's office blazed with light. Lee Rand, Rodgers, and Chairman Evans reconvened at the negotiating table, still exhilarated by their electrifying debut, yet now confronting a far more tangible challenge: money. "Brandon," Lee Rand said, give me your final assessment of today's performers. Rogers opened his notebook. A few youngsters impressed me, Sean Williams among them. But most veterans are utterly incapable of adapting to our tempo. Especially up front, our two strikers contribute almost nothing beyond aerial duels. We must sign, at minimum, one striker and one midfield conductor during the winter transfer window. Agreed, Lee Rand nodded. Chairman Evans regarded them both, his expression tightening with reluctant candor. Director Lee Brandon, I am proud of what the team showed today. But our transfer budget is effectively zero. At those words, Rogers' enthusiasm evaporated, his brow furrowed deeply. Lee Rand, however, had anticipated this. He turned to Rogers. Brandon, your task begins now. Within the next 7 days, conduct a comprehensive valuation of every first-team player. Give me a list every player who falls outside your future tactical framework, yet retains sufficient market value to be sold. Our first step is inventory clearance, converting overpaid, underperforming assets into hard cash for our transfer fund. Rogers instantly grasped the strategy and nodded solemnly. Understood. Then Lee Rand shifted his gaze to Chairman Evans. Chairman, I also require your assistance. I need you to leverage your connections across the local business community to secure new sponsorship deals. At this, Evans' long-suppressed anguish, the raw desperation of a man steering a bankrupt enterprise, finally erupted. Enough, Director Lee. He slammed his palm onto the desk, voice frayed with exhaustion and despair. I understand everything you've said, but you have no idea what we're truly facing. Rising abruptly, he paced the room, agitated. So, the only asset with real market value is our top scorer, Ryan. If we sell him, the fans will tear down my office. Who will score goals? He let out a hollow laugh, gesturing toward the window. Director Lee, do you think I haven't tried? For 6 months I've knocked on every businessman's door in Birkenhead. I begged, pleaded, groveled, and every reply was identical: they see a sinking ship. No one throws money into the Mersey River just to watch it vanish beneath the waves. He halted, staring at Lee Rand, eyes bloodshot, voice trembling. Your plan sounds magnificent, but it rests upon an impossible foundation. We have no money. We go nowhere. The air in the office thick and suffocating. Rogers and Daisy watched Lee Rand, intently bracing for his response to the chairman's near-desperate indictment. Lee Rand did not rise. His expression remained unchanged, calm, unblinking. He waited patiently until Evans had spent his fury, then spoke softly, his voice precise, cold, and scalpel-sharp, cutting straight to the heart of the problem. Chairman, everything you've said is correct, but you have committed one fundamental error. Evans was taken aback. What mistake? In the past you were begging. I, on the other hand, am doing business. Lee Rand stood up and walked in front of him, his eyes filled with a powerful and undeniable confidence. You say selling the best striker will cause a riot among the fans. That is because you have not provided them with a better replacement nor a brighter future. We are not selling a star player. We are eliminating an outdated tactic that only relies on long passes and aerial balls. When the fans see us winning matches with more beautiful and efficient football, who will still yearn for a traditional center forward who only stands still? You say that businessmen are unwilling to invest. That is because what you have been selling to them in the past is a sinking, broken ship. What I am asking you to sell now is a brand new, hopeful kind of beautiful football that the entire Birkenhead can take pride in. The product has already changed, Mr. Chairman. Lee Rand looked at him and stated each word clearly. Therefore, our marketing strategy must also change. These words struck like a thunderclap, echoing in Chairman Evans' mind. He stared blankly at the young man before him, feeling as if the decades of business experience he had accumulated were being completely overturned by an entirely new way of thinking he had never encountered. He opened his mouth, seemingly persuaded, but years of caution caused him to instinctively argue, but the risks are too great. What if? There is no what if. Lee Rand interrupted him. He calmly turned to Daisy, who was standing nearby. Daisy, please read the second clause of Appendix 3 of the Equity Transfer Agreement I signed with the chairman for. Daisy pulled out the document from her folder, and in her clear and efficient British accent began to read it aloud. The new football director will be fully responsible for all competitive affairs of the first team, including player transfers and coaching staff appointments. With each point she read, Chairman Evans' complexion grew paler. When she finished reading, Lee Rand slowly lifted his head, his gaze as sharp as a knife, staring directly at the now completely dazed Evans. Selling players and establishing new sponsorship directions to support transfers both fall under the realm of football affairs. He looked at Evans and spoke in a tone that was calm to the point of being cruel, enunciating each word. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, what I just said was not a discussion with you, nor was it a suggestion. I am notifying you of our upcoming work plan. These words landed like an invisible, resounding slap, completely shattering Chairman Evans' last struggles. Defeated, he sat back down in his chair, as if all his strength had been withdrawn in an instant. I understand, Director Lee. The office fell into a suffocating silence once again. Rogers and Daisy watched this scene holding their breath. Lee Rand no longer paid any attention to the already resigned Chairman Evans. At the end of the meeting, Rogers couldn't help but ask the question that concerned him the most. Director, once we gather enough funds, do we have any specific direction for our transfers? As I just mentioned, I need a forward and a midfielder. Lee Rand turned directly to Daisy. Daisy, please take me. Lee Rand's tone was calm, but every word he uttered was like a heavy bomb. Notify Chief Scout Allen and all first-team scouts under him. I don't care what methods they use, whether flying to the Netherlands or sneaking into Germany within 3 days. I want to see the most detailed first-phase scouting reports on these 3 players. He raised his first finger. First, the young forward from Feyenoord, Robin van Persie. He raised his second finger. Second, the Scottish midfielder from Manchester United's youth team, Darren Fletcher. He raised his third finger. Third, the German midfielder from Bayern Munich, 2, Bastian Schweinsteiger. When Lee Rand uttered the last name, Chairman Evans, who had just been subdued by his iron-fisted methods, could no longer hold back. He no longer slammed the table in rage as before. Instead, a ridiculous and sarcastic smile appeared on his face. Ha ha, ha ha ha. He laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Van Persie. A bunch of foreign kids who haven't even played in the English leagues. Director Lee, are you really going to pour all the hard-earned money we've gathered into them? He stood up, shaking his head and laughing, his laughter filled with a sense of powerlessness and utter disappointment. I thought you were a genius. To my surprise, you were just a mad gambler. This club will eventually be ruined by you. Ruined. After finishing, he no longer glanced at anyone, turned around forcefully, opened the office door, and left in a fit of rage with a loud bang as the door slammed shut. The office fell into a deathly silence once again. Daisy lowered her head, afraid to speak. As for Rogers, his expression had also turned extremely serious. He looked at Lee Rand, his mind waging a battle. He certainly knew that these 3 names had appeared on the transfer list discussed in the meeting with the scouts. He had also seen the comments Lee Rand had given them. But he had never seen these players play in person. He didn't know their true abilities, nor did he know if they could adapt to the hard land of England. To bet the fate of the entire club on these 3 young men who were still unfamiliar to him. This was a challenge to all the rules of professional football. However, he recalled Lee Rand's paper, remembering the profound insights he had on his own unwillingness. A nearly irrational thing called trust eventually outweighed all professional judgment. He showed no signs of doubt. He simply watched Lee Rand, quietly knowing that a person capable of making such a decision must possess an absolute confidence that he could not understand. Everyone else left the meeting room, leaving only Lee Rand. He slowly stood up and walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the empty training ground below. He observed Evans' anger and Rogers' worries, but he did not care. He smiled. Just wait. He calmly spoke to himself and to the world inside his heart. What you see now are just a few unfamiliar. What I see is the sound of a dynasty rising from the ground. You may doubt my vision, but soon you will regard every transfer I make as an oracle. Because what I bring is not just victory, but a belief called the future. 3 days later, the door to the football director's office was knocked on promptly. Daisy opened the door, and the chief scout Allen entered with his special assistant Tom. Both of their faces bore the fatigue of international flights, yet their gazes were distinctly different. Allen's eyes were complex, filled with scrutiny and inquiry, while Tom's eyes sparkled with an uncontrollable excitement. Director Allen placed 3 documents on Lee Rand's desk, his voice much lower than 3 days prior. Lee Rand gestured for them to sit, his gaze sweeping over Tom. This young man already possessed the sharpness of a professional. Before Allen could speak, Tom leaned forward slightly, unable to contain himself. Boss. No, Director, we've investigated. We got in touch with the youth team coaches of Manchester United's Fletcher and Bayern Schweinsteiger through our connections. The conclusion was exactly as you said. They are the top talents in their respective tiers. Especially Fletcher, who has been praised multiple times by Coach Ferguson, and Manchester United sees him as one of the future heirs. He spoke rapidly as if eager to present his findings. Moreover, just as you anticipated, there is no place for them in the first team. Keen Scholes, but along with Bollock and Effenberg, these 2 mountains make it impossible for the 2 young men to break through for at least a year or 2. Lee Rand's fingertips lightly tapped on the table without speaking. This was merely an appetizer. Allen took a deep breath and interrupted the excited Tom. He pushed the thickest report to the front, and his entire demeanor changed. It was no longer a subordinate reporting to a superior, but rather a kind of reverence towards an unknown power. Director, regarding Feyenoord's Robin van Persie. Allen's Adam's apple bobbed. He seemed to be weighing his words to describe the impact he had felt over the past 3 days. Our people flew to Rotterdam. The conclusion is that he is an extraordinary genius. However, he is also a complete jerk. Allen's language became direct and brutal. He is arrogant, contemptuous, and has 0 discipline. Last month, due to his attitude in training, he publicly fell out with Coach Van Marwijk and was directly demoted to the reserves. He paused for a moment, lifted his head, and locked his gaze onto Li Ran, articulating the final conclusion word by word. Now the entire Feyenoord club from top to bottom wants to sell him immediately. Director, I must admit your intelligence sources are so accurate that it frightens me. After the office door closed again, cutting off Alan and Tom's probing gazes, Li Ran had Daisy invite Brendan Rodgers in. He did not engage in unnecessary pleasantries and directly pushed the 3 still warm reports in front of Rodgers. Brendan, draft a recruitment strategy. Li Ran's tone was not one for negotiation, but rather a direct command. Fletcher, Schweinsteiger are low. These talented players crave playing opportunities, and we shall provide them. He looked at Rodgers. I will have Daisy prepare a proposal, and the core selling point won't be money but you. We need to sell Manchester United and Bayern on a coach who excels at nurturing young talent, telling them that handing over their genius to you for 1 or 2 seasons in our team, which guarantees absolute starting positions, is their best investment for the future. Rodgers quickly scanned the report, his eyes gleaming. This idea strikes at the root, hitting the nail on the head. As for Van Persie, Li Ran's lips curled into a cold arc. He is our prey. Alan's report confirmed that Feyenoord is more anxious than we are. Therefore, we must not proactively reach out. For him, there is only one strategy: waiting. His current situation presents us with a godsend opportunity. A genius filled with gunpowder who could explode at any moment. Before igniting him, we must thoroughly understand every fuse on him. Li Ran turned to Daisy and informed Tom this will be his most important task in the coming months. Starting today until the winter transfer window opens, I need a weekly observation report on Robin Van Persie. Weekly, Daisy confirmed. Yes, weekly. Li Ran nodded, his performance in the reserves, interactions with teammates, statements to the media, even his private life. I need a consecutive report that allows me to fully dissect his psychological state. His voice grew deep and dangerous. We don't need to do anything, we just need to wait quietly. Wait for the best moment, when his psychological defenses are at their weakest and Feyenoord's patience is completely exhausted. At that time we will deliver a fatal blow at the lowest cost to pull him out of the mire in Rotterdam. After formulating this recruitment strategy akin to a hunting plan, the team welcomed Brendan Rodgers' second league match after taking office, an away challenge against Oldham. On Saturday morning it was drizzling. Tranmere's bus was driving on the road leading to Greater Manchester. This was the awkward state of Tranmere Rovers. Rodgers' first match after taking office resulted in a 0-0 draw, and the style of play, which clashed with the entire English Football League Two, had already sparked significant controversy among fans and media. Radical fans viewed it as a revolution, while conservatives mocked this style as flashy and impractical, directing their anger towards the Huaxiao director who had dismissed the accomplished captain. The bus was very quiet, with most players wearing headphones, creating a heavy atmosphere. Rodgers walked from the front and sat next to Li Ran, his face unusually solemn. Director Lee, we have a problem. He got straight to the point without beating around the bush. Oldham's home ground, Boundary Park, is the highest professional stadium in the UK. The weather is perpetually harsh and the pitch is a quagmire year-round. He took out a crumpled tactical analysis sheet from his pocket on which he had circled several opponent players' names in red. They are a typical English butcher team, playing long balls, physical confrontations, and fierce pressing. Last week in our home stadium, on a perfect pitch, the players had just begun to comprehend our possession system. Today, to transfer this strategy, which requires precise coordination, to a quagmire against a group of opponents who only want to break your legs. Rodgers' voice dropped, filled with worry. The little bit of confidence the players had just built in the new tactics may very well be shattered completely by the opponents over the course of 90 minutes. This match could be a disaster for us. He lifted his head, staring intently at Li Ran, and asked the most Director Lee, I know our tactics represent the future. But today in this damned quagmire, how do we survive? Inside the bus the atmosphere was oppressive. The rain outside seemed to be getting heavier. Li Ran did not respond to Rodgers immediately. He slowly turned his head, his gaze passing over Rodgers' anxious face, and directed it towards the back of the bus, where the players wearing headphones and pretending to be calm could not hide the tension and confusion in their eyes. After a long while he withdrew his gaze, looked at Rodgers and smiled. That smile was calm and composed, as if the wind and rain outside and the muddy path ahead were of no concern to him. Brendan, he began, his voice soft, yet like a calming pill, instantly soothing the restlessness within Rodgers. You asked me how to survive. My answer is today we do not fight for survival. Rodgers was taken aback. We fight to kill the match. Li Ran's gaze turned sharp as a knife. Have you forgotten who we are? We did not come here to adapt to League Two. We came to dominate it. He pointed at the gray sky outside, mud pit. Butchers. Bad weather. These are fair to all, but we possess the most powerful weapon they lack: thought. Remember, Brendan, the more chaotic the situation, the more we must stick to our rhythm. The muddier the field, the more we must use simple short passes to tear through it. If they want to turn the match into a wrestling match, then we will turn it into a public lesson. He patted Rogers on the shoulder, summarizing his thoughts. Tell the players today, forget the score, forget the physical confrontations. They only need to remember one thing. Let the ball soar on the grass. Oldham Boundary Park, In the away team locker room, the air was as oppressive as a soaked sponge. Outside, the cold autumn rain fell incessantly. Inside, the players were silently changing into their jerseys. Listen to the sound of the rain outside. An old substitute grumbled softly to his teammate while wrapping his bandages. In this muddy field, going toe-to-toe with Oldham's butchers. It's simply suicide. His words echoed the sentiments of many experienced players in the team. The new captain, Dave, felt the unsettling emotions spreading through the locker room. Just as he was about to say something, the locker room door was pushed open. Head coach Brendan Rodgers walked in. He did not carry a tactics board or speak at length. He calmly scanned the room, absorbing the tension, doubts, and unease on each player's face. Gentlemen, he began slowly, I know what you are thinking. You are thinking that the field outside is a quagmire. You are thinking that our opponents are a bunch of butchers who know only how to charge recklessly. You are thinking that our tactic of constant short passes will not work today. He looked at the players and smiled, but that smile held a hint of cold, undeniable sharpness. You are all correct in your thoughts. But today what I ask of you is precisely to execute the most difficult pass in this muddy field. He stepped to the center of the locker room, his voice suddenly rising an octave, filled with passion and power. They want to drag us into the mud and force us into primitive brawls. They want to use tackles to destroy our technique, to crush our confidence with jeers. And what we must do is respond to them with the way we excel. We will dance our waltz in this muddy pit. Now lift your heads. Step out. Let them see who the real Boundary Park. The rain mixed with mud fell from the sky. As Rodgers had anticipated at the start of the match, Oldham took advantage of their home ground and the terrible weather to launch the most fierce and pure English assault on Tranmere's goal. The team's artist Jason Kumas, having just received the ball in midfield, had no time to look up when the opposing defensive midfielder charged at him like an out-of-control truck, sending him crashing to the ground with a vicious tackle that could have earned a red card. The referee only symbolically showed a yellow card. Kumas clutched his ankle in pain, rolling in the mud. He felt as though his ankle had been crushed in a vice, burning with pain. A deep sense of disgust and fear towards this brutal style of play gripped his heart. In the 19th minute of the match, the home team took advantage of a throw-in opportunity and executed the classic grenade tactic, directly throwing the ball into the penalty area. In the chaos of the brawl, Oldham's center forward seized the second ball and scored, breaking through Tranmere's goal, 0-1. The roar of the home fans reverberated, shaking the roof of the coach's box. In the away team's director's box, Lee Rand watched calmly. He felt neither nervous nor angry. He was merely observing. He was watching how the head coach he personally selected would react when the team found itself in dire straits. Rodgers stood on the sidelines, rain flowing down his coat collar, icy and biting. He did not look at the scoreboard, his gaze dissecting his players like a surgical knife. The Tranmere players, their faces smeared with mud, were filled with frustration and confusion. Their greatest fears had come to pass. In this dreadful weather, their intricate passing game resembled a waterlogged engine, utterly non-functional. Captain Dave gathered his teammates together immediately after the goal, shouting loudly to rally them. But he himself was also filled with doubt. Forward Ryan Taylor stood with his hands on his hips, silently cursing the sky and the mud. And the team's artist Jason Kumas, after that brutal foul, began to avoid any physical contact with the opponent. At that moment, doubt crept into the hearts of most players on the field. Is the coach's tactic really viable in this kind of field? Fear. Rodgers sensed the scent of fear. Something more terrifying than conceding a goal. His tactic was not at fault. The fault lay with the executors of the tactic. Their minds had been thoroughly muddled by the dreadful weather and a single conceded goal. The halftime whistle blew. The players walked off the field dejectedly. In the away team locker room, the air was thick enough to wring water from it, mixed with sweat, dirt, and the smell of decay. The players slumped in their seats, lacking even the strength to curse. Rodgers pushed the door open and entered. He did not speak, walking straight towards the tactics board, allowing the silence to spread and fester like a virus. He wanted this pampered group to truly taste the feeling of drowning. Finally, he picked up a marker. The tip tapped against the whiteboard, producing a crisp sound like a stopwatch counting down. He drew a simple triangle on the board, the most basic and stable of shapes. In the first half, we were Rodgers spoke, his voice low yet weighty, like stones thrown into a still pond. You are afraid of mistakes, afraid of confrontation, afraid of this quagmire under your feet. You have forgotten who you are, forgotten why we can stand here. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing with surgical precision on forward Ryan Taylor. Ryan. Taylor suddenly lifted his head, his eyes darting. Do you think you are the lighthouse in the penalty area? Rodgers' voice held no emotion more chilling than a roar. Standing there waiting for the boat to dock by itself. Football doesn't grow legs. Run. Like a starving mad dog that hasn't eaten for 3 days, go bite. Tear apart their defense. Every time you run without the ball, you are creating a battlefield for Kumas and Sean. If you cannot do it, then get off my field. Taylor's face instantly turned a deep shade of red, his lips moving, but no words came out. The humiliation was far deeper than any tactical explanation. Then Rogers turned to the team's artist, Jason Kumas. Jason the artist. He chuckled lightly, his laughter dripping with unmasked sarcasm scraping against Kumas' eardrums like sandpaper. I see no art. I only see a coward trembling before the butcher. They want to kick you. Good. Let them not even touch your shadow. His volume suddenly increased. Use your skills, use your rhythm, make them like a bunch of mindless fools chasing after your tail until they cramp and collapse. You are our core, now show me what a frontline core should look like. As his words fell, the locker room was filled only with heavy breaths. Fear was being replaced by something more primal and fiery. It was anger and unwillingness. In the second half, forget the score. Rogers dropped his pen, making a final summary, each word sounding like a command. Control the ball at your feet, right in this quagmire. With short passes, with triangles, with our own rhythm, drag them to death. In the second half, both teams returned to the field. Tranmere's players no longer looked up for others, nor attempted flashy long passes. They began to run wildly, and without regard for stamina, and Oldham's half using rapid triangular passes to keep the ball firmly at their feet. In the 65th minute of the match, the signal came. Captain Dave's ground-hugging, slicing knife tore through the midfield defense, accurately finding Jason Kumas. The opposing player who injured him in the first half charged at him like an enraged bull once more. Come on! A flash of fury ignited in Kumas' eyes. In the first half, he would have passed it back immediately. But now what flashed in his mind was the locker room's phrase, the coward avoiding the butcher. Just as the two were about to clash, Kumas pulled the ball back with his right foot and poked it forward with his left. The football slipped through that narrow, hellish gap. The midfielder, covered in mud, slid away helplessly for several meters like an out-of-control truck. He bypassed two players, charging into the penalty area, calmly passing sideways. A figure rushed in like a leopard. It was Ryan Taylor. The man he had scolded as the lighthouse finally appeared in the position a forward should occupy. A decisive, resolute sliding shot. The football brushing against the grass and mud violently burrowed into the net. 1-1. Taylor rose from the mud, not celebrating, but clenched his fists, staring fiercely at Rogers across the entire. In his gaze was provocation-proof, but more so a flame awakened anew belonging to the forward. In the guest director's seat, Lee Rand watched this scene, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He knew that Rogers' value had begun to manifest truly. In the 88th minute of the match, Oldham earned a corner, betting everything. Captain Dave leapt high, smashing the ball with his forehead. The ball fell to midfield player Sean Williams. He did not stop the ball, but unleashed a huge arc with the outside of his foot, tearing through the entire field. A textbook lightning counterattack. Forward Simon Howarth was unknown, but he saw a better opportunity and selflessly passed sideways. It was Jason Kumas, the Welsh artist, who had tormented and humiliated the opposing defender with his brilliant skills all through the second half. Facing an open goal, he scored in one touch. 2-1. A last-minute goal. The final whistle blew. Tranmere's players rushed like mad towards the stands where the away fans were. They took off their jerseys soaked in mud, waving them vigorously in the air, pounding their chests, roaring together with the hundreds of loyal fans who had journeyed to support them. The immense sense of release from surviving and despair turning the tide in the mud drove them all into a frenzy. In the shadows of the players' tunnel, Lee Rand leaned against the wall, quietly waiting. Rogers did not celebrate with the players. He walked straight through the throng of revelers towards Lee Rand. A spectacular comeback, Brandon. Lee Rand smiled. It was a gamble. Rogers shook his head, a hint of fear still on his face. If they had not been angered but had completely collapsed, I would be the center of the team. But you won the gamble. Lee Rand looked at him. Because you understand better than anyone that these players need not comfort but stimulation. You proved that you not only understand tactics, but also the human heart. This precise affirmation from the bowl filled Rogers with a tremendous sense of satisfaction. He looked at the calm director before him and sincerely said, "It was you who gave me the courage to take the gamble." Rogers took a water bottle from his pocket, unscrewed it, and drank the cold liquid, calming him completely. Winning a lousy match is not worth celebrating. He spoke in a professional tone, as if reporting to his superior. I have already sent Phil, the assistant coach, to request Oldham's running data from the 70th minute of the second half. I need to know the exact point when their stamina collapsed. Lee Rand nodded in approval. He knew that the foreman he had hired had begun to possess the same strategist thinking as him. But he always saw one step further than others. Data is important, Brandon. Lee Rand's tone showed no change, but more important than data is our players. He looked at Rogers. This victory has earned us a bit of breathing space, but it has also exposed our fatal weakness of insufficient midfield control. Relying solely on a young player like Sean is not enough. So, I have already instructed Daisy to formally submit a request to Manchester United for the loan of their youth team midfielder, Darren Fletcher. Our next opponent will not generously leave us just one half to recover. We need to have a warrior who can engage in brawls in the midfield with any opponent from the very first minute of the match, and that Scotsman is the best choice. Lee Rand's words, I have officially submitted the loan application to Manchester United on behalf of Daisy left Rogers, who had just gone through a fierce battle and whose adrenaline had yet to fully subside in a state of stunned silence, as if he were suffering from cerebral hypoxia. He stared blankly at the young man in front of him, feeling that his thoughts could no longer keep up with the other's pace. Mr. Director, are you saying that you have submitted the application? When Rogers' voice was dry. A sly smile appeared on Lee Rand's face. In the second half, when we scored the equalizer, Rogers' pupils suddenly constricted. He looked at the person before him, a chill running from his feet straight to the top of his head. In the first half, when the situation was almost collapsing, he was still racking his brain on how to equalize the score. And at the very moment when the team had just seen a glimmer of hope, this director was not celebrating, but was calmly, even coldly, starting to make plans for reinforcements for the next match. Don't be so surprised, Brandon. Lee Rand saw through his thoughts and smiled. I am just doing what I am supposed to do. You are the head coach responsible for solving issues on the field. I am the director responsible for providing you with the tools to solve those problems. In the following 2 days, the entire Tranmere club was immersed in the excitement brought by that epic comeback. The players' training enthusiasm was at an all-time high, and Rogers' new tactics received everyone's unwavering trust and execution for the first time. However, a stone remained lodged in Rogers' heart. He knew just how insane Lee Rand's plan regarding loaning Fletcher was. After all, this was Manchester United, the illustrious Ferguson, a club in League Two attempting to loan their most promising youth player. It was as absurd as a street beggar asking the king to borrow his crown. He could almost foresee the contemptuous and mocking attitude with which Manchester United would reject this application. He was even somewhat worried that this bold action would anger Ferguson, causing Tranmere to be permanently blacklisted by the Red Devils in future transfer markets. However, Lee Rand seemed unusually calm. He went to class as usual every day, and after class he came to the club to analyze training videos with Rogers, as if that loan application, which could determine the future of the team, was just an inconsequential ordinary email. On the third afternoon, when Rogers had almost lost all hope, the door to the director's office was slammed open. Daisy rushed in, having lost one of her high heels, her face a mix of shock and ecstasy, completely disregarding her professional demeanor. Director. Her voice had risen in pitch. Manchester United. It's Manchester United. Rogers sprang up from the sofa in shock. Lee Rand slowly set down the documents, looking up with an expression devoid of any ripples. What did they say? Daisy gasped for breath, trying to calm her pounding heart as she looked at Lee Rand. The personal assistant of Mr. Les Corshall, the youth training director of Manchester United, called back. He said. She paused, seemingly confirming that she had not misheard. He said that Mr. Corshall believes it is the boldest and most interesting loan proposal he has ever seen. He himself will be waiting for you at the Carrington training base tomorrow for a face-to-face meeting. The office fell into an instant silence. Rogers' mouth hung open, feeling a buzzing in his ears. Being rejected was expected. Being ignored was highly probable. Being invited to Carrington and having that legendary figure personally waiting, this was utter nonsense. Lee Rand stood up and walked to the window, watching the players below, sweating profusely. Daisy, he ordered without looking back, come to my apartment at 8 tomorrow morning to take me to Manchester. He turned around and smiled at Rogers. Brandon, get ready. We are going to Carrington to snatch back our new midfielder. At Manchester United's Carrington, Les Corshall, the most trusted right-hand man of Ferguson, the legendary figure who created the glory of class of '92, sat across from Lee Rand. He did not engage in pleasantries, his gaze sharp as a scalpel landed on Lee Rand. Hello, Mr. Lee. Let's get straight to the point with no small talk. I have reviewed your loan proposal. It is quite interesting. He pushed the nearly perfect proposal drafted by Daisy toward him. I can see you're sincere. I have also heard a bit about your head coach, Mr. Rogers, who did quite well during his years at Reading. However, I receive dozens of such loan proposals every day. Tell me, why should I give one of Manchester United's most important assets to a team struggling in League Two? Give me an offer I can't refuse. A reason not mentioned in this document. The test had begun. Lee Rand was not intimidated by the opponent's aura. He calmly met Corshall's gaze and countered, Mr. Corshall, what do you think is Darren Fletcher's biggest weakness at the moment? This question momentarily caught Les off guard. He did not expect the other party to be so direct, even carrying a hint of offense. After a moment of contemplation, he provided a professional answer. He appears overly composed in youth matches, lacking the intensity of competition, which occasionally leads to him taking an unnecessary second or two when processing the ball. He needs a higher pressure environment. Exactly. Lee Rand immediately interjected, therefore you cannot loan him to any J-League team, or even a mid to lower-ranked Premier League team. Oh, Korschel's eyebrows raised, clearly intrigued by this conclusion. Because those teams will treat him as a genius to protect. Li Ran's speed began to quicken, the logical chain clear and sharp. He will be placed in the most comfortable position, and the veterans on the team will do all the dirty work for him. He will get stable playing time, the stats will look good, and everyone will praise him. A year later, when he returns here, his skills will be better and his experience richer. But his weaknesses will still be weaknesses. And what we at Tranmere can offer him is precisely what those teams cannot. Li Ran leaned slightly forward, his eyes conveying a kind of mad confidence. We will use him as a beast. We will assign him the dirtiest and most exhausting tasks in the midfield, having him face 2 to 3 opposing players' onslaughts by himself. There will be no protection behind him and no top striker in front of him to create space. Every second he has the ball, someone will be coming for his ankles. Every ball he loses could lead us to lose the match or even face relegation. He is not here to level up. He is here to fight for his life. He must learn to handle the ball in the fastest and simplest way possible, or he will completely sink amid the repeated fouls and the fans' jeers. Mr. Korschel. Li Ran leaned back in his chair. Real warriors do not grow in greenhouses. What Manchester United needs is not just another technically proficient midfielder. You need a leader who can grit their teeth and carry the team on their shoulders in adversity. A true Red Devil. I assure you. As long as he doesn't die this season, when I return him to you, what you will get is a player who has been tempered in hell with a heart of steel. A second Keane. This statement, devoid of ornate language, was filled with bloody and cruel reality. Les Korschel stared intently at Li Ran, his scrutiny gradually transforming into unmasked shock. He had seen too many eloquent agents and directors who promised playing time and tactical core, but no one had ever dared to use words like fight for life, hell, or sink to sell their club. This young man is a madman. But his madness precisely hit the pain point of Manchester United's youth training. After a long silence, Les stood up and extended his hand to Li Ran. Director Li, you are the boldest person I have ever met. Mr. Ferguson will appreciate your theory. He shook hands with Li Ran, that aged hand filled with strength. Fletcher can be loaned to you for 1 season. His salary will be fully covered by Manchester United. But his gaze suddenly sharpened like a knife. Remember what you said today. What you are borrowing is Manchester United's future. If by the end of the season he has not become the warrior you described, or if he suffers any irreversible injury. A week later at the training field beside Prenton Park, the atmosphere felt somewhat frozen. When the young Scotsman with the Manchester United emblem backpack appeared, all the Tranmere players, drenched in sweat, instinctively slowed their movements. What greeted him was not curiosity or envy, but a mix of scrutiny, vigilance, and a primal rejection from lower-tier players against the prince of a prestigious club. Captain Dave walked over and in an official manner shook his hand, saying welcome. Just one word devoid of warmth. Roger's introduction was equally brief, resembling a command. Darren Fletcher loaned for a season. And so the training continued. In his first training session, Fletcher exacerbated the divide with his damn talent. His ball control, positioning, and vision were products of an entirely different dimension. But problems soon followed. During a group drill, Tranmere launched a quick counterattack, and the ball found its way to Fletcher's feet. Everyone had already sprinted forward, waiting for him to deliver the decisive pass. Yet he habitually hesitated, opting for a safe sideways pass. Opportunities are fleeting. Damn! Shouted the team's old hand, the midfield grinder Sean Fagan. Without holding back, are you sewing, kid? Fletcher's face flushed red at a loss. At Carrington, this was called reasonable ball handling. A few minutes later, a similar scene unfolded. Fagan stopped wasting words. He charged in like a bull, delivering a vicious slide tackle that sent Fletcher crashing to the ground, ball and all. This is Tranmere. Fagan roared, pointing at his nose. This is not your mother's kindergarten. Either pass the ball forward or get lost. The conflict was about to erupt. In the following days, such scenes became commonplace on the training ground. Fletcher resembled a white swan that had wandered into a pack of wolves. The more elegant his skill, the more it clashed with the surrounding brutality. He was knocked down time and again, rising in confusion under the cold gazes of his teammates. After training, the atmosphere in Roger's office was tense. Director Lee, this is too risky. Rogers rubbed his temples, looking worried. You've seen Fagan's actions. Fletcher is a genius, but he is still just a child. We can't ruin him like this. Manchester United will kill us. Brandon, when we signed him, Mr. Coleshaw told me that if I couldn't return him as a warrior, Tranmere would forever be an enemy of Old Trafford. Do you think a kid who needs protection from the captain and coach during training can become a warrior? Li Ran stood up and walked to the window, watching Fletcher packing up alone on the field. What he lacks now is not protection. What he needs is someone like Fagan to show him the other side of football. It is ruthless, a survival of the fittest. Li Ran turned around, his gaze sharp. Your task is not to protect, but to push him to the edge of the cliff, letting him choose whether to jump down and shatter into pieces or to grow wings. Rogers fell silent. After a long while, he nodded. I understand. In the weekend match, I will make good use of him. This weekend, Tranmere hosted Bristol City at Prenton Park. Fletcher's name appeared on the substitute list. Before the match, Rogers called him aside, pointing to the field and speaking in a tone that was almost humiliating. "Kids, sit here and watch carefully. See what football is really like when you have no top teammates to back you up and no top turf to make receiving the ball comfortable." As the match began, Tranmere found it tough going. In the first half, Kumas had a moment of brilliance, helping the team take a 10 lead. But in the second half, as Tranmere's stamina waned, they quickly conceded an equalizer due to a rough challenge from the opponents. 11. The players on the field were panting heavily. Mistakes began to increase, and the situation was precarious. In the 70th minute, Rogers finally made a move. Darren Fletcher was called into action under pressure. The moment he stepped onto the pitch, he felt not glory, but an overwhelming aura of aggression. As he received a pass from a teammate, the opposing player, a beefy midfielder, lunged in with a dirty tackle, striking hard against his calf. With a dull thud, Fletcher fell to the ground. The referee's whistle didn't even sound. He lay in the mud. He lifted his head and saw the opposing midfielder spit at him, cursing "little bitch" from Manchester United. "Is this hell?" Struggling to rise, his teammates merely shot him a cold glance, urging him to get back into the game. A few minutes later, he got the ball, recalling Rogers' roar, and attempted a decisive through pass. However, he underestimated the pace of the challenges here. As soon as the ball left his foot, it was intercepted by the opposing midfielder, launching a counterattack that nearly resulted in a clear chance. In the stands, scattered boos began to emerge. In the chairman's box, Chairman Evans' palms were already slick with sweat. On the field, Fletcher felt an unprecedented sense of isolation and suffocation. His mind was in chaos. He instinctively began to play the safe balls he was most familiar with, from Carrington sideways passes, back passes, avoiding any risky attempts. In the 85th minute, disaster struck. The ball once again found its way to Fletcher's feet. Facing the pressure from the opposing forward, he had two choices. One was to risk going forward, the other was to safely pass back to the goalkeeper. Without hesitation, he chose the latter. However, he completely underestimated the small puddle on this batter. His back pass lacked power, and as it crossed the puddle, its speed decreased, sharply turning into a soft, deadly assist. The opposing forward accepted the gift, easily gliding past the ball to create a clear chance. The entire Prenton Park fell into an instant silence. Everyone despairingly closed their eyes. At that critical moment, a figure like an enraged lion charged in from the diagonal rear, making a reckless slide tackle, with his career on the line, aiming for the ball. It was Dave. He acted like a wall, timely blocking this certain goal. The ball rolled out of play. Dave lay on the ground, gasping for breath, not reaching out to help the kneeling Fletcher, who looked pale, but instead let out his first roar towards him. The match continued with little time remaining. It was this corner kick resulting from Fletcher's mistake that gave Tranmere their final opportunity. The opposing team pressed forward, the corner was taken, and Dave once again powerfully headed it away. The ball landed at the feet of the team's veteran midfielder Sean Fagan, who had previously given Fletcher a stern warning in training. Fagan did not pass. He dribbled the ball like a raging bull, charging into the opponent's half. After attracting two defenders, he did not continue to dribble, but passed to the advancing forward Ryan Taylor, who unleashed a powerful shot. The ball flew like a cannonball, although it didn't strike cleanly, it unexpectedly hit the defender's leg, taking a bizarre deflection, slipping past the goalkeeper, and slowly rolling into the net. 21. With a goal filled with luck and surprise, Tranmere once again achieved a dramatic victory. The final whistle blew and Prenton Park erupted. The players celebrated this hard-fought, ugly victory with wild enthusiasm. Fletcher, however, felt his legs give way and collapsed onto the grass. The team had won, but he had become the sinner who nearly cost everything. After the celebration, Ryan Taylor, the hero of the goal, made his way over to him. He looked down at the kneeling Fletcher, speaking with a tone full of disdain. "Listen up, you little brat. This is League 2 real men's football. If you're not ready, then hurry up and cry your way home to your mommy." After saying this, he turned his back and walked towards the fans cheering for him. Fletcher could no longer hold himself together. He buried his head deep in the cold, muddy ground, mixed with rainwater and tears. His beautiful world of football, belonging to a genius, had completely collapsed. In the chairman's box, Evans was so excited he could hardly speak, grabbing Lee Rand's arm and shaking it frantically. "We won. We won. Did you see it?" Lee Rand's face showed no expression. Just then his phone vibrated. Caller ID, Les Colshaw. Lee Rand glanced at the young Scotsman kneeling in the mud, his shoulders trembling, and pressed the answer button. On the other end of the line, Colshaw's voice, suppressed with volcanic rage, came through. "Director Lee, I think I need an explanation. About my player who nearly got ruined in your hell during his first match." Faced with the thunderous wrath of this legendary coach, Lee Rand's tone remained calm, like a still pond. "Good evening, Mr. Kershaw." He first politely greeted, then swiftly changed the topic, saying, "Firstly, allow me to correct you. Darren did not almost get ruined at all. As far as I know, he only suffered a minor injury to his calf, confirmed by the team doctor. He will be fine after a couple of days of rest. As for the mental breakdown," Lee Rand chuckled, I would prefer to refer to it as the growing pains that a warrior must endure before his birth. Mr. Kershaw fell silent on the other end of the line, evidently infuriated by Lee Rand's twisted reasoning. Lee Rand did not give him a chance to get angry, and continued, Mr. Kershaw, I understand your anger. But please recall our agreement at Carrington. I promised to return to you a leader with iron, well, not a fragile flower with pretty statistics. You tell me. Lee Rand's tone sharpened for the first time. When facing the black boots of opponents, the accusations from teammates and the jeers from fans, would a true Red Devil kneel and weep, or would he rise up and retaliate with an even fiercer tackle or a more lethal pass? You sent him here for him to learn the latter, didn't you? This statement pierced through Kershaw's fury like a sharp sword. Although he was furious, he had to admit that the argument was not entirely wrong. I will give you 1 month. After a long pause, Kershaw squeezed out this sentence through gritted teeth. A month later, I want to see his match in person. If I see a loser crying on the field again, I will immediately take him back to Manchester. It's a deal. Hanging up the phone, Lee Rand walked to the window. 1 month. He couldn't wait that long. Fletcher couldn't wait either. This genius flower that had grown too robustly in the greenhouse would rot if it didn't experience storms soon. The next few days were still hell for Fletcher. On the training ground, veterans like Fagan and Ryan showed no signs of easing their pressing and tackling. Just now in the group training match, Fletcher had just received a pass and hadn't had time to look up when a shadow accompanied by the sound of wind and mud ferociously collided with him from the side. It was Colin Fagan. He wasn't even aiming for the ball. That giant foot with its studs shining swept directly past Fletcher's supporting leg. Fletcher was so scared that he instinctively jumped to dodge, causing the ball at his feet to lose control. Fagan seized the opportunity, snatching the ball away and turning to launch a counterattack. Meanwhile, Coach Rogers, standing on the sidelines, not only failed to whistle for a foul, but instead roared at Fletcher, Darren, what are you doing? Protect the ball with your body. That's your ball. You coward. Fletcher, the chosen one who was pampered by all the coaches at Carrington, truly felt the most real and cruel side of professional football amidst the laughter of teammates and the scolding of his coach. In the evening, the tactical analysis room at Tranmere was as still as ice. Only the massive touchscreen in the center emitted a cold light silently. On the screen, a training video was repeatedly playing at half speed. The player wearing the red training vest with the number 16, during a midfield confrontation, instinctively withdrew his foot and turned sideways when faced with the fierce tackle from the blue team. The ball was easily intercepted. The next second, the blue team launched a counterattack with 3 passes leading to the ball rolling into the red team's empty net. Lee Rand pressed the pause button. The image froze on the moment when number 16 looked awkward and humiliated while dodging. The young and confused face was none other than Darren Fletcher. Lee Rand did not turn around. He didn't even look at Fletcher, who was sitting on the sofa behind him. He just stared at the screen, as if admiring a rare masterpiece, his knuckles rhythmically tapping on the cold table. Tap, tap, tap. Each strike felt like a heavy hammer smashing against Fletcher's already he could feel the cold sweat trickling down his forehead, sliding down his face, and dripping onto the training shirt that was already soaked with sweat. He remembered the days at Carrington when coaches would praise his passing highlights and teammates would applaud every fancy, but here everything about him was crushed. 15 minutes of internal competition. Lee Rand finally spoke, his tone flat and devoid of any waves, yet it pierced deeper than the cold rain outside. You touched the ball 12 times, losing possession 7 times. Among those 4 times were because you actively gave up physical confrontation. He did not question, he simply stated a series of cold facts. Yet every number felt like a slap, stinging sharply against Fletcher's face. Fletcher's body trembled violently, finally breaking free from the cursed silence, his voice raspy, like sandpaper rubbing together. Their movements were too aggressive, director. That wasn't playing football. Colin Fagan came straight at my body. That was a malicious foul. Foul it. Lee Rand finally turned around, the sound of his shoes on the floor clear and heavy, stepping towards Fletcher. Darren, let me enlighten you on the first survival rule here. Lee Rand leaned down, resting his hands on the armrest of the sofa, completely enveloping Fletcher in his shadow. He stared into those dodging eyes and spoke each word clearly. Here, as long as the referee hasn't blown the whistle, everything is considered reasonable contact. Did you think this was a ballet lesson at Carrington? Wearing clean shoes on a neatly trimmed lawn, elegantly passing the ball, and waiting for your teammates to applaud you. Lee Rand's volume did not rise, but the pressure abruptly intensified several levels. You feel abandoned by the whole world, don't you? You feel like your skills and talent are worthless here, don't you? Fletcher's breathing became rapid as he tried to divert his gaze from Lee Rand's eyes, which seemed capable of penetrating everything, but found himself completely unable to move. Every word Lee Rand spoke pierced the deepest fears within him. You are not wrong, Darren. Lee Rand slowly straightened up, his tone softened, yet it felt like the calm before a storm. The mistake is that you tried to participate in a bloody game of gladiators using noble rules. He walked to the center of the room, mimicking Fletcher's timid posture on the field. You run to an open space, and then what? Like a lady, you modestly raise your hand, afraid that a little louder sound might scare the birds in the sky. Lee Rand's imitation was both ridiculous and glaring. He imitated Fletcher's manner, extending a finger and timidly shaking it. Then you just watch Fagin the butcher you referred to as malicious foul roar and have 3 people passing the ball. Lee Rand suddenly turned his head, his gaze instantly turning fierce as he let out a low growl into the air. Ball. Give it to me. The momentum made Fletcher's heart skip a beat. Respect is not earned through yielding and politeness, Darren. Lee Rand moved closer to him again. It's earned on the training ground, using a tackle fiercer than Fagin's to bring him down, then pulling him up like a victor. Passing. It's not earned through positioning and eye contact. It's earned through shouting, through demanding, through your damned leadership aura, making everyone dare not refrain from passing the ball to you. Then you repay their trust with a pass that can tear apart the opponent's entire defense, shutting them up completely. Lee Rand's words precisely dissected the cowardice that Fletcher was most unwilling to acknowledge. I loaned you from Manchester United not to have you come here as a polite, good student. Mr. Kershaw gave me a month to transform you into the core of the team. The mocking smile on Lee Rand's face vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar cold determination that made Fletcher feel alienated. I made a military pledge to him. I said you would become the king of this team. He walked to the door, resting his hand on it. But now I've changed my mind. Lee Rand turned back and gave Fletcher one last look. A month is too long. I have no patience for that, and you have no time for that. I brought you here to command these players, not to be their punching bag. Tomorrow training will go on as usual. Lee Rand's voice was like a cold wind blowing from Siberia, devoid of any emotion. I will suggest, Coach Rogers, that in tomorrow's confrontation you and Colin Fagin will be in the same group. You are the organizing core. If you don't even have the courage to take the ball from his feet. He opened the door and the light outside was blinding for Fletcher. Then you can roll back to Carrington tomorrow afternoon. We do not nurture waste here. The door slammed shut with a bang. The entire tactical analysis room fell into silence once more. Only the frozen, awkward number 16 on the screen silently mocked the equally awkward and real version of himself on the sofa. After Lee Rand finished his heart-to-heart talk with Fletcher, Rogers entered Lee Rand's office, his face bearing a hint of seriousness. He placed a list on Lee Rand's desk, his movements crisp and decisive, as if submitting an engineering report. Director, based on recent competition and training evaluations, this is the preliminary list of players available for sale during the winter transfer window that I have drafted. Tranmere Rovers preliminary list of players available for sale in winter. Ryan Taylor, forward. Assessment: high-value asset, but tactical compatibility is negative. His individualistic playing style is eroding the foundation of the team's tactics. Suggestion: sell at a premium in the winter market to recoup funds for system upgrades. Sean Fagin, midfielder. Assessment: high confrontation, high errors, high yellow card rate. Technical shortcomings cannot be compensated, making him a black hole in midfield possession. Suggestion: clear out. Mark Davis, midfielder. Assessment: functional decline, no longer meets league confrontation requirements. Suggestion: clear out. Chris Roberts, winger. Assessment: one-dimensional tactical function, conflicts with the new system. Suggestion: clear out. This list almost encompasses all the highest paid and most seasoned members of the old forces within it. Lee Rand picked up the list and at first glance saw that familiar name. Ryan Taylor, the team's top scorer. He looked at Rogers. Rogers explained with a wry smile, he is a natural scorer, but he is too independent and cannot integrate into our tactical system at all. Keeping him would be a drain on both us and himself. Lee Rand nodded and put the list away. Good. The next day's training saw Rogers fully accept Lee Rand's advice. In the morning's group match, he placed Fletcher and the most aggressive butcher midfielder Sean Fagin in the same group. Team A, he pointed at Fletcher, core organizer Fletcher. He then pointed at the butcher midfielder Sean Fagin, standing beside him. You in a group with Darren. Give the ball to him and let him organize. Fagin raised an eyebrow and contemptuously spat on the grass. Humph. The confrontation began. Fletcher's nightmare replayed itself in an entirely new way. He kept making runs using all the top positioning techniques he learned at Manchester United's youth academy, repeatedly tearing apart Team B's defense, appearing in the most perfect spaces. He raised his hand for the ball. Once, twice, 10 times. Team A's ball seemed to have eyes perfectly avoiding him. The ball possession was firmly controlled by Fagin and a few other veterans. Fagin would rather take a shot that flew towards the stands from 40 meters out to end an attack than pass the ball to the nearer, better positioned Fletcher. Damn. Fagin cursed under his breath, swinging his right foot. The ball was once again smashed into the stands like a cannonball. Laughter erupted from the substitutes bench of Team B. What the hell? Team A is having an internal conflict. This so-called internal conflict also led to the ball being intercepted by Team B, repeatedly countering. Team A's offense was completely paralyzed. Fletcher, the so-called core organizer, became an absolute transparent man on the field. On the sidelines, Rogers stood like a cold prison guard viewing all of this with indifference. Finally, after watching Fagan waste another excellent attacking opportunity with an outrageous long-range shot, a string in Fletcher's heart snapped completely. He lay on the ground as Fagan ran past him spewing trash talk. "Hey, genius from Manchester United. Why aren't you running?" "Tired." Rogers' roar came from the sidelines. "Fletcher, are you dead? Get up." Listening to Fagan's taunts, Rogers' shouts, and the complaints of his teammates, a chilling phrase from Lee Rand in the tactical analysis room the previous day flashed through his mind, devoid of any emotion. "I brought you here to command these players, not to be their punching bag." A current mixed with severe pain, humiliation, and intense anger surged up his spine to his brain. He suddenly leaped up from the ground, his eyes turning bloodshot. He charged towards his own defender, Captain Dave, like a cheetah locking onto its prey. Dave had just received a pass from the goalkeeper and was about to pass it to the more secure Fagan. A shadow like lightning inserted itself between him and Fagan. It was Fletcher. "Ball." His voice was hoarse, yet it rang out like thunder. "Give." He used his body to firmly block Dave. He was not asking for the ball. He was robbing it. In a nearly savage, commanding manner, he seized the possession from his captain's feet. The entire training ground fell silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned. "What the hell? He just robbed the ball from the captain," a young player muttered. Fagan's face darkened instantly. This once docile lamb had dared to show his fangs in public. Fletcher took the ball, no longer passing it to Fagan, but instead dribbled it like a cannonball, charging into the opponent's half. The first person came up to press. "Get lost." A Marseille turn. Past him. The second person came up to block. "Get out of my way." He split the ball and the man. He charged through. In the most unreasonable way, he single-handedly pierced through the opponent's half. After attracting all the defensive attention, he did not become greedy, but instead sent an astonishing ground pass, with the outside of his right foot threading through 4 defenders. The football tore through the entire defense like a precision-guided missile, perfectly finding the feet of forward Taylor. Faced with such a nanny-level pass, Taylor didn't even need to adjust and easily shot to score. Lee Rand returned to his desk and stared thoughtfully at the document titled Tranmere Rovers, preliminary list of players available for winter transfer, submitted by Rogers the previous day. He needed to determine how best to maximize returns from the players listed. Based on their current market valuations, Lee Rand estimated that a successful winter sale of all these players could generate approximately $300 to $400 in transfer revenue. That sum falls far short. I require at least $500 in transfer funds. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the desk as his gaze grew increasingly cold. That afternoon at 5 o'clock, Lee Rand convened the club's highest-level commercial strategy meeting. Attendees included himself, Daisy Chairman, Evans Finance Director Mr. Martin, and Thompson, the club's perpetually anxious head of commercial operations. The air in the conference room hung heavier than the docks of Birkenhead in winter. Finance Director Martin adjusted his reading glasses and pointed to the glaring red deficit projected on screen, his voice parched. "Chairman, Director Lee, the situation is worse than anticipated. Last week, the bank formally rejected our application for short-term financing. At our current rate of expenditure, we will be unable even to pay staff salaries within 3 months." Thompson's face resembled a pitch dead for 2 consecutive seasons. He spread his hands wide, his voice thick with resignation. "Local sponsors are waiting, and no one invests in a sinking ship. That is reality. Chairman, Mr. Lee." Thompson pushed his glasses up his nose, his expression etched with helplessness. "The outlook is profoundly grim. The aftershocks of the exorbitant broadcast rights collapse continue unabated. Local businesses willing to advertise grow ever fewer. Last week, I visited our largest traditional sponsors, the Wirral Daily Herald and the Birkenhead Brewery. Both explicitly stated they would make no additional investment until the team achieves decisive improvement on the pitch." Director Lee: "Indeed. According to my projections, with our current income, matchday receipts plus minimal sponsorship, not only is player recruitment impossible, but even sustaining daily club operations proves exceedingly difficult." Chairman Evans was well aware of these realities. Though still stung by his prior confrontation with Lee Rand, marked by anger and disappointment, he remained committed, however reluctantly, to salvaging the club he had cherished his entire life. He had issued strict directives to both Martin and Thompson to secure funding, which explained Thompson's visibly despondent demeanor today. "Enough." A calm voice cut through the room, soft yet instantly silencing every sigh and murmur. Lee Rand rose, walked to the whiteboard, and uncapped a marker. "Gentlemen, you are still debating how to beg. What we must discuss is how to redefine our product and earn our fortune standing tall." Without turning, he wrote 2 bold words on the whiteboard: "Content." Thompson instinctively objected. "Our content is football matches, tickets, jerseys, stadium signage." That is antiquity. Lee Rand whirled around, his gaze sharp as a blade. 90 minutes of match play is merely the raw material of our product. From this day forward, what we sell is all the content this club can generate. Every story, insight, and emotion born of its very existence. It is the singular, irreplaceable story of Tranmere Rovers. He surveyed the stunned faces before him and continued, Daisy, I need you to locate the most elite digital agency immediately. We will rebuild the club's official website and launch a premium membership portal without delay. For $10 per month, what do members receive? Exclusive in-depth written match reports, tactical analysis columns, exclusive written interviews with players, high-resolution training photographs, and even behind-the-scenes dressing room video snippets. We do not sell news. His marker pressed emphatically upon the word content. We sell belonging, the privilege that allows fans to boast in pubs, I know more than you do. Directorly, this is dangerously speculative. Thompson seized his counterargument. Our rivals Wrexham attempted a paid fan magazine last year, hired top journalists, printed on premium coated paper, and what happened? It collapsed within 6 months, total financial ruin. Our supporters are traditionalists. They trust free newspaper coverage. No one will pay for such a thing. Excellent. Lee Rand did not flinch. Instead, a faint, icy smile flickered across his lips. Mr. Thompson, you have finally touched the core issue. Wrexham failed because they sold content using a newspaper's mindset. He underlined the second word on the whiteboard, sell experience. Experience. Launch the chairman's exclusive package immediately at 20 times the price of a standard match ticket. Lee Rand turned his gaze toward Chairman Evans. Purchasers enjoy lunch with you in the VIP dining room before kickoff, sit in your private box during the match, and spend 15 minutes conversing with our legend Davies at halftime. After the match, the man of the match personally presents them with an autographed photograph, and one lucky winner receives the match-worn jersey. Tell me, would our wealthiest, most devoted supporters fight tooth and nail for such an experience? Evans and Martin's breathing quickened sharply, their minds already conjuring vivid scenes. This was nothing short of robbery. Robbery willingly embraced, with fans weeping and clamoring to hand over their wallets. Lee Rand paused, then inscribed a third word on the board, future. Our academy is currently a pure cost center. I intend to transform it into a profit engine, into a veritable printing press of revenue. Mr. Thompson, I need you immediately to launch the Tranmere Rising Stars Football Academy under the club's banner. Operate it during school holidays on our professional training grounds led by our elite youth coaches, even inviting Mr. Davies to guest coach occasionally, to teach football to the children of Birkenhead. Charge each child $100 for enrollment. Do you believe parents eager for their son's success will flood our gates? Content monetization, experience monetization, youth development, revenue generation. 3 commercial concepts so audacious they sounded like fantasy in 2002. Lee Rand hurled them into the stifling meeting room with near-savage force. A tomb-like silence descended. Only finance director Martin's labored breathing and the frantic rapid click-click-click of his calculator broke the stillness. Chairman Evans gazed at the 3 words scrawled across the whiteboard, feeling decades of football business orthodoxy shatter, pulverize, and reassemble before his eyes. He looked at the young man before him, his voice trembling slightly. Lee, can this truly? Yes, Lee Rand interrupted, dropping the marker onto the table with a sharp, resonant clack. Even if the chairman's package sells just 2 slots per home match, what does that yield per season? With 20,000 loyal supporters, converting just 10% into paying members generates 1,000 monthly. Far more, far more. Martin's calculator nearly sparked with velocity. He lifted his head, face flushed crimson as though intoxicated. Director Lee, your projections are far too conservative. If all 3 initiatives succeed, our net profit for a single season will exceed 6,000 and may even surpass 7,000. Yes, it can. Lee Rand interrupted, once more his smile vanishing. He settled back into his seat, folded his hands, and met every pair of eyes in the room. This vision is flawless, isn't it? Yet we now confront the final, and most lethal, obstacle. His gaze swept slowly across each face, pulling them word by word from paradise back into hell. Rebuilding the website, executing marketing campaigns, preparing the academy program. All demand capital. And we possess not a single penny. With Lee Rand's words falling, the only sound left in the conference room was the faint hum of the central air. Mr. Martin, Lee Rand continued slowly, how much would it cost to rebuild the website, launch paid memberships, and prepare for the youth training camp that was just mentioned? Martin's professional instincts kicked in immediately. £50,000, that's the minimum. Lee Rand's gaze swept over the stunned commercial director Thompson, finally pinning down on the main seat at the conference table like a precise thumbtack. Chairman Mr. Evans. He calmly posed a direct and brutal question to Evans. Chairman, you just asked me if these plans can be realized. Now I return that question to you unchanged. Evans was taken aback. What do you mean? You as the chairman and owner of this club after hearing my depiction of a future that could bring you hundreds of thousands of pounds in profit each year. Are you still willing to stake this last time for your own club? While Evans was still torn in thought, Lee Rand acted again. He broke the silence and thoroughly shattered Evans' final hesitation. He calmly picked up the phone and dialed his bank manager Hall. Hello, Mr. Lee Hall at your service. Manager Hall. Lee Rand's voice echoed clearly across every corner of the conference room. Please transfer £30,000 from my personal investment account to the bank account of Tranmere Rovers Football Club immediately. Execute it now immediately. All right, Mr. Lee. The transfer will be completed within 3 minutes. The call ended. This call detonated like a bomb in the conference room. Martin and Thompson looked at Lee Rand with expressions of disbelief. He was going to pay out of his own pocket. Lee Rand ignored their shock and turned his head, staring intently at the club owner, Chairman Evans. As the football director and second largest shareholder of the club, I have cast my vote of confidence for my plan. Now, Chairman, his voice was filled with a powerful, irrefutable pressure. How much are you willing to stake for its future as the chairman and largest shareholder of this club? Evans felt his breath becoming difficult. He looked at the young man before him, whose eyes held no hint of urgency, only a disquieting calm that seemed to see through everything. He suddenly understood. Lee Rand was testing his resolve as the chairman in this way. After a long while, a hint of self-deprecating, relieved smile appeared on Evans' face, which was filled with struggle and fatigue. He slammed the table, the loud noise startling everyone. Damn it! He cursed fiercely. You are right. A newcomer dares to stake £30,000 for my club. What face do I, an old man who has spent half my life here, have to hesitate here? He turned to the financial director Martin, shouting in an unprecedented, desperate tone, Martin, immediately call my private bank. Sell that damn Barclays stock in my investment portfolio. I don't care if it's profit or loss. By tomorrow morning before opening, I need to see £20,000 in cash deposited into the club's account. 30,000 plus 20,000. 50,000 pounds of startup capital ready. In the office, all the gloom was swept away at that moment by the chairman's blood-curdling roar. Martin and Thompson watched this scene, their eyes filled with deep awe for Lee Rand's heart-piercing methods. Lee Rand smiled. He knew he had not only obtained the startup capital he desired. More importantly, he had won the chairman's final and most precious, absolute trust, with a bold gamble. Evans was still catching his breath as Lee Rand turned to the commercial director Thompson and Daisy. Daisy, Mr. Thompson, you are responsible for promoting the chairman's exclusive package and Future Stars training camp. Within a week, I want to see a preliminary plan. Yes, Director. Mr. Martin, you have full authority to oversee this £50,000 in funding. Provide ammunition for our business revolution. Understood. Martin adjusted his glasses, nodding earnestly. The meeting concluded, and everyone left with steps far more vigorous than when they arrived. As he dragged his weary body back to the somewhat empty apartment, it was already close to midnight. After Zhao Ye returned to London, there was only silence left here. He skillfully boiled water and prepared a bowl of instant noodles. The steaming aroma clashed starkly with the language homework spread out on his desk. A few hours ago, he had leveraged £30,000 to unlock the future of a century-old club. Now he was struggling with tomorrow's language homework. This extreme disconnection made him feel quite interesting. Just as he was about to start his homework, his computer emitted a crisp email notification sound. He opened his email. The sender was Tom. The subject line instantly switched him from a student back to the cold, calculating hunter. Subject: the first weekly observation report on target Van Persie. Lee Rand's lips curled into a smile. He set down the textbook in his hands and opened the encrypted attachment. Tom's report was far more detailed and professional than he had imagined. Target: Robin Van Persie. Date: September 22, September 28. Summary: the target has been officially demoted to the Feyenoord reserves this week. On-field performance data: played 1 match in the reserve league, starting and playing the full 90 minutes. Contributed 2 goals and 1 assist. Highest rating on the field. Performance analysis: skill, speed, and shooting all displayed a dimensional drop. However, the attitude was extremely poor. He never participated in defense, refused to celebrate with teammates after scoring, and openly complained when teammates made mistakes. His performance resembled not playing football, but rather a form of protest. Interpersonal relationships with the reserve team coach: cold relationship. The reserve team coach evidently dared not nor could manage this divine being, allowing him to run wild during training. With reserve team teammates: zero relationship. Observations noted: he had hardly communicated with any teammates other than necessary passes during a week's training and matches. He had been completely isolated. Off-field life: insider observations show no recent bad habits from the target. Most of the time, he sits quietly alone in a cafe near the club. Status assessment: he is not indulging, he is suffering. Lee Rand closed the email. The genius: arrogance. The coach's rupture. The teammates' isolation. and that unwillingness to sink into despair, the vulnerability of solitary suffering. Most clubs would be deterred by Van Persie's rogue attributes upon seeing this report. But in Lee Rand's eyes, these were all the most advantageous chips on his negotiating table. He picked up his phone and sent Tom a succinct directive. Well done. Continue observing. I need to know when his arrogance will turn into despair. At the Trellamere Club, all plans have been meticulously arranged, and Lee Rand Rare took a break for himself. He decided to temporarily forget the identity of the tactical football director tonight and return to the life of an ordinary international student. After school in the afternoon, for the first time, he accepted an invitation from his classmates for a collective dinner. The organizer was Song Kai, the most enthusiastic and lively Thai boy in the class. In addition to Lee Rand and his loyal ally Lu Wei, there were also 3 pretty girls who had long regarded Lee Rand as their academic idol. Lin Shiyu-yi and Mei Ji, along with 2 Korean classmates he had barely interacted with, Su Yin and Min Jun. The dinner was held at a highly rated Korean barbecue restaurant among students. As soon as they entered, a war centered around Lee Rand quietly began. Lee Rand, sit next to me. I'll help you grill the meat. Lin Shi was the first to speak, taking the initiative to attack. No. The lively Mei Ji immediately pounced like a protective kitten, grabbing Lee Rand's arm and almost hanging on to him. Lee Rand promised to continue explaining the questions to me today. Meanwhile, he had already stealthily occupied the most advantageous position beside Lee Rand and spoke in her soft, irresistible tone. Lee Rand, I've warmed up your seat for you. Lee Rand watched this scene, subconsciously analyzing positional play on the football field in his mind. He used her speed advantage to seize the position. Mei Ji tried to use her body to forcefully block, and Lin, she hovered outside the penalty area looking for a chance to launch a second attack. He couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that his professional habit was deeply ingrained. In the end, it was the more proactive Yi who took the lead, pressing Lee Rand down into the seat next to her, while Lin Shi and Mei Ji could only sit across from them with a hint of grievance. Lu Wei watched this 3 kingdoms scene from the side, stifling laughter, and made a face at Lee Rand, silently mouthing, "Fox spirit. You definitely have worshipped the fox spirit." The atmosphere of the dinner was relaxed and joyful. On the grill, the pork belly sizzled, dripping fat that released an enticing aroma. The girls had made Lee Rand the absolute center of attention. Lee Rand, I still think that passive voice is so difficult. Can you explain it to me again? Yu-E asked her question in her unique, soft, Japanese accented English, unconsciously leaning closer to him, bringing with her a faint scent of perfume. Yes. Mei Ji was even bolder, directly picking up a piece of freshly grilled, steaming golden pork, crossing over the grill, and offering it to Lee Rand's mouth sweetly, saying, "Lee Rand, you've explained so many questions for us, you've worked hard. Come on, open your mouth, huh?" This bold feeding made Lin Shi across the table blush slightly. Meanwhile, Lee Rand appeared somewhat amused and helpless under the assault of the girls. He glanced at the shiny piece of grilled meat, then turned his gaze to Lu Wei beside him. "Old Lu," he said with a smile, "every morning I have to ask you to save me a seat. You have it harder than I do. You can have the first reward." With these words, he cleverly turned the situation around. Lu Wei, also a comedic character, laughed heartily and leaned over, unceremoniously gobbling down the grilled meat, mumbling, Right. I worked the hardest. I want a reward too. Mei Ji, another piece." Mei Ji was amused by his comical behavior, and the earlier awkwardness vanished. At that moment, the waiter brought a full table of raw meat, vegetables, and various side dishes. The real cultural clash officially erupted from this moment. Lu Wei, being the impulsive one, was the first to grab the tongs, pouring an entire plate of well-marbled pork belly onto the grill in a grand manner, instantly causing a cloud of smoke and a louder sizzle. "Now this is exciting," Lu Wei laughed. But just then, Min Jun, the silent Korean boy who had been drinking soju, finally found what he believed was an opportunity to reclaim his territory. He abruptly put down his soju glass, furrowed his brow, and loudly admonished in a condescending tone, Hey, stop. Is it true that you Huaxiao people eat so rudely? Barbecue is an art. Do you understand art? Such good meat all destroyed by your barbaric methods." As soon as he said this, the originally lively atmosphere instantly chilled. Lu Wei's face turned red. Min Jun, however, paid no heed to the atmosphere, snatched the tongs from Lu Wei's hand, and disdainfully glanced at the grill, preparing to showcase his authentic technique. But Lee Rand's movements were faster. He smiled and reached out, gently pressing his 2 fingers against Min Jun's wrist. Min Jun felt a tightness in his wrist and could no longer move forward. Don't rush. Lee Rand's tone remained gentle, yet carried an undeniable strength. He picked up another pair of tongs and said to everyone, "I think this is a rather interesting opportunity." Everyone's gaze turned to him. "How about this?" Lee Rand smiled, using the tongs to separate the meat on the grill, clearly delineating a boundary. On the left is Lu Wei's bold style of grilling, which pursues efficiency and atmosphere. On the right, I invite Min Jun to demonstrate his refined artistic technique. He paused, his eyes sweeping across the entire gathering, finally landing on Min Jun. We will all be judges and the rules are simple. Whoever's grilled meat gets eaten more in the end wins. What do you think? Are you brave enough to play? With these words, he provided Lu Wei an escape route, while also cornering Min Jun, transforming an awkward confrontation into an open, undeniable wager. Min Jun, who intended to elevate himself by belittling others, unexpectedly found himself thrust into a must-perform stage by Li Ran's maneuver. He looked at the expectant eyes of everyone, especially Su Yan's sparkling eyes, and could only grit his teeth and accept the challenge. Fine. He'll show you amateurs what true barbecue artistry is. He picked up the tongs and scissors like a professional chef, skillfully spreading the meat on his side, controlling the heat. The entire dinner instantly transformed into a unique game filled with cultural collisions and culinary competitions. On Lu Wei's side, the approach was simple and crude, with the meat grilled to a fragrant crisp. Everyone laughed and joked, wrapping the meat and kimchi and lettuce and devouring it, creating a wonderfully lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Min Jun meticulously flipped each piece of meat, cutting them into uniformly sized chunks, pursuing perfect color and doneness, but his movements were too slow and too artistic. The result was that by the time he finally finished grilling the first batch of art pieces, the second plate of meat on Lu Wei's side was nearly gone. The girls were even too lazy to glance at his side, focusing their attention on the bold-style barbecue. Ultimately, Lu Wei's simple and coarse grilling achieved overwhelming victory. In contrast, the beautifully plated meat that Min Jun carefully grilled received almost no attention, lying alone on the grill like a joke. Min Jun's face shifted between shades of green and white, awkwardly feeling as if he could scratch out a three-room apartment with his toes, silently stuffing the remaining grilled meat into his mouth. As the dinner concluded, everyone feeling slightly tipsy walked in the cool night breeze of Liverpool. Today was so much fun. Song Kai exclaimed, "Shall we try our Thai tom yum soup next week?" Sure. Everyone echoed enthusiastically. Li Ran walked at the back of the crowd, watching the group of classmates from various Asian countries who had quickly bonded over a barbecue, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. He suddenly understood. A team is like a grill. Inside there are those like Lu Wei, full of passion but slightly rough, bold style, and those like Min Jun, pursuing personal technique and so-called art, yet detached from reality, refined style. They had vastly different styles, which could even lead to intense conflicts. And he, as the director, needed to do more than judge who was right or wrong, and certainly not to forcefully unify their styles. What he needed to do was to, like earlier, define the battlefield and set the rules so that they could compete, collide, and integrate using their own strengths on the same grill. Ultimately, to grill the most delicious feast called victory for the entire team. This perhaps is the true art of management. Time swiftly glided towards the end of October. As autumn deepened, the lingering shadow of bankruptcy that had enveloped Tranmere Rovers for nearly half a year was quietly replaced by a new atmosphere filled with vibrant energy. Since the astonishing turnaround in the mud of Oldham, it felt as if something within this team had been thoroughly. In the following month, Tranmere played 4 more matches in the league, achieving a remarkable record of 3 wins and 1 draw, soaring from a mid-table position at the season's start to 6th place in the standings, entering the playoff zone. What astonished all fans and opponents was the team's breathtaking dominance displayed on the field, which seemed utterly out of place compared to the entire English Football League too. Just last weekend, during the home match, Tranmere scored a team goal that would be etched in the club's history. The ball was initiated from the feet of Captain Dave, passing through the midfield with an unbroken sequence of 15 touches, while 5 opposing players frantically rushed in like headless flies, failing to even touch the ball. Ultimately, the ball was precisely delivered to Fletcher at the edge of the penalty area, who, without stopping the ball, delivered a surgical through pass, allowing winger Kumas to skillfully flick it with his heel in the box, assisting striker Taylor, who casually slotted the ball into the empty net. Goal. Unbelievable. Oh my God, this is art. This is a masterpiece at Prenton Park. The commentators' roar echoed through the sky. The entire goal sequence flowed like water, filled with artistic flair, eliciting a standing ovation from thousands of fans at Prenton Park, who cheered for a full 5 minutes. The boos from the fans had long since become history. Now they offered encouraging applause for every successful back pass by the team. They expressed genuine admiration for every exquisite triangular exchange. They were being re-educated by this new team, beginning to learn to appreciate a higher, more aesthetically pleasing version of beautiful football. At the core of all these changes was the Scottish youth from Manchester United, Darren Fletcher. The chosen one, who had nearly crumbled mentally during his debut, had completely transformed in just 1 month. He no longer feared confrontations. In fact, he began to relish the thrill of using his clever positioning and aggressive pressing to win every midfield battle. He had become the most indispensable metronome and hub of offense and defense in Rodgers' tactical system. The divisions between the old and new factions in the locker room had quietly thawed. When Fletcher was able to deliver a precise lethal through ball comfortably to Taylor, last season's top scorer, rushed over first after the goal, ruffling Fletcher's red hair with a hearty laugh, saying, "Well done, kid." When Butcher Fagan was maliciously fouled by an opponent, it was always Fletcher who rushed in first to unity, confidence, and the thirst for victory. These long-forgotten elements were taking root and blossoming once again in this locker room. Meanwhile, outside the pitch, a commercial revolution ignited by Lee Rand was in full swing. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the football director's office, Lee Rand convened the second business strategy meeting of the season. As chairman, Evans, business director Thompson, and financial director Martin entered the office, each of their faces radiated an uncontrollable, near ecstatic excitement. Director. Before Lee Rand could speak, Thompson, the business director who had been frowning during the last meeting, excitedly slapped a report down in front of Lee Rand. His words spilled out rapidly like a machine gun, his voice trembling slightly with enthusiasm. The chairman's premium package. The first product we launched has sold out completely. It's sold out entirely. He pointed to the numbers on the report. Following your instructions, we offered 15 premium spots priced at $500 for each home match. As a result, from the end of last month to the end of the season, all home match spots were sold out within 3 days. We even have a waiting list of over 200 people. Financial Director Martin adjusted his glasses, looking at Lee Rand with an expression of awe, adding, "Director, just this one business, after deducting all costs, will bring us a net profit of over $1.0 this season." Thompson seized the opportunity to continue reporting. "And there's the Future Stars football training camp. We've prepared a total of 1,000 spots for the main school holidays, and guess what? On the first day of open registration, those eager parents snatched them all up. Just this training camp alone could bring us over $1.0 in additional income this season." Hearing this good news, Chairman Evans sat on the sofa, his lips trembling with excitement as he looked at Lee Rand, feeling as though he were dreaming. However, this was just the appetizer. The real main course was the upcoming paid membership area. Financial Director Martin stood up and walked to the whiteboard. He picked up a pen with the fervor of a scientist about to announce a groundbreaking discovery. "Director, everyone." His voice boomed as he deliberately paused to build anticipation. "Based on your guiding principle that we're not selling news, we're selling identity, we have reassessed the market value of the upcoming paid membership area. Our club has nearly 8,000 of the most loyal season ticket holders. According to our marketing department's most conservative estimates, the first-year paid conversion rate among these hardcore fans could easily reach 50. That means 4,000 core paid members." He looked at everyone and wrote a heavy formula on the whiteboard. 400 people x 120 year 480. Chairman Evans abruptly stood up from the sofa, his eyes fixated on that number. £480,000. Martin's voice trembled. "This is just the first year, and it's almost pure profit with virtually no additional costs." He tossed aside the pen, which bounced twice on the floor. Martin turned to the composed Lee Rand and bowed deeply, almost 90 degrees. "Director, I apologize for my foolishness and short-sightedness in the last meeting." His voice was choked with emotion. "It was me who lacked imagination. A perfect meeting. Each project was advancing precisely according to Lee Rand's script." After everyone left, only Lee Rand remained in the office. He held in his hand the latest financial forecast report for the club, recalculated by Martin. It is estimated that when the winter transfer window opens, the club will have transfer funds available $625,000, over £600,000. This number was astronomical for an English Football League Two club that had been on the brink of bankruptcy just months ago. This money was not just money. It was bullets, it was weapons, it was the capital for him to completely transform Tranmere from a sinking ship into an indomitable battleship this winter. Lee Rand pressed the internal call button on his desk. "Daisy, please tell Alan that it's time for him to give me the final assessment results of the winter transfer list I sent him earlier." Inside Lee Rand's office, the door was suddenly pushed open and the chief scout Alan rushed in, followed by Tom, who was clutching a stack of documents, his face pale, as if he had just completed a marathon. Bang! The astonishingly thick scouting report was slammed down in front of Lee Rand and Rogers, causing the coffee cups on the table to tremble. "Director," Alan gasped, barely acknowledging Rogers as he leaned on the table, his eyes bloodshot. "The list you provided. We have reached a conclusion." His voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't slept for dozens of hours. Lee Rand lifted his eyelids, slightly signaling him to continue. This reaction caused the flood of grievances and exhaustion that Alan had prepared to be instantly stifled. He could only forcibly suppress his emotions and opened the first page of the report. "Let's get straight to the conclusion." Alan spoke rapidly, as if pouring out a series of bad news. "We have completely missed half of the targets on the fifth target, Mikel Arteta. According to our verification, he just transferred from Barcelona to the Scottish Premier League giants Glasgow Rangers this summer and quickly became the absolute mainstay of the team. The Rangers cannot possibly sell their core midfielder just 6 months later. The fourth target, Patrice Evra. Similar to Arteta, he also transferred from Nice to AS Monaco in League One this summer and became a starting left-back, performing exceptionally well. The atmosphere in the office began to grow heavy, and Rodgers, sitting nearby, furrowed his brow as his expectations rapidly faded. Alan took a deep breath, lowering his voice. The third target, Vincent Kompany. He is indeed a once-in-a-century talent from Belgium. Our scouts watched just one training session before being dismissed by Anderlecht. They regard him as a non-transferable asset. Internal news suggests that they won't even consider offers below £3 million. The seventh target, Bastian Schweinsteiger. Our luck has been terrible. Just last week he completed his Bundesliga debut with Bayern Munich's first team. A German prodigy just promoted to the first team. You know what this means. Rodgers instinctively glanced at Lee Rand, preparing to say a few words of comfort, yet Lee Rand remained. He even picked up his coffee and took a gentle sip as if Alan's report was nothing more than some trivial community news. Very good. Lee Rand's heart was utterly unfazed. And the 10th target, Cristiano Ronaldo. Alan's voice quivered slightly as he spoke this name. Director, you were right, he is an extraordinary talent. But the problem is now the whole of Europe knows. My scout witnessed Arsenal's chief scout appearing in Lisbon almost every week, as if watching his own son. Sporting Lisbon has priced him at not less than £5 million. £5 million. This number caused Rodgers to sway slightly. This is nearly several times the entirety of their club's assets. A series of impossibles made the atmosphere in the office grow tense. Very good. Lee Rand put down his coffee cup to sound crisp. He calmly uttered two words, yet they felt like two heavy hammers striking at Alan's and Tom's hearts. They jerked their heads up to see that overly youthful face, showing a hint of an approving smile. Your work, Lee Rand looked at them. It proves that every name on my list is worth its value. He paused, his gaze sharp. So what about the others? Upon hearing this, a fervent light instantly rekindled in Alan's and Tom's. The rest. Alan's voice suddenly rose an octave, excitedly flipping the report to the latter half. His hands trembled, causing the pages to rustle. The rest, Director, are the targets we believe can create miracles. He pointed to a photo in the report depicting a young black man. The second target, Bakary Sagna, a 19-year-old still in Auxerre's youth team. The player himself is eager to venture into England. Auxerre's asking price won't exceed £100,000. He flipped another page. The first target, Manuel Neuer, 16 years old, the goalkeeper of Schalke 04's youth team. Director, I swear I still can't comprehend how you know this name. He is tailored for your tactical system. I have never seen a goalkeeper at 16 with such terrifying physicality and footwork. With Schalke, we only need to pay around £130,000 as a youth training fee. Finally, Alan pushed the thickest report about Van Persie into the center of the office with a near-reverent demeanor. The ninth target, Robin van Persie. Alan looked at Lee Rand, his eyes filled with pure, humble admiration. Director, you were right. He is a complete bad boy and undeniable genius. Feyenoord has had enough of him. Their head coach and technical director publicly fell out over him. They just want to get rid of him as soon as possible. The psychological price has plummeted from £3 million in summer to about £1 million. And it is still decreasing. After Alan and Tom finished their report and excitedly left the office, only Lee Rand and Rodgers remained. Lee Rand slowly stood up and walked to the huge whiteboard. He picked up the eraser and without hesitation wiped away the names of Kompany, Evra, Arteta, and Cristiano Ronaldo. Rodgers watched this scene, filled with regret. However, Lee Rand turned around looking at him with a smile. Brendan, don't be so downcast. A meal must be eaten bite by bite. A dynasty must be built brick by brick. Lee Rand tossed the eraser aside with a light sound. He turned around and heavily circled the remaining names with a marker. Neuer, Sagna, Van Persie. And already in the team, Darren Fletcher. These players, he looked at Rodgers and said slowly, are the first and most solid cornerstones we will lay for Tranmere's revival this winter. The one-month deadline set by Lee Rand and Mr. Colshaw quietly arrived. On this day at Printon Park, Tranmere faced Swindon. At 10 in the morning, a black Bentley carved an elegant arc through the cool air, precisely stopping at the players' tunnel entrance. Lee Rand stood there, his hands in his trench coat pockets, his expression as calm as water. Next to him, Chairman Evans nervously tugged at his tie, his throat bobbing up and down. The car door opened, and an elderly man with graying hair and a stern expression stepped out. The legendary patriarch who created the glory of the class of '92, Les Colshaw. Mr. Colshaw, welcome to Prenton Park. Chairman Evans almost jogged over to greet him, enthusiastically extending his hand. Colshaw merely shook his fingertips politely, then his hawk-like eyes capable of piercing through hearts shifted past the chairman and fell upon Lee Rand. Director Lee, his voice was as emotionless as a frozen lake in winter. A month has passed. I came here to see for myself whether you have truly forged a real warrior for me or completely ruined a genius who should have had a bright future. His words were filled with a powerful sense of oppression from the aristocracy. Li Ran's face showed no extra expression. "Welcome, Mr. Colshaw. I believe you won't make this trip in vain." In the VIP box, besides the three of them, there were another 15 local wealthy patrons who had ordered the chairman's premium package. They were whispering excitedly in low voices. "Oh my, isn't that Les Colshaw, the legend of Manchester United? This 500 is so worth it. I must find a way to get a photo with him." Colshaw ignored everything around him. He didn't touch the red tea delicately prepared for him by Daisy, but directed his gaze like a spotlight towards the pitch below, where the warm-up was taking place, like the most stringent examiner scrutinizing his examination paper. His gaze precisely fixed on the Scottish youth wearing the number 16 jersey. The exam had begun. With the referee's long whistle, the match officially started. From the very first second of the match, Tranmere displayed a breathtaking dominance. The ball, like an invisible thread, was firmly controlled at the feet of the home team players. The defenders, midfielders, and forwards maintained an extremely compact distance between the three lines. The players no longer ran around like headless flies. Instead, they engaged in a multitude of layered off-the-ball movements, continuously creating one flowing passing triangle after another for their teammates on the ball. Colshaw watched all of this unfold on the field, letting out a barely audible scoff through his nose. Yet inside, he was sneering. A League Two team actually dared to imitate the possession play that only continental giants would attempt. It was utterly ridiculous. Flashy and fragile, shattering upon impact. The Swindon players charged forward like a group of enraged bulls, but they couldn't even touch the ball, repeatedly lunging and wasting their energy in vain. And the metronome that kept this precise machine running was none other than Darren Fletcher. In the 15th minute, Fletcher received a pass in midfield. Two muscular opponents instantly closed in on him like two walls. If it were before, his only choice would have been to panic and pass back. But now he did not. He powered through an opponent's charge with his left shoulder, and without hesitation gently dragged the ball back with the sole of his right foot, then pivoted sharply on his right foot. The ball seemed to be glued to his foot, as it astonishingly slipped through the narrow gap formed by the two hulks. Brilliant! Chairman Evans in the box could no longer contain himself and shouted with excitement. For the first time, Colshaw's tightly furrowed brows lifted slightly. A genuine surprise finally flickered in his usually impassive eyes. This kid's physicality and confidence in handling the ball has a certain flair. A few minutes later, the team's wing artist Kumars was violently knocked to the ground by an extremely foul and reckless challenge from an opposing defender, curling up in pain. A chorus of angry curses erupted from the stands, and the first to rush to the scene was not the captain, but like a furious beast, he exploded with astonishing speed, directly confronting the defender, who was half a head taller than him, and shoved his chest hard against him. "What the hell do you think you're doing? That was a malicious foul," he yelled angrily at the astonished perpetrator in a thick Scottish accent, then turned to the referee, pointing at his fallen teammate, demanding justice for his comrade. Colshaw's tightly clenched fist resting on his knee quietly relaxed in an unnoticed corner. The bloodlust he sought seemed to be truly igniting like a flame within this young man. In the 44th minute of the first half, the climax arrived. Swindon seized an opportunity to launch a counterattack, and the ball reached their star striker's feet. On the edge of the penalty area, the forward was about to turn and shoot. A figure surged in from the diagonal rear. Fletcher, with a fierce yet precise sliding tackle, he cleanly intercepted the ball, as if removing a tumor with a scalpel. Without a moment's pause, he didn't even fully stabilize himself, using his core strength to spring off the grass, taking the ball with him as he charged forward. Swindon's defense was thrown into chaos in an instant. In the moment he attracted the attention of three defenders, Fletcher's right foot flicked sharply at the weakest gap in the defense. The ball traced a deadly arc, tearing through Swindon's entire defense, precisely finding the running route of striker Ryan Taylor, as if guided by GPS. Caught offside. Unknown. Taylor calmly slotted the ball into the far corner, and it went in. The entire Perrennan Park Stadium erupted with a tremendous cheer. The fans began to sing the song of Fletcher. A roar like the crashing of waves filled the air. The fans leaped from their seats, raising their arms and shouting. Then they started to sing a newly composed song. "For Fletcher, son of Scotland, our Darren, lead us into the light." The scorer Taylor immediately rushed towards Fletcher, embracing him tightly and vigorously patting his back. The halftime whistle blew with the score at 1-0. The players exited the field. In the box, Colshaw slowly turned to look at Li Ran. On his face, which had been frozen throughout the first half, a complex expression of shock, admiration, and confusion finally emerged. He picked up the cup of already cold red tea and gulped it down, as if trying to suppress the turmoil within with the icy liquid. "He has changed completely." Colexio's voice was somewhat hoarse. He stared intently at Li Ran and asked word by word, "What did you and Rogers do to him?" Li Ran smiled. He looked at Colshaw and calmly said, "I did nothing, Mr. Colshaw." I simply threw him from the warm and comfortable nurturing room at Carrington into a real arena, filled with lions and hyenas. The second half of the match begins. In the VIP box, Lee Rand does not watch the field, his peripheral vision is fixed on the figure of Kyrxio beside him. From the start of the second half, Kyrxio sat up straight, his back as rigid as a steel rod, his eagle-like eyes intensely focused on the field, trying to discern from every detail whether Fletcher's performance in the first half was just a fleeting moment or a true transformation. The players of Swindon appeared to have lost their backbone from the last-minute goal of the first half, their faces etched with confusion and a subtle hint of fear. In contrast, Tranmere surged forward with an overwhelming momentum, their players' eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty gleam. They played with increasing confidence, their passing and movements flowing more smoothly, completely controlling the rhythm of the match. Swindon could only shrink back into their half like a flock of sheep surrounded by wolves, passively dealing with the relentless assaults of the home team, each lost ball sending shivers down their spines. In the 68th minute, a Tranmere attack down the wing was cleared by the opposing defender's header, the ball rolling towards Swindon's midfield, just as the away team players were about to breathe a sigh of relief and adjust their nearly cramping legs. At that moment, Rogers, standing at the sidelines, cupped his hands around his mouth and let out a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the field. Push up. Don't let them breathe. Go in like wild dogs. This shout was like a military command. The forward closest to the ball, Ryan Taylor, was the first to respond. His eyes were bloodshot like a wild dog released from its cage, charging madly towards the opposing midfield. The poor guy could even hear Taylor's heavy breathing and the sound of his studs scraping against the grass. The overwhelming pressure left him in a daze, his mind blank. He could only instinctively pass the ball back to the fullback. But the route of his pass had already been anticipated by a ghostly figure. It was Sean Williams. He darted in like lightning and intercepted the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, he gently poked the ball forward with his toe. The ball landed at Fletcher's feet, who had been waiting eagerly. Fletcher received the ball without even looking up, executing the simplest yet deadliest ground pass, sending the football into the vast gap left by the opposing defense due to their late recovery. It was Jason Comas. He burst forward from the other side right on time to receive the ball. Unknown. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, Comas calmly placed a shot, and the ball found the net. 2-0. This goal from losing possession to reclaiming it and finally scoring took less than 10 seconds. If the first goal was a manifestation of Fletcher's individual heroism, then this second goal was an indelible mark of Rogers' tactical philosophy etched onto this team. In the VIP box, Kyrxio instinctively glanced at his watch. 10 seconds. That number was all that remained in his mind, along with Rogers' astonishing roar. He seemed to see a pack of madmen clad in Tranmere jerseys tearing apart their opponents in the most primal way and Lee Rand knew that this was the prototype of the high-pressing tactic that would sweep the globe 20 years later. The suspense of the match had at that moment come to a definitive end. Just 5 minutes later, Swindon's psychological defense completely crumbled. Midfielder butcher Sean Fagan executed a fierce, yet clean tackle, forcibly stealing the ball from the opponent's feet. The fans in the stands erupted in cheers as he immediately passed the ball to Comas on the wing. At the moment Fagan made his tackle, Fletcher had already revved up like a fully fueled heavy tank, ignoring the obstacles in front of him, and charged through midfield into the opponent's penalty area. Comas on the wing glanced up and delivered an incredibly precise cross. The ball arced beautifully through the air, sailing over the desperate head of the opposing centre-back, precisely landing at the feet of the rushing Scottish lad. Inside the penalty area, Fletcher leapt high. His body stretched in the air, his core tensed like a bow drawn tight. He met the ball with a powerful header. Boom. The football smashed into the net like a cannonball. 3-0. After scoring, Fletcher, filled with excitement, pointed skyward with both hands, accepting the worship of all amidst the deafening cheers of the home fans. The Fletcher song once again rang out across Prenton Park. Son of Scotland, our Darren leads us into the light. A few minutes later, Rogers substituted him, and with 2 assists and a goal, Fletcher deserved to bask in the applause and cheers of the entire crowd. The final whistle blew 3-0, a resounding victory. After the match, the players celebrated while the fans reveled. Kyrxio did not leave immediately. He requested to have another private discussion with Lee Rand. Mr. Lee. Kyrxio's tone had lost any hint of arrogance and scrutiny from earlier, replaced by genuine equal respect. I must admit I have gained a new perspective today. Your Tranmere is quite remarkable. He looked at Lee Rand, sincerely exclaiming, your hell is even more effective than I imagined. You not only awakened Darren, but you even taught this stubborn old man a lesson about player development. Lee Rand smiled and poured him a steaming cup of tea, the fragrance wafting gently. Kyrxio held the teacup, feeling the warmth in his palms, as if organizing his words. Finally, he leaned slightly forward, his eyes filled with expectation and caution, and spoke of a bolder idea that had come to him after witnessing Fletcher's perfect performance. To be honest, he lowered his voice, your tempering factory has left a profound impression on me. Kirksio continued, we have an Irish lad named O'Shea. He is very talented, technically well-rounded, and can play in every position on the back line, a rare utility player. But currently, in the first team, especially after we brought in Rio Ferdinand, it is difficult for him to secure stable playing time. This is not conducive to his growth. Kirksio looked at Lee Ran, each word deliberate, as if entrusting a treasure. Director Lee, I think. Perhaps your help can truly help him. Make him a true warrior like Darren. He took a deep breath and finally completed his statement. It has finally. Lee Ran set down his teacup, the clash of the cup against the saucer ringing clearly in the quiet VIP box. He raised his eyes to look at this Manchester United giant, a hint of playful amusement at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Kirksio, we are certainly happy to serve a prestigious club like Manchester United. Lee Ran leaned back on the sofa, fingers interlaced, his expression serious. But as you know, we are just a small club in League Two, and it may be difficult for us to bear the high salary of Mr. O'Shea as a member of Manchester United's first team. Of course, I won't let you help for free. Kirksio nodded. During the loan period, O'Shea's salary will be fully covered by us. Faced with such a windfall offer and nearly Premier League-level versatile defender, not only free to use, but also with the other party covering the salary, a normal person would have already been ecstatic, even feeling as if their ancestors were smiling down. However, Lee Ran unexpectedly wanted to stake an even bigger chip in this gamble. Mr. Kirksio, I greatly appreciate your trust. But my club is currently in a crucial phase of tactical revolution. Every training session and every match is an investment for the future. Tempering comes at a cost. The fire in the blacksmith's forge burns real gold and silver. He paused for a moment, allowing Kirksio to digest this message. Then Lee Ran leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees, his gaze sharp, piercing into Kirksio's heart. I have a bolder proposal. I hope to add a preemptive purchase option to John O'Shea's loan contract. As the words fell, Cole Shaw's hawk-like eyes narrowed, instantly resembling a predator locking onto its prey. The temperature in the entire office seemed to drop a few degrees, as if it were responding to the unspoken pressure from the prestigious family, which was palpable enough to make Daisy feel breathless. Lee Ran appeared oblivious to this pressure and promptly added, of course I know you can't possibly sell him. Therefore this preemptive purchase option is not directed at him personally, but rather at his future value. The specific terms are as follows. During the loan period, Tranmere will hold a symbolic preemptive purchase right valued at $2 million concerning O'Shea. We all know we cannot afford to buy him. However, within 3 years after the loan period ends, if Manchester United sells O'Shea to any other club regardless of the final transaction price, Tranmere will automatically receive 10 of the transfer fee as a training compensation. Absurd. Cole Shaw finally spoke, his voice sharp as ice shards. When has Manchester United's player transactions ever required a compensation to a League Two club? Mr. Lee, your appetite is rather excessive. The size of one's appetite depends on the value of the food, Lee Ran rebutted firmly. My refining factory burns real gold and silver, and what it refines is an elite force. Darren Fletcher is the first report card I have submitted. Now if you wish to place a second order, you must pay the corresponding processing fee, correct? Cole Shaw's expression completely darkened as he stared intently at Lee Ran, enunciating each word. Mr. Lee, in my 40 years in the football industry, I have seen countless greedy agents and foolish club chairmen. But you daring to openly extort from Manchester United are the first. He leaned forward, exuding an overwhelming pressure as he asked, on what basis? Simply put, he met Cole Shaw's gaze unflinchingly. You currently have no other choice. Mr. Cole Shaw, we are both reasonable people. Given Manchester United's current defensive configuration coupled with the uncompromising championship goal, O'Shea, no matter how talented, cannot possibly obtain stable playing time in the next 1 to 2 years. Shall he remain in the reserves or sit idly on the bench? That would be a stifling of talent. You have already loaned him out twice. What was the result? Continuing to loan him to mid-lower tier teams in League One or the Premier League. They will treat the player as a mercenary, using him until he's worn out, and then discarding him, or he may even be led astray by the old hands of those teams. Are you willing to take that risk? And here, Lee Ran's tone was filled with undeniable confidence. Here I have the most advanced tactical concepts in League Two, as well as a successful case that you have witnessed with your own eyes, Darren Fletcher. Every word from Lee Ran struck like a heavy hammer, precisely hitting the areas Cole Shaw was most worried about. Cole Shaw's breathing became a bit labored as he realized that every word this young man spoke was the truth. Yet he still could not accept the 10 clause, as it would tarnish Manchester United's reputation and future operations. Seeing the struggle and anger on Cole Shaw's face, the smile on Lee Ran's lips deepened. He knew the moment had come. Leaning back in his chair, he adopted a sympathetic expression, as if considering the other party's difficulties, saying, "Of course I understand your predicament. After all the 10 of the future transfer fee, this clause indeed seems a bit, well, long-term. For a great club like Manchester United, it might cause some unnecessary troubles." He shifted his tone and threw out a more favorable proposal for the other party. Looking at Cole Shaw, Lee Rand presented a second, more enticing option. If Manchester United does not wish to have this money taken away from us in the future, it can also be avoided. So please make a one-time payment of 150000 as a refining fee to buy out this future compensation clause. One-time resolution, straightforward and clean. What we are discussing is not training compensation. Lee Rand, observing the sudden contraction of Cole Shaw's pupils, revealed his trump card. Mr. Cole Shaw, what we are discussing is insurance. Yes, insurance. Lee Rand emphasized. Fletcher's transformation proves that my refining factory is the most efficient production line. This 1500 is what you are paying for O'Shea to purchase the most expensive and worthwhile insurance that guarantees he will 100% succeed. If he transforms here, just like Fletcher, into a true warrior, then, with just 1500 you will have secured a core player worth millions or even tens of millions for Manchester United's future. This deal is a massive profit for you. And if my method fails and O'Shea does not make the expected progress here, Lee Rand smiled, then this 1500 should be considered the trial and error cost I am covering. What you lose is merely a player who, as you said, cannot obtain stable playing time, while I lose my entire golden reputation. Leaning back in his chair, he offered his final summary. Mr. Cole Shaw, this is a foolproof deal. Now please tell me to cultivate a player who has completed the refinement in experience, willpower, and leadership, and can truly compete for a starting position with your top defenders. Will you buy a 1500 insurance with the highest success rate? Will Coach Ferguson refuse this deal? This statement was like a perfectly woven logical net, completely sealing off all retreat routes for Les Cole Shaw. He stared intently at Lee Rand, as if trying to find even the slightest flaw in that young face. But all he saw was an unfathomable, disquieting calm. After a long moment, Cole Shaw leaned back in his chair. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. It's me, Alex. This Tranmere kid from China is quite interesting. Yes, the club where Darren is. Let me finish. No, he wants more now. A roar seemed to come from the other end of the line, but Cole Shaw calmly reiterated Lee Rand's insurance theory. 5 minutes later, he hung up the phone, looking at Lee Rand with an extremely complex expression. Mr. Lee, your request has been met. Coach Ferguson has agreed to your insurance proposal. The 1500 will be credited to your club's account next week. He stood up and took a final deep look at Lee Rand. You should really go to Wall Street instead of staying in this small place called Birkenhead. England's winter is cold and long. Yet for the fans of Tranmere, this winter is filled with a long-awaited passion. The league progresses smoothly and they advance easily in cup matches. Everything seems exceptionally beautiful. Until they faced the true demon king of this season in the English League Two, Wigan Athletic, at the JJB Stadium. Before the match even began, when Lee Rand and Rogers saw the opponent's luxurious starting lineup, their heart. Dave Whalen, the chairman of Wigan Athletic, a billionaire who made his fortune selling sports goods, had signed a League One-level mercenary squad for the team in the summer, almost at any cost, in pursuit of his boastful promotion within 3 years. Their forward was the top scorer of last season's League One. Their midfielder was a former Scottish international, and their defense was composed of 3 seasoned veterans from the Premier League. From the very first minute, the match transformed into a brutal dimensionality reduction strike. The referee's whistle sounded like the gunshot of an execution. In just 5 minutes, Tranmere's proud possession system was crushed before Wigan's wall of body skills, and the ball could hardly stay in midfield for more than 3 seconds. Even the most tenacious Fletcher was taught a lesson by reality. He attempted to intercept the ball from the former Scottish international, but was merely nudged back in action sufficient to knock his opponent off balance in League Two, making Fletcher stagger back a step, as if he had collided with a wall. The ball was easily dispossessed. Fletcher, with a flushed face, could hardly believe his own body. It was the first time he felt the despair known as the gap of talent on the adult stage. Kumas on the wing was thoroughly frozen out. Facing a former Premier League fullback, who was both quicker and more experienced, he did not manage a single successful breakthrough in the entire half. With the attack paralyzed and the defense collapsed, the scoreboard ultimately coldly froze at 0-3. A crushing defeat that awakened all Tranmere players and fans from their fantasies. In the players' tunnel back to the locker room, no one spoke. Above them was the deafening celebration of Wigan fans, and beneath their feet the hollow tap-tap sound of studs on cement. The two sounds intertwined like 2 slaps, repeatedly striking everyone's faces. Lee Rand and Rogers walked side by side. Silence was the only emotion in that moment. They both understood that with the current depth of the team's roster, they might become spoilers in the league, but they were still far from challenging a demon king of Wigan's caliber. Meanwhile, in the office of Wigan Athletics chairman, Dave Whalen, with a cigar in his mouth, let the blue smoke swirl around his shrewd face. He looked at the scouting report on Tranmere on his desk. A shark-like smile appeared on his face. Interesting, he said to the coach sitting across from him. That young man named Rogers indeed has some talent. And that Chinese lad daring to play possession in League Two has quite the guts. The coach shrugged dismissively, but we dealt with them easily, boss. They are not our opponents. Just because they aren't now doesn't mean they won't be in the future. Wayland shook his head, his merchant's eyes gleaming with shrewdness. I see signs of danger. Their tactics are advanced, they just lack a few good components. I will not allow such things to take root in my territory. We cannot give them any breathing room. He extinguished the cigar and made a final decision. Go send Tranmere an offer. £300,000 to buy their forward. What's his name? Ryan Taylor. The coach was taken aback. Boss, we don't need him. I know. Wayland smiled, his expression like a shark that had secured its prey. We don't need him. But they do. What I want is not a forward. What I want is to make that Chinese person understand one thing. This is my territory. The next day, a fax from Wigan Athletic was delivered to Lee Rand's desk by Daisy. A formal player offer. They wanted the team's top scorer, Ryan Taylor. Offer £300,000. A sum that could be considered astronomical for a League Two forward. Lee Rand knew very well that this was Dave Wayland's declaration of war. He not only wanted to crush you on the pitch, but also to use his most skilled weapon, money, to strip you of your sharpest spear, leaving you with no chance of rising again. This was a blatant humiliation. The office door was pushed open and Rogers walked in with a serious expression, his voice a bit hoarse from fatigue. Director Ryan Taylor. Just came to see me. Rogers paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. He hopes the club can accept Wigan's offer. He said he wants to go to a more ambitious team. This sentence felt more like a knife stabbing into Rogers' heart than yesterday's 0-3 crushing defeat. At the start of the season, Ryan Taylor was still on his cleaning list. Yet half a season later, it was Taylor's goals that kept Tranmere firmly in the promotion zone. Rogers even redesigned the team's attacking tactics for him. Now this most crucial weapon had turned against them. Upon hearing this news, Lee Rand displayed no anger, no surprise, not even a ripple of emotion. He simply gazed quietly out the window, the corners of his mouth lifting into a barely perceptible smile, as if excited by this sudden windfall. He had long known who would replace Ryan Taylor. And he could be 100% sure that when that Dutch genius donned the Tranmere jersey at Prenton Park, all the fans would forget who Ryan Taylor was in an instant. He turned around to look at the worried Rogers, a hint of a smile even appearing on his face. Brandon, don't worry. He picked up a document from the desk and handed it to Rogers. This is the 12th and final weekly observation report from Tom before the winter transfer window starts concerning Robin van Persie. Target Robin van Persie. Time December 8th, December 14th. Event summary: the target was sent off with a red card for malicious retaliation against a referee's decision in this week's Reserve League match. After the match, the club officially announced the maximum punishment of indefinite suspension and training ban. After various verifications, his relationship with coach Van Marwijk has completely broken down with no possibility of recovery. Club updates: after the incident, Feyenoord's technical director has officially put the target on the market. Insider news indicates they are actively contacting clubs like Arsenal and PSV, eager to complete the deal as soon as the winter window opens. Market feedback: extremely lukewarm. Dutch Eredivisie clubs like PSV and Ajax have clearly rejected him due to his character flaws. Other European giants assessed his problematic youth attributes as high risk and chose to wait and see, unwilling to risk a bomb in the locker room. Target's psychological assessment: the target cleared out his locker after learning of the punishment and has not appeared at the club for 3 consecutive days. His agent is frantically marketing him, but is facing repeated setbacks. Overall assessment: the target's mentality is on the verge of being abandoned by the club teammates, and even the entire market, leading to a breakdown. Brandon, I can tell you clearly now, this is a true genius. Ryan Taylor is simply incomparable to him. Lee Rand's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable force. A thoroughbred, it's normal for him to be a bit fiery. Your job is to become the rider who can handle him. And my job is to bring this horse before you on the last day, before the transfer market closes. Rogers listened to Lee Rand's words, recalling the series of miracles this young man had created over the past half-season, and his worries and frustrations dissipated by more than half in an instant. After seeing off Rogers, Lee Rand stood alone in the office, gazing at the overcast sky outside. For him, this winter held 2 tough battles to fight. One was the upcoming winter transfer window. The other was the Indofterm exam for the first session of his language class, which would determine his personal future. If he passes, he will officially become a student in the sports management program at the University of Liverpool in September next year. The final examination hall of the first semester at the University of Liverpool Language Center. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. The only sounds were the soft rustling of pens across paper and the occasionally labored breathing of students overwhelmed by anxiety. International students from around the globe bent over their papers, locked in a high-stakes battle. This exam would determine whether they advanced smoothly to the next academic stage. Lu Wei-jiang Chen's steadfast friend stared unblinkingly at the final multiple-choice question in the reading comprehension section, his mind utterly blank. He glanced at option A, clean-cut and seemingly plausible. then shifted to option C, which suddenly appeared irrefutably logical. Damn it, he groaned inwardly. Is it A or C? When 3 options are long and 1 is short, choose the short one. When 3 are short and 1 is long, choose the long one. Yet all 4 choices looked identical. Fine, fate be damned. I'll entrust my answer to Li Ran. He closed his eyes, tapped his pencil blindly onto the answer sheet, and solemnly filled in the choice, knowing full well he had no idea whether it was right or wrong. Meanwhile, Yue, seated beside Li Ran, was flushed with distress, her delicate brows knotted tightly in anguish. Oh, how do I describe this pie chart? Her inner self pounded the floor in despair. Li Ransan explained it so gently, so patiently, just 2 days ago, and yet I've already forgotten everything. I'm such a fool. Oh, Li Ransan must already be writing his essay. She stole a furtive glance at him from the corner of her eye. Then utter despair washed over her. Li Ran reclined comfortably in his chair, one leg draped lazily over the other, while his pen spun rapidly, bored, effortless, ceaseless. His test paper was already completely filled. He even yawned. For the past 3 months his classmates had been Li Ran, however, had been living it, using it, demanding it, mastering it. By day he debated Shakespeare's sonnets with Professor Harrison in class. In the afternoon he returned to the club to debate tactical nuances of possession-based play with Rogers, strategize premium membership content with Thompson, and negotiate, over the phone, with Allen about whether a certain player warranted long-term observation. Evenings brought emails assigning secret tasks to Tom. This relentless, immersive, round-the-clock linguistic crucible had transformed his command of English, fundamentally, irrevocably. To him this language exam was no longer a test. It was akin to an elite gamer, accustomed to the brutal challenge of hardcore mode, being abruptly teleported back to the beginner's village to complete a trivial ABC task. Dull. Tedious. With the exam concluded, the university officially entered its 3-week Christmas-New Year break. Students long stifled finally exhaled, freedom restored. Freedom at last. Lu Wei burst out of the exam hall shouting triumphantly, my flight's booked. I'm flying. I'm going home for my mother's braised pork belly. He turned to Li Ran and Lin Shi. You two coming too? Let's go together. Lin Shi smiled and shook her head. My parents are visiting me. We're spending New Year's Eve in Edinburgh. Li Ran replied simply, the club needs me. I can't leave. Oh well, Lu Wei said, disappointed but quickly rebounding, fine. I'll bring you something delicious when I return. Elsewhere, Yue and Meiji had meticulously planned an in-country European tour, eager to savor the continent's rich cultural tapestry during the break. Sanchai yearned desperately for the warmth of Bangkok. Only Minjun and Su Yin opted for London to experience the city's vibrant New Year's Eve atmosphere. Li Ran unlocked the apartment door. Instantly, a familiar aroma of home-cooked food mingled with an unfamiliar, delicate fragrance, both flooding his senses. He froze. On the dining table sat 3 dishes and a steaming soup, sugar-glazed pork loin, mapo tofu, flavors etched deep into his memory, visceral and irreplaceable. From the kitchen, a figure hummed softly as she carried out the final dish, wearing the floral-patterned apron Li Ran had bought on a whim. Big brother Li Ran, you're home. She turned, flashing him a mischievous, triumphant grin. It was Zhaoye. What are you doing here? Li Ran's mind struggled to catch up. I'm on holiday. Zhaoye set the dish down and bounded toward him like a fawn, arms wide open, enveloping him in a firm, heartfelt embrace. Of course, I came straight away to conduct a surprise inspection of my Liverpool branch and pay tribute to my director Li. The warmth pressed against his chest, the faint scent of her shampoo. His nerves, taut for months, surrendered instantly, effortlessly. This was one of those rare moments since arriving in Britain that felt unmistakably like home, and every such moment bore Zhaoye's name. They savored the meal together, joyful, unhurried, steeped in delightful surprise. Zhaoye chattered animatedly about London's charms. Li Ran listened quietly, smiling at her exaggerated anecdotes, slipping a piece of pork loin into her bowl. He didn't need to speak, only to listen. That long-missed quiet hum of ordinary life, the gentle crackle of domestic warmth, was the finest balm for his weary soul. Late that night, as they lounged side by side on the sofa watching television, relishing rare tranquility, Li Ran's phone erupted with an urgent, jarring vibration. Caller ID Daisy. A chill ran through Li Ran. Daisy would never call at this hour unless something critical. His heart sank. He answered. Daisy's voice, usually composed, unwavering, now trembled raw with suppressed tears. Director, something's happened. Speak. Li Ran's tone dropped, ice cold, devoid of inflection. It's Jason Paul. Li Ran sat bolt upright on the sofa. Jason Paul, the team's undisputed starting center back, Dave's defensive partner, the immovable anchor of their backline. Just now, he crashed his car on the way home. Daisy's voice quavered. He's just been admitted to the hospital. How severe is the injury? Very severe. Daisy inhaled sharply, striving to steady herself. Club staff have already arrived at the hospital. The doctor's preliminary diagnosis is a closed fracture of the right tibia. The warm air in the living room seemed to vanish, sucked away in an instant. At best, recovery will take 6 to 8 months. So Lee Ran finished grimly. He's out for the season. Yes. Daisy could say no more. Only soft broken sobs remained on the line. Lee ran. He stared wordlessly at the flickering light of the television screen. Zhaoya watched him, anxious, but silent. She sensed it instantly. The relaxed, tender Lee Ran had vanished. In his place sat a stranger, silent, glacial, fathomless as an abyss. At Tranmere's tactical analysis room, lights blazed. Head coach Brendan Rodgers stared fixedly at the white. He'd sat there for 3 hours obsessively rehearsing offensive realignments after losing Ryan Taylor, their most lethal attacking weapon. It felt like having a vital front tooth wrenched out. No matter how he adjusted, something essential remained missing. Then his phone rang. It was Lee Ran. Over the line, Lee Ran delivered the news in 15 seconds, flat, detached, clinical, like reading a death notice. Rodgers felt his world tilt violently. The phone slipped from his limp fingers, landing soundlessly on the car. He slumped into his chair, gaze vacant, fixed on the board. He'd been agonizing over losing his sharpest spear. Now someone had told him his sturdiest shield had just shattered. His eyes drifted to the board. 2 chess pieces, one labeled Jason Paul, the other Ryan Taylor. Within mere days, 2 pivotal positions had collapsed, leaving behind 2 vast gaping black voids. He felt everything he and Lee Ran had painstakingly built over these months. The foundation itself, crumbling inch by inexorable inch.